The Way We Live Now, Anthony Trollope, Chapter 26. Mrs. Hurtle. Paul Montague at this time lived in comfortable lodgings in Sackville Street, and ostensibly the world was going well with him. But he had many troubles. His troubles in reference to Fisker, Montague, and Montague, and also their consolation, are already known to the reader. He was troubled too about his love, though when he allowed his mind to expatiate on the success of the great railway he would venture to hope that on that side his life might perhaps be blessed. Henrietta had at any rate as yet showed no disposition to accept her cousin's offer. He was troubled too about the gambling, which he disliked, knowing that in that direction there might be speedy ruin, and yet returning to it from day to day in spite of his own conscience. But there was yet another trouble which culminated just at this time. One morning, not long after that Sunday night which had been so wretchedly spent at the Bear Garden, he got into a cab in Piccadilly and had himself taken to a certain address in Islington. Here he knocked at a decent, modest door, at such a house as men live in with 200 or 300 a year, and asked for Mrs. Hurtle. Yes, Mrs. Hurtle lodged there, and he was shown into the drawing-room. There he stood by the round table for a quarter of an hour turning over the lodging-house books which lay there, and then Mrs. Hurtle entered the room. Mrs. Hurtle was a widow whom he had once promised to marry. "Paul," she said, with a quick, sharp voice, but with a voice which could be very pleasant when she pleased, taking him by the hand as she spoke, "Paul, say that that letter of yours must go for nothing. Say that it shall be so, and I will forgive everything." "I cannot say that," he replied, laying his hand on hers. "You cannot say it. What do you mean? Will you dare to tell me that your promises to me are to go for nothing?" "Things are changed," said Paul hoarsely. He had come thither at her bidding because he had felt that to remain away would be cowardly, but the meeting was inexpressibly painful to him. He did think that he had sufficient excuse for breaking his troth to this woman. The justification of his conduct was founded on reasons which he hardly knew how to plead to her. He had heard that of her past life which, had he heard it before, would have saved him from his present difficulty. But he had loved her, did love her in a certain fashion, and her offences, such as they were, did not debar her from his sympathies. "How are they changed?" "I am 2 years older, if you mean that." As she said this she looked round at the glass, as though to see whether she was become so haggard with age as to be unfit to become this man's wife. She was very lovely, with a kind of beauty which we seldom see now. In these days men regard the form and outward lines of a woman's face and figure more than either the color or the expression, and women fit themselves to men's eyes. With padding and false hair without limit a figure may be constructed of almost any dimensions. The sculptors who construct them, male and female, hairdressers and milliners, are very skillful, and figures are constructed of noble dimensions, sometimes with voluptuous expansion, sometimes with classic reticence, sometimes with disheveled negligence which becomes very disheveled indeed when long out of the sculptor's hands. Colors indeed are added, but not the colors which we used to love. The taste for flesh and blood has for the day given place to an appetite for horsehair and pearl powder. But Mrs. Hurtle was not a beauty after the present fashion. She was very dark, a dark brunette, with large round blue eyes, that could indeed be soft, but could also be very severe. Her silken hair, almost black, hung in 1,000 curls all round her head and neck. Her cheeks and lips and neck were full, and the blood would come and go, giving a varying expression to her face with almost every word she spoke. Her nose also was full, and had something of the pug. But nevertheless it was a nose which any man who loved her would swear to be perfect. Her mouth was large, and she rarely showed her teeth. Her chin was full, marked by a large dimple, and as it ran down to her neck was beginning to form a second. Her bust was full and beautifully shaped, but she invariably dressed as though she were oblivious, or at any rate neglectful, of her own charms. Her dress, as Montague had seen her, was always black, not a sad weeping widow's garment, but silk or woolen or cotton as the case might be, always new, always nice, always well-fitting, and most especially always simple. She was certainly a most beautiful woman, and she knew it. She looked as though she knew it, but only after that fashion in which a woman ought to know it. Of her age she had never spoken to Montague. She was in truth over 30, perhaps almost as near 35 as 30. But she was one of those whom he has hardly seen to touch. "You are beautiful as ever you were," he said. "Sure? Do not tell me of that. I care nothing for my beauty unless it can bind me to your love. Sit down there and tell me what it means." Then she let go his hand, and seated herself opposite to the chair which she gave him. "I told you in my letter." "You told me nothing in your letter, except that it was to be off." "Why is it to be off? Do you not love me?" Then she threw herself upon her knees, and leaned upon his, and looked up in his face. "Paul," she said, "I have come across the Atlantic on purpose to see you, after so many months, and will you not give me one kiss? Even though you should leave me forever, give me one kiss." Of course he kissed her, not once, but with a long, warm embrace. How could it have been otherwise? With all his heart he wished that she would have remained away, but while she knelt there at his feet, what could he do but embrace her? "Now tell me everything," she said, seating herself on a footstool at his feet. She certainly did not look like a woman whom a man might ill-treat or scorn with impunity. Paul felt, even while she was lavishing her caresses upon him, that she might too probably turn and rend him before he left her. He had known something of her temper before, though he had also known the truth and warmth of her love. He had traveled with her from San Francisco to England, and she had been very good to him in illness, in distress of mind and in poverty, for he had been almost penniless in New York. When they landed at Liverpool they were engaged as man and wife. He had told her all his affairs, had given her the whole history of his life. This was before his secondary journey to America, when Hamilton K. Fisker was unknown to him. But she had told him little or nothing of her own life, but that she was a widow, and that she was traveling to Paris on business. When he left her at the London railway station, from which she started for Dover, he was full of all a lover's ardor. He had offered to go with her, but that she had declined. But when he remembered that he must certainly tell his friend Roger of his engagement, and remembered also how little he knew of the lady to whom he was engaged, he became embarrassed. What were her means he did not know. He did know that she was some years older than himself, and that she had spoken hardly a word to him of her own family. She had indeed said that her husband had been one of the greatest miscreants ever created, and had spoken of her release from him as the one blessing she had known before she had met Paul Montague. But it was only when he thought of all this after she had left him, only when he reflected how bald was the story which he must tell Roger Carberry, that he became dismayed. Such had been the woman's cleverness, such her charm, so great her power of adaptation, that he had passed weeks in her daily company, with still progressing intimacy and affection, without feeling that anything had been missing. He had told his friend, and his friend had declared to him that it was impossible that he should marry a woman whom he had met in a railway train without knowing something about her. Roger did all he could to persuade the lover to forget his love, and partially succeeded. It is so pleasant and so natural that a young man should enjoy the company of a clever, beautiful woman on a long journey, so natural that during the journey he should allow himself to think that she may during her whole life be all in all to him as she is at that moment, and so natural again that he should see his mistake when he has parted from her. But Montague, though he was half false to his widow, was half true to her. He had pledged his word, and that he said ought to bind him. Then he returned to California, and learned, through the instrumentality of Hamilton K. Fisker, that in San Francisco Mrs. Hurtle was regarded as a mystery. Some people did not quite believe that there ever had been a Mr. Hurtle. Others said that there certainly had been a Mr. Hurtle, and that to the best of their belief he still existed. The fact, however, best known of her was that she had shot a man through the head somewhere in Oregon. She had not been tried for it, as the world of Oregon had considered that the circumstances justified the deed. Everybody knew that she was very clever and very beautiful, but everybody also thought that she was very dangerous. She always had money when she was here, Hamilton Fisker said, but no one knew where it came from. Then he wanted to know why. Paul inquired. "I don't think, that I should like to go in for a life partnership, if you mean that," said Hamilton K. Fisker. Montague had seen her in New York as he passed through on his secondary journey to San Francisco, and had then renewed his promises in spite of his cousin's caution. He told her that he was going to see what he could make of his broken fortunes, for at this time, as the reader will remember, there was no great railway in existence, and she had promised to follow him. Since that, they had never met till this day. She had not made the promised journey to San Francisco, at any rate before he had left it. Letters from her had reached him in England, and these he had answered by explaining to her, or endeavoring to explain, that their engagement must be at an end. And now she had followed him to London. "Tell me everything," she said, leaning upon him and looking up into his face. "But you, when did you arrive here?" "Here, at this house, I arrived the night before last. On Tuesday I reached Liverpool. There I found out you were probably in London, and so I came on. I have come only to see you. I can understand that you should have been estranged from me. That journey home is now so long ago. Our meeting in New York was so short and wretched. I would not tell you because you then were poor yourself, but at that moment I was penniless. I have got my own now out from the very teeth of robbers." As she said this, she looked as though she could be very persistent in claiming her own, or what she might think to be her own. "I could not get across to San Francisco as I said I would, When I was there you had quarreled with your uncle and returned. And now I am here. I at any rate have been faithful." As she said this his arm was again thrown over her, so as to press her head to his knee. "And now," she said, "tell me about yourself?" His position was embarrassing and very odious to himself. Had he done his duty properly, he would gently have pushed her from him, have sprung to his legs, and have declared that, however faulty might have been his previous conduct, he now found himself bound to make her understand that he did not intend to become her husband. But he was either too much of a man or too little of a man for conduct such as that. He did make the avowal to himself, even at that moment as she sat there. Let the matter go as it would, she should never be his wife. He would marry no one unless it was Hetta Carberry. But he did not at all know how to get this said with proper emphasis, and yet with properly apologetic courtesy. "I am engaged here about this railway," he said. "You have heard, I suppose, of our projected scheme? Heard of it? San Francisco is full of it. Hamilton Fisker is the great man of the day there, and, when I left, your uncle was buying a villa for $74,000. And yet they say that the best of it all has been transferred to you Londoners. Many there are very hard upon Fisker for coming here and doing as he did. It's doing very well, I believe," said Paul, with some feeling of shame, as he thought how very little he knew about it. "You are the manager here in England?" "No, I am a member of the firm that manages it at San Francisco, but the real manager here is our chairman, Mr. Melmotte. I have heard of him. He is a great man, a Frenchman, is he not? There was a talk of inviting him to California. You know him, of course?" "Yes, I know him. I see him once a week. I would sooner see that man than your queen, or any of your dukes or lords. They tell me that he holds the world of commerce in his right hand. What power, what grandeur." "Grand enough," said Paul, "if it all came honestly. Such a man rises above honesty," said Mrs. Hurtle, "as a great general rises above humanity when he sacrifices an army to conquer a nation. Such greatness is incompatible with small scruples. A pygmy man is stopped by a little ditch, but a giant stalks over the rivers." "I prefer to be stopped by the ditches," said Montague. "Ah, Paul, you were not born for commerce. And I will grant you this, that commerce is not noble unless it rises to great heights. To live in plenty by sticking to your counter from 9 in the morning to 9 at night, is not a fine life. But this man with a scratch of his pen can send out or call in millions of dollars. Do they say here that he is not honest? As he is my partner in this affair, perhaps I had better say nothing against him. Of course such a man will be abused. People have said that Napoleon was a coward, and Washington a traitor. You must take me where I shall see Melmotte. He is a man whose hand I would kiss, but I could not condescend to speak even a word of reverence to any of your emperors. I fear you will find that your idol has feet of clay." "Ah, you mean that he is bold in breaking those precepts of yours about coveting worldly wealth. All men and women break that commandment, but they do so in a stealthy fashion, half drawing back the grasping hand, praying to be delivered from temptation while they filch only a little, pretending to despise the only thing that is dear to them in the world. Here is a man who boldly says that he recognizes no such law, that wealth is power, and that power is good, and that the more a man has of wealth the greater and the stronger and the nobler he can be. I love a man who can turn the hobgoblins inside out and burn the wooden bogies that he meets." Montague had formed his own opinions about Melmotte. Though connected with the man, he believed their grand director to be as vile a scoundrel as ever lived. Mrs. Hurtle's enthusiasm was very pretty, and there was something of feminine eloquence in her words. But it was shocking to see them lavished on such a subject. "Personally, I do not like him," said Paul. "I had thought to find that you and he were hand and glove." "Oh no. But you are prospering in this business?" "Yes, I suppose we are prospering. It is one of those hazardous things in which a man can never tell whether he be really prosperous till he is out of it. I fell into it altogether against my will. I had no alternative. It seems to me to have been a golden chance. As far as immediate results go it has been golden. That at any rate is well, Paul. And now now that we have got back into our old way of talking, tell me what all this means. I have talked to no one after this fashion since we parted. Why should our engagement be over? You used to love me, did you not?" He would willingly have left her question unanswered, but she waited for an answer. "You know I did," he said. "I thought so. This I know, that you were sure and are sure of my love to you. Is it not so? Come, speak openly like a man. Do you doubt me?" He did not doubt her, and was forced to say so. "No, indeed. Oh, with what bated, half-mouthed words you speak, fit for a girl from a nursery. Out with it if you have anything to say against me. You owe me so much at any rate. I have never ill-treated you. I have never lied to you. I have taken nothing from you, if I have not taken your heart. I have given you all that I can give. Then she leapt to her feet and stood a little apart from him. If you hate me, say so, Winifred, he said, calling her by her name. Winifred. Yes, now for the first time, though I have called you Paul from the moment you entered the room. Well, speak out. Is there another woman that you love? At this moment Paul Montague proved that at any rate he was no coward. Knowing the nature of the woman, how ardent, how impetuous she could be, and how full of wrath, he had come at her call intending to tell her the truth which he now spoke. There is another, he said. She stood silent, looking into his face, thinking how she would commence her attack upon him. She fixed her eyes upon him, standing quite upright, squeezing her own right hand with the fingers of the left. Oh, she said, in a whisper, that is the reason why I am told that I am to be off. That was not the reason. What can there be more reason than that, better reason than that? Unless, indeed, it be that as you have learned to love another so also you have learned to hate me. Listen to me, Winifred. No, sir, no Winifred now. How did you dare to kiss me, knowing that it was on your tongue to tell me I was to be cast aside? And so you love some other woman. I am too old to please you, too rough, too little like the dolls of your own country. What were your other reasons? Let me hear your other reasons, that I may tell you that they are lies. The reasons were very difficult to tell, though when put forward by Roger Carberry they had been easily pleaded. Paul knew but little about Winifred Hurtle, and nothing at all about the late Mr. Hurtle. His reasons curtly put forward might have been so stated. We know too little of each other, he said. What more do you want to know? You can know all for the asking. Did I ever refuse to answer you? As to my knowledge of you and your affairs, if I think it sufficient, need you complain? What is it that you want to know? Ask anything and I will tell you. Is it about my money? You knew when you gave me your word that I had next to none. Now I have ample means of my own. You knew that I was a widow. What more? If you wish to hear of the wretch that was my husband, I will deluge you with stories. I should have thought that a man who loved would not have cared to hear much of one who perhaps was loved once. He knew that his position was perfectly indefensible. It would have been better for him not to have alluded to any reasons, but to have remained firm to his assertion that he loved another woman. He must have acknowledged himself to be false, perjured, inconstant, and very base. A fault that may be venial to those who do not suffer, is damnable, deserving of an eternity of tortures, in the eyes of the sufferer. He must have submitted to be told that he was a fiend, and might have had to endure whatever of punishment a lady in her wrath could inflict upon him. But he would have been called upon for no further mental effort. His position would have been plain. But now he was all at sea. I wish to hear nothing, he said. Then why tell me that we know so little of each other? That, surely, is a poor excuse to make to a woman, after you have been false to her. Why did you not say that when we were in New York together? Think of it, Paul. Is not that mean? I do not think that I am mean. No a man will lie to a woman, and justify it always. Who is this lady? He knew that he could not at any rate be warranted in mentioning Hetty Carberry's name. He had never even asked her for her love, and certainly had received no assurance that he was loved. I cannot name her, and I, who have come hither from California to see you, am to return satisfied because you tell me that you have changed your affections. That is to be all, and you think that fair? That suits your own mind, and leaves no sore spot in your heart? You can do that, and shake hands with me, and go away, without a pang, without a scruple. I did not say so, and you are the man who cannot bear to hear me praise Augustus Melmotte because you think him dishonest. Are you a liar? I hope not. Did you say you would be my husband? Answer me, sir. I did say so. Do you now refuse to keep your promise? You shall answer me. I cannot marry you. Then, sir, are you not a liar? It would have taken him long to explain to her, even had he been able, that a man may break a promise and
yet not tell a lie. He had made up his mind to break his engagement before he had seen Hetty Carberry, and therefore he could not accuse himself of falseness on her account. He had been brought to his resolution by the rumors he had heard of her past life, and as to his uncertainty about her husband. If Mr. Hurtle were alive, certainly then he would not be a liar because he did not marry Mrs. Hurtle. He did not think himself to be a liar, but he was not at once ready with his defense. Oh, Paul, she said, changing at once into softness, I am pleading to you for my life. Oh, that I could make you feel that I am pleading for my life.
Have you given a promise to this lady also? No, said he. I have given no promise, but she loves you. She has never said so. You have told her of your love? Never. There is nothing, then, between you? And you would put her against me, some woman who has nothing to suffer, no cause of complaint, who, for aught you know, cares nothing for you. Is that so? I suppose it is, said Paul. Then you may still be mine. Oh, Paul, come back to me. Will any woman love you as I do, live for you as I do? Think what I have done in coming here, where I have no friend, not a single friend, unless you are a friend. Listen to me. I have told the woman here that I am engaged to marry you. You have told the woman of the house? Certainly I have. Was I not justified? Were you not engaged to me? Am I to have you to visit me here, and to risk her insults, perhaps to be told to take myself off
and to find accommodation elsewhere, because I am too mealy-mouthed to tell the truth as to the cause of my being here? I am here because you have promised to make me your wife, and, as far as I am concerned, I am not ashamed to have the fact advertised in every newspaper in the town. I told her that I was the promised wife of one Paul Montague, who was joined with Mr. Melmotte in managing the new Great American Railway, and that Mr. Paul Montague would be with me this morning. She was too far-seeing to doubt me, but had she doubted, I could have shown her your letters. Now go and tell her that what I have said is false, if you dare. The woman was not there, and it did not seem to be his immediate duty to leave the room in order that he might denounce a lady whom he certainly had ill-used. The position was one which required thought. After a while he took up his hat to go. Do you mean to tell her that my statement is untrue? No. He said, not today. And you will come back to me? Yes, I will come back. I have no friend here, but you.
Paul, remember that. Remember all your promises. Remember all our love, and be a good to me.
Then she let him go without another word. Chapter 27. Mrs. Hurtle goes to the play. On the day after the visit just recorded, Paul Montague received the following letter from Mrs. Hurtle: My dear Paul, I think that perhaps we hardly made ourselves understood to each other yesterday, and I am sure that you do not understand how absolutely my whole life is now at stake. I need only refer you to our journey from San Francisco to London to make you conscious that I really love you. To a woman such love is all important. She cannot throw it from her as a man may do amidst the affairs of the world. Nor, if it has to be thrown from her, can she bear the loss as a man bears it. Her thoughts have dwelt on it with more constancy than his and then too her devotion has separated her from other things. My devotion to you has separated me from everything. But I scorn to come to you as a suppliant. If you choose to say after hearing me that you will put me away from you because you have seen someone fairer than I am, whatever course I may take in my indignation, I shall not throw myself at your feet to tell you of my wrongs. I wish, however, that you should hear me. You say that there is someone you love better than you love me, but that you have not committed yourself to her. Alas, I know too much of the world to be surprised that a man's constancy should not stand out 2 years in the absence of his mistress. A man cannot wrap himself up and keep himself warm with an absent love as a woman does. But I think that some remembrance of the past must come back upon you now that you have seen me again. I think that you must have owned to yourself that you did love me, and that you could love me again. You sin against me to my utter destruction if you leave me. I have given up every friend I have to follow you. As regards the other nameless lady, there can be no fault, for, as you tell me, she knows nothing of your passion. You hinted
that there were other reasons, that we know too little of each other.
You meant no doubt that you knew too little of me. Is it not the case that you were content when you knew only what was to be learned in those days of our sweet intimacy, but that you have been made discontented by stories told you by your partners at San Francisco? If this be so, trouble yourself at any rate to find out the truth before you allow yourself to treat a woman as you propose to treat me. I think you are too good a man to cast aside a woman you have loved, like a soiled glove, because ill-natured words have been spoken of her by men, or perhaps by women, who know nothing of her life. My late husband, Caradoc Hurtle, was Attorney General in the state of Kansas when I married him,
I being then in possession of a considerable fortune left to me by my mother. There his life was infamously bad. He spent what money he could get of mine, and then left me and the state, and took himself to Texas where he drank himself to death. I did not follow him, and in his absence I was divorced from him in accordance with the laws of Kansas State. I then went to San Francisco about property of my mother's, which my husband had fraudulently sold to a countryman of ours now resident in Paris, having forged my name. There I met you, and in that short story I tell you all that there is to be told. It may be that you do not believe me now, but if so, are you not bound to go where you can verify your own doubts or my word? I try to write dispassionately, but I am in truth overborne by passion. I also have heard in California rumors
about myself, and after much delay I received your letter. I resolved to follow you to England as soon as circumstances would permit me. I have been forced to fight a battle about my property, and I have won it. I had 2 reasons for carrying this through by my personal efforts before I saw you. I had begun it and had determined that I could not be beaten by fraud. And I was also determined that I could not plead to you as a pauper. We have talked too freely together in past days of our mutual money matters for me to feel any delicacy in alluding to them. When a man and woman have agreed to be husband and wife there should be no delicacy of that kind. When he came here together we were both embarrassed. We both had some property, but neither of us could enjoy it. Since that I have made my way through my difficulties. From what I have heard at San Francisco I suppose that you have done the same. I at any rate shall be perfectly contented if from this time our affairs can be made one. And now about myself, immediately. I have come here all alone. Since I last saw you in New York I have not had altogether a good time. I have had a great struggle and have been thrown on my own resources and have been all alone. Very cruel things have been said of me. You heard cruel things said, but I presume them to have been said to you with reference to my late husband. Since that they have been said to others with reference to you. I have not now come, as my countrymen do generally, packed with a trunk full of introductions and with scores of friends ready to receive me. It was necessary to me that I should see you and hear my fate, and here I am. I appeal to you to release me in some degree from the misery of my solitude. You know, no one so well, that my nature is social and that I am not given to be melancholy. Let us be cheerful together, as we once were, if it be only for a day. Let me see you as I used to see you, and let me be seen as I used to be seen. Come to me and take me out with you, and let us dine together, and take me to one of your theaters. If you wish it I will promise you not to allude to that revelation you made to me just now. Of course, it is nearer to my heart than any other matter. Perhaps some woman's vanity makes me think that if you would only see me again, and talk to me as you used to talk, you would think of me as you used to think. You need not fear, but you will find me at home. I have no whither to go, and shall hardly stir from the house till you come to me. Send me a line, however, that I may have my hat on if you are minded to do as I ask you. Yours with all my heart, Winifred Hurtle. This letter took her much time to write, though she was very careful so to write as to make it seem that it had flown easily from her pen. She copied it from the first draft, but she copied it rapidly, with 1 or 2 premeditated erasures, so that it should look to have been done hurriedly. There had been much art in it. She had at any rate suppressed any show of anger. In calling him to her she had so written as to make him feel that if he would come he need not fear the claws of an offended lioness, and yet she was angry as a lioness who had lost her cub. She had almost ignored that other lady whose name she had not yet heard. She had spoken of her lover's entanglement with that other lady as a light thing which might easily be put aside. She had said much of her own wrongs, but had not said much of the wickedness of the wrongdoer. Invited as she had invited him, surely he could not but come to her. And then,
her reference to money, not descending to the details of dollars and cents. She had studied how to make him feel that he might marry her without imprudence. As she read it over to herself, she thought that there was a tone through it of natural feminine uncautious eagerness. She put her letter up in an envelope, stuck a stamp on it and addressed it, and then threw herself back in her chair to think of her position. He should marry her, or there should be something done which should make the name of Winifred Hurtle known to the world. She had no plan of revenge yet formed. She would not talk of revenge, she told herself that she would not even think of revenge till she was quite sure that revenge would be necessary. But she did think of it, and could not keep her thoughts from it for a moment. Could it be possible that she, with all her intellectual gifts as well as those of her outward person, should be thrown over by a man whom, well as she loved him, and she did love him with all her heart, she regarded as greatly inferior to herself? He had promised to marry her, and he should marry her, or the world should hear the story of his perjury. Paul Montague felt that he was surrounded by difficulties as soon as he read the letter. That his heart was all the other way he was quite sure, but yet it did seem to him that there was no escape from his troubles open to him. There was not a single word in this woman's letter that he could contradict. He had loved her and had promised to make her his wife, and had determined to break his word to her because he found that she was enveloped in dangerous mystery. He had so resolved before he had ever seen Hetta Carberry, having been made to believe by Roger Carberry that a marriage with an unknown American woman, of whom he only did know that she was handsome and clever, would be a step to ruin. The woman, as Roger said, was an adventurous, might never have had a husband, might at this moment have 2 or 3, might be overwhelmed with debt, might be anything bad, dangerous, and abominable. All that he had heard at San Francisco had substantiated Roger's views. Any scrape is better than that scrape, Roger had said to him. Paul had believed his mentor, and had believed with a double faith as soon as he had seen Hetta Carberry. But what should he do now? It was impossible, after what had passed between them, that he should leave Mrs. Hurtle at her lodgings at Islington without any notice. It was clear enough to him that she would not consent to be so left. Then her present proposal, though it seemed to be absurd and almost comical in the tragical condition of their present circumstances, had in it some immediate comfort. To take her out and give her a dinner, and then go with her to some theatre, would be easy and perhaps pleasant. It would be easier, and certainly much pleasanter, because she had pledged herself to abstain from talking of her grievances. Then he remembered some happy evenings, delicious hours, which he had so passed with her, when they were first together at New York. There could be no better companion for such a festival. She could talk, and she could listen as well as talk. And she could sit silent, conveying to her neighbor the sense of her feminine charms by her simple proximity. He had been very happy when so placed. Had it been possible he would have escaped the danger now, but the reminiscence of past delights in some sort reconciled him to the performance of this perilous duty. But when the evening should be over, how would he part with her? When the pleasant hour should have passed away and he had brought her back to her door, what should he say to her then? He must make some arrangement as to a future meeting. He knew that he was in a great peril, and he did not know how he might best escape it. He could not now go to Roger Carberry for advice, for was not Roger Carberry his rival? It would be for his friend's interest that he should marry the widow. Roger Carberry, as he knew well, was too honest a man to allow himself to be guided in any advice he might give by such a feeling, but, still, on this matter, he could no longer tell everything to Roger Carberry. He could not say all that he would have to say without speaking of Hetta and of his love for Hetta. He could not speak to his rival. He had no other friend in whom he could confide. There was no other human being he could trust, unless it was Hetta herself. He thought for a moment that he would write a stern and true letter to the woman, telling her that as it was impossible that there should ever be marriage between them, he felt himself bound to abstain from her society. But then he remembered her solitude, her picture of herself in London without even an acquaintance except himself, and he convinced himself that it would be impossible that he should leave her without seeing her. So he wrote to her thus: Dear Winifred, I will come for you tomorrow at 5:30. We will dine together at the Thespian and then I will have a box at the Haymarket. The Thespian is a good sort of place, and lots of ladies dine there. You can dine in your bonnet. Yours affectionately, P.M. Some half-formed idea ran through his brain that P.M. was a safer signature than Paul Montague. Then came a long train of thoughts as to the perils of the whole proceeding. She had told him that she had announced herself to the keeper of the lodging-house as engaged to him, and he had in a manner authorized the statement by declining to contradict it at once. And now, after that announcement,
He was assenting to her proposal that they should go out and amuse themselves together. Hitherto she had always seemed to him to be open, candid, and free from intrigue. He had known her to be impulsive, capricious, at times violent, but never deceitful. Perhaps he was unable to read correctly the inner character of a woman whose experience of the world had been much wider than his own. His mind misgave him that it might be so, but still he thought that he knew that she was not treacherous. And yet did not her present acts justify him in thinking that she was carrying on a plot against him? The note, however, was sent, and he prepared for the evening of the play, leaving the dangers of the occasion to adjust themselves. He ordered the dinner and he took the box, and at the hour fixed he was again at her lodgings. The woman of the house with a smile showed him into Mrs. Hurtle's sitting room, and he at once perceived that the smile was intended to welcome him as an accepted lover. It was a smile half of congratulation to the lover, half of congratulation to herself as a woman that another man had been caught by the leg and made fast. Who does not know the smile? What man, who has been caught and made sure, has not felt a certain dissatisfaction at being so treated, understanding that the smile is intended to convey to him a sense of his own captivity? It has, however, generally mattered but little to us. If we have felt that something of ridicule was intended, because we have been regarded as cocks with their spurs cut away, then we also have a pride when we have declared to ourselves that upon the whole we have gained more than we have lost. But with Paul Montague at the present moment there was no satisfaction, no pride, only a feeling of danger which every hour became deeper, and stronger, with less chance of escape. He was almost tempted at this moment to detain the woman, and tell her the truth, and bear the immediate consequences. But there would be treason in doing so, and he would not, could not do it. He was left hardly a moment to think of this. Almost before the woman had shut the door, Mrs. Hurtle came to him out of her bedroom, with her hat on her head. Nothing could be more simple than her dress, and nothing prettier. It was now June, and the weather was warm, and the lady wore a light gauzy black dress, there is a fabric which the milliners I think call grenadine, coming close up round her throat. It was very pretty, and she was prettier even than her dress. And she had on a hat, black also, small and simple, but very pretty. There are times at which a man going to a theatre with a lady wishes her to be bright in her apparel, almost gorgeous, in which he will hardly be contented unless her cloak be scarlet, and her dress white, and her gloves of some bright hue, unless she wear roses or jewels in her hair. It is thus our girls go to the theatre now, when they go intending that all the world shall know who they are. But there are times again in which a man would prefer that his companion should be very quiet in her dress, but still pretty, in which he would choose that she should dress herself for him only. All this Mrs. Hurtle had understood accurately, and Paul Montague, who understood nothing of it, was gratified. "You told me to have a hat, and here I am, hat and all." She gave him her hand, and laughed, and looked pleasantly at him, as though there was no cause of unhappiness between them. The lodging-house woman saw them enter the cab, and muttered some little word as they went off. Paul did not hear the word, but was sure that it bore some indistinct reference to his expected marriage. Neither during the drive, nor at the dinner, nor during the performance at the theatre, did she say a word in allusion to her engagement. It was with them, as in former days it had been at New York. She whispered pleasant words to him, touching his arm now and again with her finger as she spoke, seeming ever better inclined to listen than to speak. Now and again she referred, after some slightest fashion, to little circumstances that had occurred between them, to some joke, some hour of tedium, some moment of delight, but it was done as one man might do it to another, if any man could have done it so pleasantly. There was a scent which he had once approved, and now she bore it on her handkerchief. There was a ring which he had once given her, and she wore it on the finger with which he touched his sleeve. With his own hands he had once adjusted her curls, and each curl was as he had placed it. She had a way of shaking her head, that was very pretty, a way that might, one would think, have been dangerous at her age, as likely to betray those first grey hairs which will come to disturb the last days of youth. He had once told her in sport to be more careful. She now shook her head again, and, as he smiled, she told him that she could still dare to be careless. There are 1,000 little silly softnesses which are pretty and endearing between acknowledged lovers, with which no woman would like to dispense, to which even men who are in love submit sometimes with delight, but which in other circumstances would be vulgar, and to the woman distasteful. There are closenesses and sweet approaches, smiles and nods and pleasant winkings, whispers, innuendos and hints, little mutual admirations and assurances that there are things known to those two happy ones of which the world beyond is altogether ignorant. Much of this comes of nature, but something of it sometimes comes by art. Of such art as there may be in it, Mrs. Hurtle was a perfect master. No allusion was made to their engagement, not an unpleasant word was spoken, but the art was practiced with all its pleasant adjuncts. Paul was flattered to the top of his bent, and, though the sword was hanging over his head, though he knew that the sword must fall, must partly fall that very night, still he enjoyed it. There are men who, their natures, do not like women, even though they may have wives and legions of daughters, and be surrounded by things feminine in all the affairs of their lives. Others again have their strongest affinities and sympathies with women, and are rarely altogether happy when removed from their influence. Paul Montague was of the latter sort. At this time he was thoroughly in love with Hetty Carberry, and was not in love with Mrs. Hurtle. He would have given much of his golden prospects in the American Railway to have had Mrs. Hurtle reconveyed suddenly to San Francisco. And yet he had a delight in her presence. "The acting isn't very good," he said when the piece was nearly over. "What does it signify? What we enjoy or what we suffer depends upon the humor. The acting is not first-rate, but I have listened and laughed and cried, because I have been happy." He was bound to tell her that he also had enjoyed the evening, and was bound to say it in no voice of hypocritical constraint. "It has been very jolly," he said, "and one has so little that is really jolly, as you call it. I wonder whether any girl ever did sit and cry like that because her lover talked to another woman. What I find fault with is that the writers and actors are so ignorant of men and women as we see them every day. It's all right that she should cry, but she wouldn't cry either." The position described was so nearly her own, that he could say nothing to this. She had so spoken on purpose, fighting her own battle after her own fashion, knowing well that her words would confuse him. A woman hides such tears. She may be found crying because she is unable to hide them, but she does not willingly let the other woman see them. Does she? I suppose not. Medea did not weep when she was introduced to Creusa. "Women are not all Medeas," he replied. "There's a dash of a savage princess about most of them. I am quite ready if you like. I never want to see the curtain fall. And I have had no nosegay brought in a wheelbarrow to throw onto the stage. Are you going to see me home?" "Certainly. You need not. I'm not a bit afraid of a London cab by myself." But of course he accompanied her to Islington. He owed her at any rate as much as that. She continued to talk during the whole journey. What a wonderful place London was, so immense, but so dirty. New York of course was not so big, but was, she thought, pleasanter. But Paris was the gem of gems among towns. She did not like Frenchmen, and she liked Englishmen even better than Americans, but she fancied that she could never like English women. "I do so hate all kinds of buckram. I like good conduct, and law, and religion too if it be not forced down one's throat, but I hate what your women call propriety. I suppose what we have been doing tonight is very improper, but I am quite sure that it has not been in the least wicked." "I don't think it has," said Paul Montague very tamely. It is a long way from the Haymarket to Islington, but at last the cab reached the lodging-house door. "Yes, this is it," she said. "Even about the houses there is an air of stiff-necked propriety which frightens me." She was getting out as she spoke, and he had already knocked at the door. "Come in for one moment," she said as he paid the cabman. The woman the while was standing with the door in her hand. It was near midnight, but, when people are engaged, hours do not matter. The woman of the house, who was respectability herself, a nice kind widow, with 5 children, named Pipkin, understood that and smiled again as he followed the lady into the sitting-room. She had already taken off her hat and was flinging it onto the sofa as he entered. "Shut the door for one moment," she said, and he shut it. Then she threw herself into his arms, not kissing him but looking up into his face. "Oh Paul," she exclaimed, "my darling. Oh Paul, my love. I will not bear to be separated from you. No, no, never. I swear it, and you may believe me. There is nothing I cannot do for love of you, but to lose you." Then she pushed him from her and looked away from him, clasping her hands together. "But Paul, I mean to keep my pledge to you tonight. It was to be an island in our troubles, a little holiday in our hard school time, and I will not destroy it at its close. You will see me again soon, will you not?" He nodded assent, then took her in his arms and kissed her, and left her without a word. Chapter 28. Dolly Longestaff goes into the city. It has been told how the gambling at the Bear Garden went on one Sunday night. On the following Monday Sir Felix did not go to the club. He had watched Miles Grendel at play, and was sure that on more than 1 or 2 occasions the man had cheated. Sir Felix did not quite know what in such circumstances it would be best for him to do. Reprobate as he was himself, this work of villainy was new to him and seemed to be very terrible. What steps ought he to take? He was quite sure of his facts, and yet he feared that Nidderdale and Grassland Longestaff would not believe him. He would have told Montague, but Montague had, he thought, hardly enough authority at the club to be of any use to him. On the Tuesday again he did not go to the club. He felt severely the loss of the excitement to which he had been accustomed, but the thing was too important to him to be slurred over. He did not dare to sit down and play with the man who had cheated him without saying anything about it. On the Wednesday afternoon life was becoming unbearable to him, and he sauntered into the building at about 5 in the afternoon. There, as a matter of course, he found Dolly Longestaff drinking sherry and bitters. "Where the blessed angels have you been?" said Dolly. Dolly was at that moment alert with a sense of a duty performed. He had just called on his sister and written a sharp letter to his father, and felt himself to be almost a man of business. "I've had fish of my own to fry," said Felix, who had passed the last 2 days in unendurable idleness. Then he referred again to the money which Dolly owed him, not making any complaint, not indeed asking for immediate payment, but explaining with an air of importance that if a commercial arrangement could be made, it might, at this moment, be very serviceable to him. "I'm particularly anxious to take up those shares," said Felix. "Of course you ought to have your money. I don't say that at all, old fellow. I know very well that you're all right. You're not like that fellow, Miles Grendel." "Well, no. Poor Miles has got nothing to bless himself with. I suppose I could get it, and so I ought to pay." "That's no excuse for Grendel," said Sir Felix, shaking his head. "A chap can't pay if he hasn't got it, Carberry. A chap ought to pay, of course. I've had a letter from our lawyer within the last half hour. Here it is." And Dolly pulled a letter out of his pocket which he had opened and read indeed the last hour, but which had been duly delivered at his lodgings early in the morning. "My governor wants to sell Pickering, and Melmotte wants to buy the place. My governor can't sell without me, and I've asked for half the plunder. I know what's what. My interest in the property is greater than his. It isn't much of a place, and they are talking of £50,000, over and above the debt upon it. £25,000 would pay off what I owe on my own property, and make me very square. From what this fellow says I suppose they're going to give in to my terms. By George, that'll be a grand thing for you, Dolly." "Oh yes. Of course I want it. But I don't like the place going. I'm not much of a fellow, I know. I'm awfully lazy and can't get myself to go in for things as I ought to do, but I've a sort of feeling that I don't like the family property going to pieces. A fellow oughtn't to let his family property go to pieces. You never lived at Pickering, no semicolon, and I don't know that it is any good. It gives us 3% on the money it's worth, while the governor is paying 6%, and I'm paying 25 for the money we've borrowed. I know more about it than you'd think. It ought to be sold, and now I suppose it will be sold. Old Melmotte knows all about it, and if you like I'll go with you to the city tomorrow and make it straight about what I owe you. He'll advance me £1,000, and then you can get the shares. Are you going to dine here?" Sir Felix said that he would dine at the club, but declared, with considerable mystery in his manner, that he could not stay and play whist afterwards. He acceded willingly to Dolly's plans of visiting Abchurch Lane on the following day, but had some difficulty in inducing his friend to consent to fix on an hour early enough for city purposes. Dolly suggested that they should meet at the club at 4 p.m. Sir Felix had named noon, and promised to call at Dolly's lodgings. They split the difference at last and agreed to start at 2. They then dined together, Miles Grendel dining alone at the next table to them. Dolly and Grendel spoke to each other frequently, but in that conversation the young baronet would not join. Nor did Grendel ever address himself to Sir Felix. "Is there anything up between you and Miles?" said Dolly, when they had adjourned to the smoking room. "I can't bear him. There never was any love between you two, I know. But you used to speak, and you've played with him all through." "Played with him? I should think I have. Though he did get such a haul last Sunday he owes me more than you do now. Is that the reason you haven't played the last 2 nights?" Sir Felix paused a moment. "No semicolon, that is not the reason. I'll tell you all about it in the cab tomorrow." Then he left the club, declaring that he would go up to Grosvenor Square and see Marie Melmotte. He did go up to the square, and when he came to the house he would not go in. What was the good? He could do nothing further till he got old Melmotte's consent, and in no way could he so probably do that as by showing that he had got money wherewith to buy shares in the railway. What he did with himself during the remainder of the evening the reader need not know, but on his return home at some comparatively early hour, he found this note from Marie: "Wednesday afternoon, dearest Felix. Why don't we see you? Mamma would say nothing if you came. Papa is never in the drawing room. Miss Longestaff is here of course. and people always come in the evening. We are just going to dine out at the Duchess of Stevenage's. Papa, and Mama, and I. Mama told me that Lord Nidderdale is to be there, but you need not be a bit afraid. I don't like Lord Nidderdale, and I will never take anyone but the man I love. You know who that is. Miss Longestaff is so angry because she can't go with us. What do you think of her telling me that she did not understand being left alone? We are to go afterwards to a musical party at Lady Gamut's. Miss Longestaff is going with us, but she says she hates music. She is such a set-up thing. I wonder why Papa has her here. We don't go anywhere tomorrow evening, so pray come. And why haven't you written me something and sent it to Didon? She won't betray us. And if she did, what matters? I mean to be true. If Papa were to beat me into a mummy, I'd stick to you. He told me once to take Lord Nidderdale, and then he told me to refuse him. And now he wants me to take him again. But I won't. I'll take no one but my own darling, yours forever and ever, Marie. Now that the young lady had begun to have an interest of her own in life, she was determined to make the most of it. All this was delightful to her. To Sir Felix it was simply a bother. Sir Felix was quite willing to marry the girl tomorrow, on condition of course that the money was properly arranged, but he was not willing to go through much work in the way of lovemaking with Marie Melmotte. In such business he preferred Ruby Ruggles as a companion. On the following day Felix was with his friend at the appointed time, and was only kept an hour waiting while Dolly ate his breakfast and struggled into his coat and boots. On their way to the city Felix told his dreadful story about Miles Grendel. "By George," said Dolly. "And you think you saw him do it? It's not thinking at all. I'm sure I saw him do it 3 times. I believe he always had an ace somewhere about him." Dolly sat quite silent thinking of it. "What had I better do?" asked Sir Felix. "By George, I don't know. What should you do?" "Nothing at all. I shouldn't believe my own eyes. Or if I did, should take care not to look at him." "You wouldn't go on playing with him?" "Yes, I should. It'd be such a bore breaking up." "But Dolly, if you think of it, that's all very fine, my dear fellow, but I shouldn't think of it, and you won't give me your advice." "Well, no, I think I'd rather not. I wish you hadn't told me. Why did you pick me out to tell me? Why didn't you tell Nidderdale?" "He might have said, why didn't you tell Longestaff?" "No, he wouldn't. Nobody would suppose that anybody would pick me out for this kind of thing. If I'd known that you were going to tell me such a story as this, I wouldn't have come with you." "That's nonsense, Dolly." "Very well. I can't bear these kind of things. I feel all in a twitter already." "You mean to go on playing just the same?" "Of course I do. If he won anything very heavy I should begin to think about it, I suppose." "Oh, this is Abchurch Lane, is it? Now for the man of money." The man of money received them much more graciously than Felix had expected. Of course nothing was said about Marie and no further allusion was made to the painful subject of the baronet's property. Both Dolly and Sir Felix were astonished by the quick way in which the great financier understood their views and the readiness with which he undertook to comply with them. No disagreeable questions were asked as to the nature of the debt between the young men. Dolly was called upon to sign a couple of documents, and Sir Felix to sign one, and then they were assured that the thing was done. Mr. Adolphus Longestaff had paid Sir Felix Carberry £1,000, and Sir Felix Carberry's commission had been accepted by Mr. Melmotte for the purchase of railway stock to that amount. Sir Felix attempted to say a word. He endeavored to explain that his object in this commercial transaction was to make money immediately by reselling the shares, and to go on continually making money by buying at a low price and selling at a high price. He no doubt did believe that, being a director, if he could once raise the means of beginning this game, he could go on with it for an unlimited period, buy and sell, so that he would have an almost regular income. This, as far as he could understand, was what Paul Montague was allowed to do, simply because he had become a director with a little money. Mr. Melmotte was cordiality itself, but he could not be got to go into particulars. It was all right. "You will wish to sell again?" Of course, of course. I'll watch the market for you." When the young men left the room, all they knew, or thought that they knew, was that Dolly Longestaff had authorized Melmotte to pay £1,000 on his behalf to Sir Felix, and that Sir Felix had instructed the same great man to buy shares with the amount. "But why didn't he give you the scrip?" said Dolly on his way westwards. "I suppose it's all right with him," said Sir Felix. "Oh yes, it's all right. Thousands of pounds to him are only like half-crowns to us fellows. I should say it's all right. All the same, he's the biggest rogue out, you know." Sir Felix already began to be unhappy about his £1,000. Chapter 29 Miss Melmotte's Courage. Lady Carberry continued to ask frequent questions as to the prosecution of her son's suit, and Sir Felix began to think that he was persecuted. "I have spoken to her father," he said crossly. "And what did Mr. Melmotte say? What should he say? He wanted to know what income I had got. After all, he's an old screw. Did he forbid you to come there any more? Now, Mother, it's no use your cross-examining me. If you'll let me alone, I'll do the best I can. She has accepted you, herself? Of course she has. I told you that at Carberry. Then, Felix, if I were you, I'd run off with her. I would indeed. It's done every day, and nobody thinks any harm of it when you marry the girl. You could do it now because I know you've got money. From all I can hear, she's just the sort of girl that would go with you." The son sat silent, listening to these maternal counsels. He did believe that Marie would go off with him, he to propose the scheme to her. Her own father had almost alluded to such a proceeding, had certainly hinted that it was feasible, but at the same time had very clearly stated that in such case the ardent lover would have to content himself with the lady alone. In any such event as that there would be no fortune. But then, might not that only be a threat? Rich fathers generally do forgive their daughters, and a rich father with only one child would surely forgive her when she returned to him, as she would do in this instance, graced with a title. Sir Felix thought of all this as he sat there silent. His mother read his thoughts as she continued. "Of course, Felix, there must be some risk. Fancy what it would be to be thrown over at last," he exclaimed. "I couldn't bear it. I think I should kill her." "Oh no, Felix, you wouldn't do that. But when I say there would be some risk, I mean that there would be very little. There would be nothing in it that ought to make him really angry. He has nobody else to give his money to, and it would be much nicer to have his daughter, Lady Carberry, with him, than to be left all alone in the world. I couldn't live with him, you know. I couldn't do it. You needn't live with him, Felix. Of course she would visit her parents. When the money was once settled, you need see as little of them as you pleased. Pray do not allow trifles to interfere with you. If this should not succeed, what are you to do? We shall all starve unless something be done. If I were you, Felix, I would take her away at once. They say she is of age. I shouldn't know where to take her," said Sir Felix, almost stunned into thoughtfulness by the magnitude of the proposition made to him. "All that about Scotland is done with now. Of course you would marry her at once." "I suppose so, unless it were better to stay as we were, till the money was settled." "Oh no, no. Everybody would be against you. If you take her off in a spirited sort of way and then marry her, everybody will be with you. That's what you want. The father and mother will be sure to come round. If the mother is nothing, he will come round if people speak up in your favor. I could get Mr. Alf and Mr. Brown to help. I'd try it, Felix, indeed I would. 10,000 a year is not to be had every year." Sir Felix gave no assent to his mother's views. He felt no desire to relieve her anxiety by an assurance of activity in the matter. But the prospect was so grand that it had excited even him. He had money sufficient for carrying out the scheme, and if he delayed the matter now, it might well be that he would never again find himself so circumstanced. He thought that he would ask somebody whether he ought to take her, and what he ought to do with her and that he would then make the proposition to herself. Miles Grendel would be the man to tell him, because, with all his faults, Miles did understand things. But he could not ask Miles. He and Nidderdale were good friends, but Nidderdale wanted the girl for himself. Brasler would be sure to tell Nidderdale. Dolly would be altogether useless. He thought that, perhaps, Herr Vossner would be the man to help him. There would be no difficulty out of which Herr Vossner would not extricate a fellow, if the fellow paid him. On Thursday evening he went to Grosvenor Square, as desired by Marie, but unfortunately found Melmotte in the drawing-room. Lord Nidderdale was there also, and his lordship's old father, the Marquis of Aldreichy, whom Felix, when he entered the room, did not know. He was a fierce-looking, gouty old man, with watery eyes, and very stiff grey hair, almost white. He was standing up supporting himself on 2 sticks when Sir Felix entered the room. There were also present Madame Melmotte, Miss Longestaff, and Marie. As Felix had entered the hall, one huge footman had said that the ladies were not at home. Then there had been for a moment a whispering behind a door, in which he afterwards conceived that Madame Didon had taken a part, and upon that a second tall footman had contradicted the first and had ushered him up to the drawing-room. He felt considerably embarrassed, but shook hands with the ladies, bowed to Melmotte, who seemed to take no notice of him, and nodded to Lord Nidderdale. He had not had time to place himself, when the Marquis arranged things. "Suppose we go downstairs," said the Marquis. "Certainly, my lord." said Melmotte. "I'll show your lordship the way." The Marquis did not speak to his son, but poked at him with his stick, as though poking him out of the door. So instigated, Nidderdale followed the financier, and the gouty old Marquis toddled after them. Madame Melmotte was beside herself with trepidation. "You should not have been made to come up at all," she said. "Il faut que vous retiriez." "I am very sorry," said Sir Felix, looking quite aghast. "I think that I had at any rate better retire," said Miss Longestaff, raising herself to her full height and stalking out of the room. "Quellist Mecanty," said Madame Melmotte. "Oh, she is so bad. Sir Felix, you had better go too." "Yes, indeed." "No," said Marie, running to him, and taking hold of his arm. "Why should he go?" "I want Papa to know." "Il vous dira," said Madame Melmotte. "My God, yes, then he shall," said Marie, clinging to her lover. "I will never marry Lord Nidderdale. If he were to cut me into bits I wouldn't do it." "Felix, you love me, do you not?" "Certainly," said Sir Felix, slipping his arm round her waist. "Mamma," said Marie, "I will never have any other man but him never, never, never." "Oh, Felix, tell her that you love me, you know that, don't you, Ma'am?" Sir Felix was a little troubled in his mind as to what he should say, or what he should do. "Oh, love. It is a beastliness," said Madame Melmotte. "Sir Felix, you had better go." "Yes, indeed." "Will you be so obliging?" "Don't go," said Marie. "No, Mamma, he shan't go. What has he to be afraid of? I will walk down among them into Papa's room, and say that I will never marry that man, and that this is my lover. Felix, will you come?" Sir Felix did not quite like the proposition. There had been a savage ferocity in that Marquis's eye, and there was habitually a heavy sternness about Melmotte, which together made him resist the invitation. "I don't think I have a right to do that," he said, "because it is Mr. Melmotte's own house." "I wouldn't mind," said Marie. "I told Papa today that I wouldn't marry Lord Nidderdale. Was he angry with you?" "He laughed at me. He manages people till he thinks that everybody must do exactly what he tells them. He may kill me, but I will not do it. I have quite made up my mind. Felix, if you will be true to me, nothing shall separate us. I will not be ashamed to tell everybody that I love you." Madame Melmotte had now thrown herself into a chair and was sighing. Sir Felix stood on the rug with his arm round Marie's waist listening to her protestations, but saying little in answer to them, when, suddenly, a heavy step was heard ascending the stairs. "Cursed Louis!" screamed Madame Melmotte, bustling up from her seat and hurrying out of the room by a side door. The two lovers were alone for one moment, during which Marie lifted up her face, and Sir Felix kissed her lips. "Now be brave," she said, escaping from his arm, "and I'll be brave." Mr. Melmotte looked round the room as he entered. "Where are the others?" he asked. "Mamma has gone away, and Miss Longestaff went before Mamma." "Sir Felix, it is well that I should tell you that my daughter is engaged to marry Lord Nidderdale." "Sir Felix, I am not engaged to marry Lord Nidderdale," said Marie. "It's no good, Papa. I won't do it. If you chop me to pieces, I won't do it." "She will marry Lord Nidderdale," continued Mr. Melmotte, addressing himself to Sir Felix. "As that is arranged, you will perhaps think it better to leave us. I shall be happy to renew my acquaintance with you as soon as the fact is recognized, or happy to see you in the city at any time." "Papa, he is my lover," said Marie. "Pooh, it is not pooh. He is. I will never have any other. I hate Lord Nidderdale, and as for that dreadful old man, I could not bear to look at him. Sir Felix is as good a gentleman as he is. If you loved me, Papa, you would not want to make me unhappy all my life." Her father walked up to her rapidly with his hand raised, and she clung only the closer to her lover's arm. At this moment Sir Felix did not know what he might best do, but he thoroughly wished himself out in the square. "Jade," said Melmotte, "get to your room." "Of course I will go to bed, if you tell me, Papa, I do tell you." "How dare you take hold of him in that way before me? Have you no idea of disgrace?" "I am not disgraced. It is not more disgraceful to love him than that other man." "Oh, Papa, don't. You hurt me. I am going." He took her by the arm and dragged her to the door, and then thrust her out. "I am very sorry, Mr. Melmotte," said Sir Felix, "to have had a hand in causing this disturbance. Go away, and don't come back any more, that's all. You can't both marry her. All you have got to understand is this. I'm not the man to give my daughter a single shilling if she marries against my consent. By the God that hears me, Sir Felix, she shall not have 1 shilling. But look you, if you'll give this up, I shall be proud to cooperate with you in anything you may wish to have done in the city." After this Sir Felix left the room, went down the stairs, had the door opened for him, and was ushered into the square. But as he went through the hall, a woman managed to shove a note into his hand, which he read as soon as he found himself under a gas lamp. It was dated that morning, and had therefore no reference to the fray which had just taken place. It ran as follows: "I hope you will come tonight. There is something I cannot tell you then, but you ought to know it. When we were in France, Papa thought it wise to settle a lot of money on me. I don't know how much, but I suppose it was enough to live on if other things went wrong. He never talked to me about it, but I know it was done. And it hasn't been undone, and can't be without my leave. He is very angry about you this morning, for I told him I would never give you up. He says he won't give me anything if I marry without his leave. But I am sure he cannot take it away. I tell you, because I think I ought to tell you everything, M." Sir Felix, as he read this, could not but think that he had become engaged to a very enterprising young lady. It was evident that she did not care to what extent she braved her father on behalf of her lover, and now she coolly proposed to rob him. But Sir Felix saw no reason why he should not take advantage of the money made over to the girl's name, if he could lay his bands on it. He did not know much of such transactions, but he knew more than Marie Melmotte, and could understand that a man in Melmotte's position should want to secure a portion of his fortune against accidents, by settling it on his daughter. Whether, having so settled it, he could again resume it without the daughter's assent, Sir Felix did not know. Marie, who had no doubt been regarded as an absolutely passive instrument when the thing was done, was now quite alive to the benefit which she might possibly derive from it. Her proposition, put into plain English, amounted to this: take me and marry me without my father's consent, and then you and I together can rob my father of the money which, for his own purposes, he has settled upon me. He had looked upon the lady of his choice as a poor weak thing, without any special character of her own, who was made worthy of consideration only by the fact that she was a rich man's daughter, but now she began to loom before his eyes as something bigger than that. She had had a will of her own when the mother had none. She had not been afraid of her brutal father when he, Sir Felix, had trembled before him. She had offered to be beaten, and killed, and chopped to pieces on behalf of her lover. There could be no doubt about her running away if she were asked. It seemed to him that within the last month he had gained a great deal of experience, and that things which heretofore had been troublesome to him, or difficult, or perhaps impossible, were now coming easily within his reach. He had won £2,000 or £3,000 at cards, whereas invariable loss had been the result of the small play in which he had before indulged. He had been set to marry this heiress, having at first no great liking for the attempt, because of its difficulties and the small amount of hope which it offered him. The girl was already willing and anxious to jump into his arms. Then he had detected a man cheating at cards, an extent of iniquity that was awful to him before he had seen it, and was already beginning to think that there was not very much in that. If there was not much in it, if such a man as Miles Grendel could cheat at cards and be brought to no punishment, why should not he try it? It was a rapid way of winning, no doubt. He remembered that on 1 or 2 occasions he had asked his adversary to cut the cards a second time at whist, because he had observed that there was no honor at the bottom. No feeling of honesty had interfered with him. The little trick had hardly been premeditated, but when successful without detection had not troubled his conscience. Now it seemed to him that much more than that might be done without detection. But nothing had opened his eyes to the ways of the world so widely as the sweet lover-like proposition made by Miss Melmotte for robbing her father. It certainly recommended the girl to him. She had been able at an early age, amidst the circumstances of a very secluded life, to throw off from her altogether those scruples of honesty, those bugbears of the world, which are apartment to prevent great enterprises in the minds of men. What should he do next? This sum of money of which Marie wrote so easily was probably large. It would not have been worth the while of such a man as Mr. Melmotte to make a trifling provision of this nature. It could hardly be less than £50,000, might probably be very much more. But this was certain to him, that if he and Marie were to claim this money as man and wife, there could then be no hope of further liberality. It was not probable that such a man as Mr. Melmotte would forgive even an only child such an offence as that. Even if it were obtained, £50,000 would not be very much. And Melmotte might probably have means, even if the robbery were duly perpetrated, of making the possession of the money very uncomfortable. These were deep waters into which Sir Felix was preparing to plunge, and he did not feel himself to be altogether comfortable, although he liked the deep waters. Chapter 30 Mr. Melmotte's Promise. On the following Saturday there appeared in Mr. Alf's paper, The Evening Pulpit, a very remarkable article on the South Central Pacific and Mexican Railway. It was an article that attracted a great deal of attention and was therefore remarkable. But it was in nothing more remarkable than in this comma that it left on the mind of its reader no impression of any decided opinion about the railway. The editor would at any future time be able to refer to his article with equal pride whether the railway should become a great cosmopolitan fact, or whether it should collapse amidst the foul struggles of a horde of swindlers. In Neutrum Paratus, the article was mysterious, suggestive, amusing, well-informed, that in the Evening Pulpit was a matter of course, and, above all things, ironical. Next to its omniscience, its irony was the strongest weapon belonging to the Evening Pulpit. There was a little praise given, no doubt in irony, to the duchesses who served Mr. Melmotte. There was a little praise, given of course in irony, to Mr. Melmotte's Board of English Directors. There was a good deal of praise, but still alloyed by a dash of irony, bestowed on the idea of civilizing Mexico by joining it to California. Praise was bestowed upon England for taking up the matter, but accompanied by some ironical touches at her incapacity to believe thoroughly in any enterprise not originated by herself. Then there was something said of the universality of Mr. Melmotte's commercial genius, but whether said in a spirit prophetic of ultimate failure and disgrace, or of heaven-born success and unequaled commercial splendor, no one could tell. It was generally said at the clubs that Mr. Ralph had written this article himself. Old Splinter, who was one of a body of men possessing an excellent cellar of wine and calling themselves Paid Pallados, and who had written for the heavy quarterlies any time this last 40 years, professed that he saw through the article. The Evening Pulpit had been, he explained, desirous of going as far as it could in denouncing Mr. Melmotte without incurring the danger of an action for libel. Mr. Splinter thought that the thing was clever but mean. These new publications generally were mean. Mr. Splinter was constant in that opinion, but, putting the meanness aside, he thought that the article was well done. According to his view it was intended to expose Mr. Melmotte and the railway. But the Paid Pallados generally did not agree with him. Under such an interpretation, what had been the meaning of that paragraph in which the writer had declared that the work of joining one ocean to another was worthy of the nearest approach to divinity that had been granted to men? Old Splinter chuckled and gabbled as he heard this, and declared that there was not wit enough left now even among the Paid Pallados to understand a shaft of irony. There could be no doubt, however, at the time, that the world did not go with Old Splinter, and that the article served to enhance the value of shares in the great railway enterprise. Lady Carberry was sure that the article was intended to write up the railway, and took great joy in it. She entertained in her brain a somewhat confused notion that if she could only bestir herself in the right direction and could induce her son to open his eyes to his own advantage, very great things might be achieved, so that wealth might become his handmaid and luxury the habit and the right of his life. He was the beloved and the accepted suitor of Marie Melmotte. He was the director of this great company, sitting at the same board with a great commercial hero. He was the handsomest young man in London. And he was a baronet. Very wild ideas occurred to her. Should she take Mr. Alf into her entire confidence? If Melmotte and Alf could be brought together, what might they not do? Alf could write up Melmotte, and Melmotte could shower shares upon Alf. And if Melmotte would come and be smiled upon by herself, be flattered as she thought that she could flatter him, they're told that he was a god, and have that passage about the divinity of joining ocean to ocean construed to him as she could construe it, would not the great man become plastic under her hands? And if, while this was a doing, Felix would run away with Marie, could not forgiveness be made easy? And her creative mind ranged still farther. Mr. Brown might help, and even Mr. Booker. To such a one as Melmotte, a man doing great things through the force of the confidence placed in him by the world at large, the freely spoken support of the press would be everything. Who would not buy shares in a railway as to which Mr. Brown and Mr. Ralph would combine in saying that it was managed by a divinity? Her thoughts were rather hazy, but from day to day she worked hard to make them clear to herself. On the Sunday afternoon Mr. Booker called on her and talked to her about the article. She did not say much to Mr. Booker as to her own connection with Mr. Melmotte, telling herself that prudence was essential in the present emergency. But she listened with all her ears. It was Mr. Booker's idea that the man was going to make a spoon or spoil a horn. "You think him honest, don't you?" asked Lady Carberry. Mr. Booker smiled and hesitated. "Of course, I mean honest as men can be in such very large transactions." "Perhaps that is the best way of putting it," said Mr. Booker. "If a thing can be made great and beneficent, a boon to humanity, simply by creating a belief in it, does not a man become a benefactor to his race by creating that belief, at the expense of veracity?" suggested Mr. Booker. "At the expense of anything?" rejoined Lady Carberry with energy. "One cannot measure such men by the ordinary rule. You would do evil to produce good? Asked Mr. Booker. I do not call it doing evil. You have to destroy 1,000 living creatures every time you drink a glass of water, but you do not think of that when you are athirst. You cannot send a ship to sea without endangering lives. You do send ships to sea though men perish yearly. You tell me this man may perhaps ruin hundreds, but then again he may create a new world in which millions will be rich and happy. You are an excellent casuist, Lady Carberry. I am an enthusiastic lover of beneficent audacity, said Lady Carberry, picking her words slowly, and showing herself to be quite satisfied with herself as she picked them. Did I hold your place, Mr. Booker, in the literature of my country? I hold no place, Lady Carberry. Yes, and a very distinguished place. Were I circumstanced as you are, I should have no hesitation in lending the whole weight of my periodical, let it be what it might, to the assistance of so great a man and so great an object as this. I should be dismissed tomorrow, said Mr. Booker, getting up and laughing as he took his departure. Lady Carberry felt that, as regarded Mr. Booker, she had only thrown out a chance word that could not do any harm. She had not expected to effect much through Mr. Booker's instrumentality. On the Tuesday evening, her regular Tuesday as she called it, all her 3 editors came to her drawing room. But there came also a greater man than either of them. She had taken the bull by the horns, and without saying anything to anybody had written to Mr. Melmotte himself, asking him to honor her poor house with his presence. She had written a very pretty note to him, reminding him of their meeting at Caversham, telling him that on a former occasion Madame Melmotte and his daughter had been so kind as to come to her, and giving him to understand that of all the potentates now on earth he was the one to whom she could bow the knee with the purest satisfaction. He wrote back, or Miles Grendel did for him, a very plain note, accepting the honor of Lady Carberry's invitation. The great man came, and Lady Carberry took him under her immediate wing with a grace that was all her own. She said a word about their dear friends at Caversham, expressed her sorrow that her son's engagements did not admit of his being there, and then with the utmost audacity rushed off to the article in the pulpit. Her friend, Mr. Alf, the editor, had thoroughly appreciated the greatness of Mr. Melmotte's character, and the magnificence of Mr. Melmotte's undertakings. Mr. Melmotte bowed and muttered something that was inaudible. Now I must introduce you to Mr. Alf, said the lady. The introduction was effected, and Mr. Alf explained that it was hardly necessary, as he had already been entertained as one of Mr. Melmotte's guests. There were a great many that I never saw, and probably never shall see, said Mr. Melmotte. I was one of the unfortunates, said Mr. Alf. I'm sorry you were unfortunate. If you had come into the whist room you would have found me, if I had but known, said Mr. Alf. The editor, as was proper, carried about with him samples of the irony which his paper used so effectively, but it was altogether thrown away upon Melmotte. Lady Carberry, finding that no immediate good results could be expected from this last introduction, tried another. Mr. Melmotte, she said, whispering to him, I do so want to make you known to Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, I know you have never met before. A morning paper is a much heavier burden to an editor than one published in the afternoon. Mr. Brown, as of course you know, manages the breakfast table. There is hardly a more influential man in London than Mr. Brown. And they declare, you know, she said, lowering the tone of her whisper as she communicated the fact, that his commercial articles are gospel, absolutely gospel. Then the 2 men were named to each other, and Lady Carberry retreated but not out of hearing. Getting very hot, said Mr. Melmotte. Very hot indeed, said Mr. Brown. It was over 70 in the city today. I call that very hot for June. Very hot indeed, said Mr. Brown again. Then the conversation was over. Mr. Brown sidled away, and Mr. Melmotte was left standing in the middle of the room. Lady Carberry told herself at the moment that Rome was not built in a day. She would have been better satisfied certainly if she could have laid a few more bricks on this day. Perseverance, however, was the thing wanted, but Mr. Melmotte himself had a word to say, and before he left the house he said it. It was very good of you to ask me, Lady Carberry, very good. Lady Carberry intimated her opinion that the goodness was all on the other side. And I came, continued Mr. Melmotte, because I had something particular to say. Otherwise I don't go out much to evening parties. Your son has proposed to my daughter? Lady Carberry looked up into his face with all her eyes, clasped both her hands together, and then, having unclasped them, put one upon his sleeve. My daughter, ma'am, is engaged to another man. You would not enslave her affections, Mr. Melmotte? I won't give her a shilling if she marries anyone else, that's all. You reminded me down at Caversham that your son is a director at our board. I did, I did. I have a great respect for your son, Mom. I don't want to hurt him in any way. If he'll signify to my daughter that he withdraws from this offer of his, because I'm against it, I'll see that he does uncommon well in the city. I'll be the making of him. Good night, Mom." Then Mr. Melmotte took his departure without another word. Here at any rate was an undertaking on the part of the great man that he would be the making of Felix, if Felix would only obey him, accompanied, or rather preceded, by a most positive assurance that if Felix were to succeed in marrying his daughter he would not give his son-in-law a shilling. There was very much to be considered in this. She did not doubt that Felix might be made by Mr. Melmotte's city influences, but then any perpetuity of such making must depend on qualifications in her son which she feared that he did not possess. The wife without the money would be terrible. That would be absolute ruin. There could be no escape then, no hope. There was an appreciation of real tragedy in her heart while she contemplated the position of Sir Felix married to such a girl as she supposed Marie Melmotte to be, without any means of support for either of them but what she could supply. It would kill her. And for those young people there would be nothing before them but beggary and the workhouse. As she thought of this she trembled with true maternal instincts. Her beautiful boy, so glorious with his outward gifts, so fit, as she thought him, for all the graces of the grand world. Though the ambition was vilely ignoble, the mother's love was noble and disinterested. But the girl was an only child. The future honors of the house of Melmotte could be made to settle on no other head. No doubt the father would prefer a lord for a son-in-law, and, having that preference, would of course do as he was now doing. That he should threaten to disinherit his daughter if she married contrary to his wishes was to be expected. But would it not be equally a matter of course that he should make the best of the marriage if it were once effected? His daughter would return to him with a title, though with one of a lower degree than his ambition desired. For herself personally, Lady Carberry felt that the great financier had been very rude. He had taken advantage of her invitation that he might come to her house and threaten her. But she would forgive that. She could pass that over altogether if only anything were to be gained by passing it over. She looked round the room, longing for a friend, whom she might consult with a true feeling of genuine womanly dependence. Her most natural friend was Roger Carberry. But even had he been there she could not have consulted him on any matter touching the Melmottes. His advice would have been very clear. He would have told her to have nothing at all to do with such adventurers. But then dear Roger was old-fashioned, and knew nothing of people as they are now. He lived in a world which, though slow, had been good in its way, but which, whether bad or good, had now passed away. Then her eye settled on Mr. Brown. She was afraid of Mr. Alf. She had almost begun to think that Mr. Alf was too difficult of management to be of use to her. But Mr. Brown was softer. Mr. Booker was serviceable for an article, but would not be sympathetic as a friend. Mr. Brown had been very courteous to her lately, so much so that on one occasion she had almost feared that the susceptible old goose was going to be a goose again. That would be a bore, but still she might make use of the friendly condition of mind which such susceptibility would produce. When her guests began to leave her, she spoke a word aside to him. She wanted his advice. Would he stay for a few minutes after the rest of the company? He did stay, and when all the others were gone she asked her daughter to leave them. "Hetta," she said, "I have something of business to communicate to Mr. Brown." And so they were left alone. "I'm afraid you didn't make much of Mr. Melmotte," she said smiling. He had seated himself on the end of a sofa, close to the armchair which she occupied. In reply, he only shook his head and laughed. "I saw how it was, and I was sorry for it, for he certainly is a wonderful man. I suppose he is, but he is one of those men whose powers do not lie, I should say, chiefly in conversation. Though, indeed, there is no reason why he should not say the same of me, for if he said little, I said less. It didn't just come off," Lady Carberry suggested with her sweetest smile. "But now I want to tell you something. I think I am justified in regarding you as a real friend." "Certainly," he said, putting out his hand for hers. She gave it to him for a moment, and then took it back again, finding that he did not relinquish it of his own accord. "Stupid old goose," she said to herself. "And now to my story. You know my boy, Felix?" The editor nodded his head. "He is engaged to marry that man's daughter." "Engaged to marry Miss Melmotte?" Then Lady Carberry nodded her head. "Why, she is said to be the greatest heiress that the world has ever produced. I thought she was to marry Lord Nidderdale." "She has engaged herself to Felix. She is desperately in love with him, as is he with her." She tried to tell her story truly, knowing that no advice can be worth anything that is not based on a true story, but lying had become her nature. "Melmotte naturally wants her to marry the lord." He came here to tell me that if his daughter married Felix she would not have a penny. Do you mean that he volunteered that as a threat? Just so semicolon, and he told me that he had come here simply with the object of saying so. It was more candid than civil. But we must take it as we get it. He would be sure to make some such threat. Exactly. That is just what I feel. And in these days young people are often kept from marrying simply by a father's fantasy. But I must tell you something else. He told me that if Felix would desist, he would enable him to make a fortune in the city. That's bosh, said Brown with decision. Do you think it must be so semicolon? Certainly, yes, I do. Such an undertaking, if intended by Melmotte, would give me a worse opinion of him than I have ever held. He did make it, then he did very wrong. He must have spoken with the purpose of deceiving. You know my son is one of the directors of that great American railway. It was not just as though the promise were made to a young man who was altogether unconnected with him. Sir Felix's name was put there, in a hurry, merely because he has a title, and because Melmotte thought he, as a young man, would not be likely to interfere with him. It may be that he will be able to sell a few shares at a profit, but, if I understand the matter rightly, he has no capital to go into such a business. No semicolon, he has no capital. Dear Lady Carberry, I would place no dependence at all on such a promise as that. You think he should marry the girl then in spite of the father? Mr. Brown hesitated before he replied to this question. But it was to this question that Lady Carberry especially wished for a reply. She wanted someone to support her under the circumstances of an elopement. She rose from her chair, and he rose at the same time. Perhaps I should have begun by saying that Felix is all but prepared to take her off. She is quite ready to go. She is devoted to him. Do you think he would be wrong? That is a question very hard to answer. People do it every day. Lionel Goldschinner ran away the other day with Lady Julia Start, and everybody visits them. Oh yes, people do run away, and it all comes right. It was the gentleman had the money then, and it is said you know that old Lady Catchboy, Lady Julia's mother, had arranged the elopement herself as offering the safest way of securing the rich prize. The young lord didn't like it, so the mother had it done in that fashion. There would be nothing disgraceful. I didn't say there would semicolon, but nevertheless it is one of those things a man hardly ventures to advise. If you ask me whether I think that Melmotte would forgive her, and make her an allowance afterwards, I think he would. I am so glad to hear you say that, and I feel quite certain that no dependence whatever should be placed on that promise of assistance. I quite agree with you. I am so much obliged to you, said Lady Carberry, who was now determined that Felix should run off with the girl. You have been so very kind. Then again she gave him her hand, as though to bid him farewell for the night. And now, he said, I also have something to say to you. Chapter 31. Mr. Brown has made up his mind. And now I have something to say to you. Mr. Brown, as he thus spoke to Lady Carberry, rose up to his feet and then sat down again. There was an air of perturbation about him which was very manifest to the lady, and the cause and coming result of which she thought that she understood. The susceptible old goose is going to do something highly ridiculous and very disagreeable. It was thus that she spoke to herself of the scene that she saw was prepared for her. She did not foresee accurately the shape in which the susceptibility of the old goose would declare itself. Lady Carberry, said Mr. Brown, standing up a second time, we are neither of us so young as we used to be. No, indeed, and therefore it is that we can afford to ourselves the luxury of being friends. Nothing but age enables men and women to know each other intimately. This speech was a great impediment to Mr. Brown's progress. It was evidently intended to imply that he at least had reached a time of life at which any allusion to love would be absurd. And yet, as a fact, he was nearer 50 than 60, was young of his age, could walk his 4 or 5 miles pleasantly, could ride his cob in the park with as free an air as any man of 40, and could afterwards work through 4 or 5 hours of the night with an easy steadiness which nothing but sound health could produce. Mr. Brown, thinking of himself and his own circumstances, could see no reason why he should not be in love. I hope we know each other intimately at any rate, he said somewhat lamely. Oh, yes, and it is for that reason that I have come to you for advice. Had I been a young woman I should not have dared to ask you. I don't see that. I don't quite understand that. But it has nothing to do with my present purpose. When I said that we were neither of us so young as we once were, I uttered what was a stupid platitude, a foolish truism. I do not think so, said Lady Carberry smiling, or would have been, only that I intended something further. Mr. Brown had got himself into a difficulty and hardly knew how to get out of it. I was going on to say that I hoped we were not too old to love. Foolish old darling. What did he mean by making such an ass of himself? This was worse even than the kiss. as being more troublesome and less easily pushed on one side and forgotten. It may serve to explain the condition of Lady Carberry's mind at the time if it be stated that she did not even at this moment suppose that the editor of the morning breakfast table intended to make her an offer of marriage. She knew, or thought she knew, that middle-aged men are fond of prating about love, and getting up sensational scenes. The falseness of the thing, and the injury which may come of it, did not shock her at all. Had she known that the editor professed to be in love with some lady in the next street, she would have been quite ready to enlist the lady in the next street among her friends that she might thus strengthen her own influence with Mr. Brown. For herself such make-believe of an improper passion would be inconvenient, and therefore to be avoided. But that any man, placed as Mr. Brown was in the world, blessed with power, with a large income, with influence throughout all the world round him, courted, feted, feared and almost worshipped, that he should desire to share her fortunes, her misfortunes, her struggles, her poverty and her obscurity, was not within the scope of her imagination. There was a homage in it, of which she did not believe any man to be capable, and which to her would be the more wonderful as being paid to herself. She thought so badly of men and women generally, and of Mr. Brown and herself as a man and a woman individually, that she was unable to conceive the possibility of such a sacrifice. "Mr. Brown," she said, "I did not think that you would take advantage of the confidence I have placed in you to annoy me in this way, to annoy you, Lady Carberry. The phrase at any rate is singular. After much thought I have determined to ask you to be my wife. That I should be annoyed, and more than annoyed by your refusal, is a matter of course. That I ought to expect such annoyance is perhaps too true. But you can extricate yourself from the dilemma only too easily." The word wife came upon her like a thunderclap. It at once changed all her feelings towards him. She did not dream of loving him. She felt sure that she never could love him. Had it been on the cards with her to love any man as a lover, it would have been some handsome spendthrift who would have hung from her neck like another millstone. This man was a friend to be used because he knew the world. And now he gave her this clear testimony that he knew as little of the world as any other man. Mr. Brown of the daily breakfast table asking her to be his wife. But mixed with her other feelings there was a tenderness which brought back some memory of her distant youth, and almost made her weep. That a man, such a man, should offer to take half her burdens, and to confer upon her half his blessings. What an idiot! But what a god! She had looked upon the man as all intellect, alloyed perhaps by some passionless remnants of the vices of his youth, and now she found that he not only had a human heart in his bosom, but a heart that she could touch. How wonderfully sweet! How infinitely small! It was necessary that she should answer him, and to her it was only natural that she should think what answer would best assist her own views without reference to his. It did not occur to her that she could love him, but it did occur to her that he might lift her out of her difficulties. What a benefit it would be to her to have a father, and such a father, for Felix. How easy would be a literary career to the wife of the editor of the morning breakfast table. And then it passed through her mind that somebody had told her that the man was paid £3,000 a year for his work. Would not the world, or any part of it that was desirable, come to her drawing room if she were the wife of Mr. Brown? It all passed through her brain at once during that minute of silence which she allowed herself after the declaration was made to her. But other ideas and other feelings were present to her also. Perhaps the truest aspiration of her heart had been the love of freedom which the tyranny of her late husband had engendered. Once she had fled from that tyranny and had been almost crushed by the censure to which she had been subjected. Then her husband's protection and his tyranny had been restored to her. After that the freedom had come. It had been accompanied by many hopes never as yet fulfilled, and embittered by many sorrows which had been always present to her. Still the hopes were alive and the remembrance of the tyranny was very clear to her. At last the minute was over and she was bound to speak. "Mr. Brown," she said, "you have quite taken away my breath. I never expected anything of this kind." And now Mr. Brown's mouth was opened, and his voice was free. "Lady Carberry," he said, "I have lived a long time without marrying, and I have sometimes thought that it would be better for me to go on the same way to the end. I have worked so hard all my life that when I was young I had no time to think of love. And, as I have gone on, my mind has been so fully employed, that I have hardly realized the want which nevertheless I have felt. And so it has been with me till I fancied, not that I was too old for love, but that others would think me so. Then I met you. As I said at first, perhaps with scant gallantry, you also are not as young as you once were. But you keep the beauty of your youth, and the energy, and something of the freshness of a young heart. And I have come to love you. I speak with absolute frankness, risking your anger. I have doubted much before I resolved upon this. It is so hard to know the nature of another person. But I think I understand yours, and if you can confide your happiness with me, I am prepared to entrust mine to your keeping. Poor Mr. Brown. Though endowed with gifts peculiarly adapted for the editing of a daily newspaper, he could have had but little capacity for reading a woman's character when he talked of the freshness of Lady Carberry's young mind. And he must have surely been much blinded by love, before convincing himself that he could trust his happiness to such keeping. You do me infinite honor. You pay me a great compliment, ejaculated Lady Carberry. Well, how am I to answer you at a moment? I expected nothing of this. As God is to be my judge, it has come upon me like a dream. I look upon your position as almost the highest in England, on your prosperity as the uttermost that can be achieved. That prosperity, such as it is, I desire most anxiously to share with you. You tell me so, but I can hardly yet believe it. And then how am I to know my own feelings so suddenly? Marriage, as I have found it, Mr. Brown, has not been happy. I have suffered much. I have been wounded in every joint, hurt in every nerve, tortured till I could hardly endure my punishment. At last I got my liberty, and to that I have looked for happiness. Has it made you happy? It has made me less wretched. And there is so much to be considered. I have a son and a daughter, Mr. Brown. Your daughter I can love as my own. I think I prove my devotion to you when I say that I am willing for your sake to encounter the troubles which may attend your son's future career. Mr. Brown, I love him better, always shall love him better, than anything in the world. This was calculated to damp the lover's ardor, but he probably reflected that should he now be successful, time might probably change the feeling which had just been expressed. Mr. Brown, she said, I'm now so agitated that you had better leave me. And it is very late. The servant is sitting up, and will wonder that you should remain. It is near 2 o'clock, when may I hope for an answer? You shall not be kept waiting. I will write to you, almost at once. I will write to you, tomorrow, say the day after tomorrow, on Thursday. I feel that I ought to have been prepared with an answer, but I am so surprised that I have none ready. He took her hand in his, and kissing it, left her without another word. As he was about to open the front door to let himself out, a key from the other side raised the latch, and Sir Felix, returning from his club, entered his mother's house. The young man looked up into Mr. Brown's face with mingled impudence and surprise. "Lou, old fellow," he said, "you've been keeping it up late here, haven't you?" He was nearly drunk, and Mr. Brown, perceiving his condition, passed him without a word. Lady Carberry was still standing in the drawing-room, struck with amazement at the scene which had just passed, full of doubt as to her future conduct, when she heard her son tumbling up the stairs. It was impossible for her not to go out to him. "Felix," she said, "why do you make so much noise as you come in?" "Noise? I'm not making any noise. I think I'm very early. Your people's only just gone. I sure shat editor fellow at the door that won't call himself Brown. Hesh graters, that fellow. All right, mother. Oh, yes, I'm all right." And so he tumbled up to bed, and his mother followed him to see that the candle was at any rate placed squarely on the table, beyond the reach of the bed curtains. Mr. Brown, as he walked to his newspaper office, experienced all those pangs of doubt which a man feels when he has just done that which for days and weeks past he has almost resolved that he had better leave undone. That last apparition which he had encountered at his lady love's door certainly had not tended to reassure him. What curse can be much greater than that inflicted by a drunken, reprobate son? The evil, when in the course of things it comes upon a man, has to be borne. But why should a man in middle life unnecessarily afflict himself with so terrible a misfortune? The woman, too, was devoted to the cub. Then thousands of other thoughts crowded upon him. How would this new life suit him? He must have a new house, and new ways, must live under a new dominion, and fit himself to new pleasures. And what was he to gain by it? Lady Carberry was a handsome woman, and he liked her beauty. He regarded her too as a clever woman, and, because she had flattered him, he had liked her conversation. He had been long enough about town to have known better, and as he now walked along the streets, he almost felt that he ought to have known better. Every now and again he warmed himself a little with the remembrance of her beauty, and told himself that his new home would be pleasanter, though it might perhaps be less free, than the old one. He tried to make the best of it, but as he did so was always repressed by the memory of the appearance of that drunken young baronet. Whether for good or for evil, the step had been taken and the thing was done. It did not occur to him that the lady would refuse him. All his experience of the world was against such refusal. Towns which consider, always render themselves. Ladies who doubt always solve their doubts in the one direction. Of course she would accept him and of course he would stand to his guns. As he went to his work he endeavored to bathe himself in self-complacency, but, at the bottom of it, there was a substratum of melancholy which leavened his prospects. Lady Carberry went from the door of her son's room to her own chamber, and sat thinking through the greater part of the night. During these hours she perhaps became a better woman, as being more oblivious of herself, than she had been for many a year. It could not be for the good of this man that he should marry her, and she did in the midst of her many troubles try to think of the man's condition. Although in the moments of her triumph, and such moments were many, she would buoy herself up with assurances that her Felix would become a rich man, brilliant with wealth and rank, an honor to her, a personage whose society would be desired by many. Still in her heart of hearts she knew how great was the peril, and in her imagination she could foresee the nature of the catastrophe which might come. He would go utterly to the dogs and would take her with him. And whithersoever he might go, to what lowest canine regions he might descend, she knew herself well enough to be sure that whether married or single she would go with him. Though her reason might be ever so strong in bidding her to desert him, her heart, she knew, would be stronger than her reason. He was the one thing in the world that overpowered her. In all other matters she could scheme, and contrive, and pretend, could get the better of her feelings and fight the world with a double face, laughing at illusions and telling herself that passions and preferences were simply weapons to be used. But her love for her son mastered her, and she knew it. As it was so, could it be fit that she should marry another man? And then her liberty. Even though Felix should bring her to utter ruin, nevertheless she would be and might remain a free woman. Should the worst come to the worst, she thought that she could endure a bohemian life in which, should all her means have been taken from her, she could live on what she earned. Though Felix was a tyrant after a kind, he was not a tyrant who could bid her do this or that. A repetition of marriage vows did not of itself recommend itself to her. As to loving the man, liking his caresses, and being specially happy because he was near her, no romance of that kind ever presented itself to her imagination. How would it affect Felix and her together, and Mr. Brown as connected with her and Felix? If Felix should go to the dogs, then would Mr. Brown not want her? Should Felix go to the stars instead of the dogs, and become one of the gilded ornaments of the metropolis, then would not he and she want Mr. Brown? It was thus that she regarded the matter. She thought very little of her daughter as she considered all this. There was a home for Hetta, with every comfort, if Hetta would only condescend to accept it. Why did not Hetta marry her cousin Roger Carberry and let there be an end of that trouble? Of course Hetta must live wherever her mother lived till she should marry, but Hetta's life was so much at her own disposal that her mother did not feel herself bound to be guided in the great matter by Hetta's predispositions. But she must tell Hetta should she ultimately make up her mind to marry the man, and in that case the sooner this was done the better. On that night she did not make up her mind. Ever and again as she declared to herself that she would not marry him, the picture of a comfortable assured home over her head, and the conviction that the editor of the morning breakfast table would be powerful for all things, brought new doubts to her mind. But she could not convince herself, and when at last she went to her bed her mind was still vacillating. The next morning she met Hetta at breakfast, and with assumed nonchalance asked a question about the man who was perhaps about to be her husband. "Do you like Mr. Brown, Hetta?" "Yes, pretty well. I don't care very much about him." "What makes you ask, Mama?" "Because among my acquaintances in London there is no one so truly kind to me as he is. He always seems to me to like to have his own way. Why shouldn't he like it? He has to me that air of selfishness which is so very common with people in London, as though what he said were all said out of surface politeness. I wonder what you expect, Hetta, when you talk of London people. Why should not London people be as kind as other people? I think Mr. Brown is as obliging a man as anyone I know. But if I like anybody, you always make little of him. The only person you seem to think well of is Mr. Montague, Mamma. That is unfair and unkind. I never mention Mr. Montague's name if I can help it, and I should not have spoken of Mr. Brown, had you not asked me." Chapter 32 Lady Monogram. Georgiana Longestaff had now been staying with the Melmots for a fortnight, and her prospects in regard to the London season had not much improved. Her brother had troubled her no further, and her family at Caversham had not, as far as she was aware, taken any notice of Dolly's interference. Twice a week she received a cold, dull letter from her mother, such letters as she had been accustomed to receive when away from home, and these she had answered, always endeavoring to fill her sheet with some customary description of fashionable doings, with some bit of scandal such as she would have repeated for her mother's amusement, and her own delectation in the telling of it, had there been nothing painful in the nature of her sojourn in London. Of the Melmots she hardly spoke. She did not say that she was taken to the houses in which it was her ambition to be seen. She would have lied directly in saying so. But she did not announce her own disappointment. She had chosen to come up to the Melmots in preference to remaining at Caversham, and she would not declare her own failure. "I hope they are kind to you," Lady Pomona always said. But Georgiana did not tell her mother whether the Melmots were kind or unkind. In truth, her season was a very unpleasant season. Her mode of living was altogether different to anything she had already known. The house in Bruton Street had never been very bright, but the appendages of life there had been of a sort which was not known in the gorgeous mansion in Grosvenor Square. It had been full of books and little toys and those thousand trifling household gods which are accumulated in years, and which in their accumulation suit themselves to the taste of their owners. In Grosvenor Square there were no Larrys, no toys, no books, nothing but gold and grandeur, martyrdom, powder and pride. The Longestaff life had not been an easy, natural, or intellectual life, but the Melmotte life was hardly endurable even by a Longestaff. She had, however, come prepared to suffer much, and was endowed with considerable power of endurance in pursuit of her own objects. Having willed to come, even to the Melmottes, in preference to remaining at Caversham, she fortified herself to suffer much. Could she have ridden in the park at midday in desirable company, and found herself in proper houses at midnight, she would have borne the rest, bad as it might have been. But it was not so. She had her horse, but could with difficulty get any proper companion. She had been in the habit of riding with one of the Primero girls, and old Primero would accompany them, or perhaps a brother Primero, or occasionally her own father. And then, when once out, she would be surrounded by a cloud of young men, and though there was but little in it, a walking round and round the same bit of ground with the same companions and with the smallest attempt at conversation, still it had been the proper thing and had satisfied her. Now it was with difficulty that she could get any cavalier such as the laws of society demand. Even Penelope Primero snubbed her, whom she, Georgiana Longestaff, had hitherto endured and snubbed. She was just allowed to join them when old Primero rode, and was obliged even to ask for that assistance. But the nights were still worse. She could only go where Madame Melmotte went, and Madame Melmotte was more prone to receive people at home than to go out. And the people she did receive were antipathetic to Miss Longestaff. She did not even know who they were, whence they came, or what was their nature. They seemed to be as little akin to her as would have been the shopkeepers in a small town near Caversham. She would sit through long evenings almost speechless, trying to fathom the depth of the vulgarity of her associates. Occasionally she was taken out, and was then, probably, taken to very grand houses. The two duchesses and the Marchioness of Aldreichy received Madame Melmotte, and the garden parties of royalty were open to her. And some of the most elaborate fetes of the season, which indeed were very elaborate on behalf of this and that travelling potentate, were attained. On these occasions Miss Longestaff was fully aware of the struggle that was always made for invitations, often unsuccessfully, but sometimes with triumph. Even the bargains, conducted by the hands of Lord Alfred and his mighty sister, were not altogether hidden from her. The Emperor of China was to be in London, and it was thought proper that some private person, some untitled individual, should give the Emperor a dinner, so that the Emperor might see how an English merchant lives. Mr. Melmotte was chosen on condition that he would spend £10,000 on the banquet, and, as a part of his payment for this expenditure, was to be admitted with his family, to a grand entertainment given to the Emperor at Windsor Park. Of these good things Georgiana Longestaff would receive her share. But she went to them as a Melmotte and not as a Longestaff, and when amidst these gaieties, though she could see her old friends, he was not with them. She was ever behind Madame Melmotte, till she hated the make of that lady's garments and the shape of that lady's back. She had told both her father and mother very plainly that it behoved her to be in London at this time of the year that she might look for a husband. She had not hesitated in declaring her purpose, and that purpose, together with the means of carrying it out, had not appeared to them to be unreasonable. She wanted to be settled in life. She had meant, when she first started on her career, to have a lord, but lords are scarce. She was herself not very highly born, not very highly gifted, not very lovely, not very pleasant, and she had no fortune. She had long made up her mind that she could do without a lord, but that she must get a commoner of the proper sort. He must be a man with a place in the country and sufficient means to bring him annually to London. He must be a gentleman, and, probably, in Parliament. And above all things he must be in the right set. She would rather go on forever struggling than take some country Whitstable as her sister was about to do. But now the men of the right sort never came near her. The one object for which she had subjected herself to all this ignominy seemed to have vanished altogether in the distance. When by chance she danced or exchanged a few words with the Nidderdales and Grasslers whom she used to know, they spoke to her with a want of respect which she felt and tasted but could hardly analyze. Even Miles Grendel, who had hitherto been below her notice, attempted to patronize her in a manner that bewildered her. All this nearly broke her heart. And then from time to time little rumours reached her ears which made her aware that, in the teeth of all Mr. Melmotte's social successes, a general opinion that he was a gigantic swindler was rather gaining ground than otherwise. "Your host is a wonderful fellow, by George," said Lord Nidderdale. "No one seems to know which way he'll turn up at last. There's nothing much like being a robber, if you can only rob enough," said Lord Grassler, not exactly naming Melmotte, but very clearly alluding to him. There was a vacancy for a Member of Parliament at Westminster, and Melmotte was about to come forward as a candidate. "If he can manage that I think he'll pull through," she heard one man say. "If money'll do it, it will be done," said another. She could understand it all. Mr. Melmotte was admitted into society, because of some enormous power which was supposed to lie in his hands, but even by those who thus admitted him he was regarded as a thief and a scoundrel. This was the man whose house had been selected by her father in order that she might make her search for a husband from beneath his wing. In her agony she wrote to her old friend Juliet Triplex, now the wife of Sir Damask Monogram. She had been really intimate with Julia Triplex, and had been sympathetic when a brilliant marriage had been achieved. Julia had been without fortune, but very pretty. Sir Damask was a man of great wealth, whose father had been a contractor. But Sir Damask himself was a sportsman, keeping many horses on which other men often rode, a yacht in which other men sunned themselves, a deer forest, a moor, a large machinery for making pheasants. He shot pigeons at Hurlingham, drove four in hand in the park, had a box at every racecourse, and was the most good-natured fellow known. He had really conquered the world, had got over the difficulty of being the grandson of a butcher, and was now as good as though the Monograms had gone to the Crusades. Julia Triplex was equal to her position, and made the very most of it. She dispensed champagne and smiled, and made everybody, including herself, believe that she was in love with her husband. Lady Monogram had climbed to the top of the tree, and in that position had been, of course, invaluable to her old friend. We must give her her due and say that she had been fairly true to friendship while Georgiana behaved herself. She thought that Georgiana in going to the Melmottes had not behaved herself, and therefore she had determined to drop Georgiana. "Heartless, false, purse-proud creature," Georgiana said to herself as she wrote the following letter in humiliating agony. "Dear Lady Monogram, I think you hardly understand my position. Of course you have cut me. Haven't you? And of course I must feel it very much. You did not used to be ill-natured, and I hardly think you can have become so now when you have everything pleasant around you. I do not think that I have done anything that should make an old friend treat me in this way, and therefore I write to ask you to let me see you. Of course it is because I am staying here. You know me well enough to be sure that it can't be my own choice. Papa arranged it all. If there is anything against these people, I suppose Papa does not know it. Of course they are not nice. Of course they are not like anything that I have been used to. But when Papa told me that the house in Bruton Street was to be shut up and that I was to come here, of course I did as I was bid. I don't think an old friend like you, whom I have always liked more than anybody else, ought to cut me for it. It's not about the parties, but about yourself that I mind. I don't ask you to come here, but if you will see me I can have the carriage and will go to you. Yours, as ever, Georgiana Longestaff. It was a troublesome letter to get written. Lady Monogram was her junior in age and had once been lower than herself in social position. In the early days of their friendship she had sometimes domineered over Julia Triplex, and had been entreated by Julia, in reference to balls here and roots there. The great Monogram marriage had been accomplished very suddenly, and had taken place, exalting Julia very high, just as Georgiana was beginning to allow her aspirations to descend. It was in that very season that she moved her castle in the air from the upper to the lower house. And now she was absolutely begging for notice, and praying that she might not be cut. She sent her letter by post and on the following day received a reply, which was left by a footman. "Dear Georgiana, of course I shall be delighted to see you. I don't know what you mean by cutting. I never cut anybody. We happen to have got into different sets, but that is not my fault. Sir Damask won't let me call on the Melmottes. I can't help that. He wouldn't have me go where he tells me not. I don't know anything about them myself, except that I did go to their ball. But everybody knows that's different. I shall be at home all tomorrow till 3, that is today I mean, for I'm writing after coming home from Lady Killarney's ball, but if you wish to see me alone you had better come before lunch. Yours affectionately, J. Monogram. Georgiana condescended to borrow the carriage and reached her friend's house a little after noon. The two ladies kissed each other when they met, of course, and then Miss Longestaff at once began. Julia, I did think that you would at any rate have asked me to your second ball. Of course you would have been asked if you had been up in Bruton Street. You know that as well as I do. It would have been a matter of course. What difference does a house make? But the people in a house make a great deal of difference, my dear. I don't want to quarrel with you, my dear, but I can't know the Melmottes. Who asks you? You are with them. Do you mean to say that you can't ask anybody to your house without asking everybody that lives with that person? It's done every day. Somebody must have brought you. I would have come with the primrose, Julia. I couldn't do it. I asked Damask and he wouldn't have it. When that great affair was going on in February, we didn't know much about the people. I was told that everybody was going and therefore I got Sir Damask to let me go. He says now that he won't let me know them, and after having been at their house I can't ask you out of it, without asking them too. I don't see it at all, Julia. I'm very sorry, my dear, but I can't go against my husband. Everybody goes to their house, said Georgiana, pleading her cause to the best of her ability. The Duchess of Stevenage has dined in Grosvenor Square since I have been there. We all know what that means, replied Lady Monogram, and people are giving their eyes to be asked to the dinner party which he is to give to the Emperor in July and even to the reception afterwards. To hear you talk, Georgiana, one would think that you didn't understand anything, said Lady Monogram. People are going to see the Emperor, not to see the Melmottes. I dare say we might have gone, only I suppose we shan't now because of this row. I don't know what you mean by a row, Julia. Well, it is a row, and I hate rows. Going there when the Emperor of China is there, or anything of that kind, is no more than going to the play. Somebody chooses to get all London into his house, and all London chooses to go. But it isn't understood that that means acquaintance. I should meet Madame Melmotte in the park afterwards and not think of bowing to her. I should call that rude. Very well. Then we differ. But really it does seem to me that you ought to understand these things as well as anybody. I don't find any fault with you for going to the Melmottes, though I was very sorry to hear it. But when you have done it, I don't think you should complain of people because they won't have the Melmottes crammed down their throats. Nobody has wanted it, said Georgiana, sobbing. At this moment the door was opened, and Sir Damask came in. I'm talking to your wife about the Melmottes, she continued, determined to take the bull by the horns. I'm staying there, and I think it unkind that Julia hasn't been to see me. That's all. How do you do, Miss Longestaff? She doesn't know them. And Sir Damask, folding his hands together, raising his eyebrows, and standing on the rug, looked as though he had solved the whole difficulty. She knows me, Sir Damask. Oh yes, she knows you. That's a matter of course. We're delighted to see you, Miss Longestaff. I am, always. Wish we could have had you at Ascot. But. Then he looked as though he had again explained everything. I've told her that you don't want me to go to the Melmottes, said Lady Monogram. Well, no, not just to go there. Stay and have lunch, Miss Longestaff. No, thank you. Now you're here, you'd better, said Lady Monogram. No, thank you. I'm sorry that I have not been able to make you understand me. I could not allow our very long friendship to be dropped without a word. Don't say dropped, exclaimed the baronet. I do say dropped, Sir Damask. I thought we should have understood each other, your wife and I. But we haven't. Wherever she might have gone, I should have made it my business to see her, but she feels differently. Goodbye, my dear. If you will quarrel, it isn't my doing. Then Sir Damask led Miss Longestaff out, and put her into Madame Melmotte's carriage. It's the most absurd thing I ever knew in my life, said the wife as soon as her husband had returned to her. She hasn't been able to bear to remain down in the country for one season, when all the world knows that her father can't afford to have a house for them in town. Then she condescends to come and stay with these abominations and pretends to feel surprised that her old friends don't run after her. She is old enough to have known better. I suppose she likes parties, said Sir Damask. Likes parties. She'd like to get somebody to take her. It's 12 years now since Georgiana Longestaff came out. I remember being told at the time when I was first entered myself. Yes, my dear, you know all about it, I dare say. And there she is still. I can feel for her, and do feel for her. But if she will let herself down in that way she can't expect not to be dropped. You remember the woman don't you? What woman, Madame Melmotte? Never saw her in my life. Oh yes, you did. You took me there that night when Prince danced with the girl. Don't you remember the blousy fat woman at the top of the stairs? A regular horror? Didn't look at her. I was only thinking what a lot of money it all cost. I remember her, and if Georgiana Longestaff thinks I'm going there to make an acquaintance with Madame Melmoth, she is very much mistaken. And if she thinks that that is the way to get married, I think she is mistaken again. Nothing perhaps is so efficacious in preventing men from marrying as the tone in which married women speak of the struggles made in that direction by their unmarried friends. Chapter 33. John Crumb. Sir Felix Carberry made an appointment for meeting Ruby Ruggles a second time at the bottom of the kitchen garden belonging to Sheepsaker Farm, which appointment he neglected, and had, indeed, made without any intention of keeping it. But Ruby was there, and remained hanging about among the cabbages till her grandfather returned from Harlestone Market. An early hour had been named, but hours may be mistaken, and Ruby had thought that a fine gentleman, such as was her lover, used to live among fine people up in London, might well mistake the afternoon for the morning. If he would come at all she could easily forgive such a mistake. But he did not come, and late in the afternoon she was obliged to obey her grandfather's summons as he called her into the house. After that for 3 weeks she heard nothing of her London lover, but she was always thinking of him and though she could not altogether avoid her country lover, she was in his company as little as possible. One afternoon her grandfather returned from Bungay and told her that her country lover was coming to see her. "John Crumb be a-coming over by and by," said the old man. "See and have a bit o' supper ready for him." "John Crumb coming here, grandfather? He's welcome to stay away then, for me, that be dommed." The old man thrust his old hat onto his head and seated himself in a wooden armchair that stood by the kitchen fire. Whenever he was angry he put on his hat, and the custom was well understood by Ruby. "Why not welcome, and he all one as your husband? Look ye here, Ruby, I'm going to have an end o' this. John Crumb is to marry you next month, and the banns is to be said. The parson may say what he pleases, grandfather. I can't stop his saying of 'em. It isn't likely I shall try, neither. But no parson among 'em all can marry me without I'm willing, and why should you no be willing, you contrary young jade, you've been a-drinking, grandfather." He turned round at her sharp, and threw his old hat at her head. Nothing to Ruby's consternation, as it was a practice to which she was well accustomed. She picked it up, and returned it to him with a cool indifference which was intended to exasperate him. "Look ye here, Ruby," he said, "out o' this place you go. If you go as John Crumb's wife you'll go with £500, and we'll have a dinner here, and a dance, and all Bungay. Who cares for all Bungay, a set of beery chaps as knows nothing but swilling and smoking, and John Crumb the main of 'em all. There never was a chap for beer like John Crumb, never saw him the worse o' liquor in all my life." And the old farmer, as he gave this grand assurance, rattled his fist down upon the table. "It only just makes him stupider and stupider the more he swills. You can't tell me, grandfather, about John Crumb. I knows him. Didn't ye say as how ye'd have him? Didn't ye give him a promise? If I did, I ain't the first girl as has gone back of her word, and I shan't be the last." "You means you won't have him?" "That's about it, grandfather. Then you'll have to have somebody to fend for ye, and that pretty sharp, for you won't have me." "There ain't no difficulty about that, grandfather." "Very well. He's a-coming here tonight, and you may settle it along with him. Out o' this ye shall go. I know of your doings." "What doings?" "You don't know of no doings. There ain't no doings. You don't know nothing agin me. He's a-coming here tonight, and if you can make it up with him, well and good. There's £500, and ye shall have the dinner and dance and all Bungay. He ain't a-going to be put off no longer, he ain't. Whoever wanted him to be put on? Let him go his own gait. If you can't make it up with him, well, grandfather, I shan't anyways. Let me have my say. You're a jade, you? There's £500. And there ain't a farmer in Suffolk or Norfolk paying rent for a bit of land like this can do as well for his daughter as that, let alone only a granddaughter. You never think so, that you don't. If you don't like to take it, leave it. But you'll leave Sheepsaker too. Bother Sheepsaker. Who wants to stop at Sheepsaker? It's the stupidest place in all England. Then find another. Then find another. That's all about it. John Crumb's a-coming up for a bit o' supper. You tell him your own mind. I'm dommed if I trouble about it. Only you don't stay here. Sheepsaker ain't good enough for you, and you'd best find another home. Stupid, is it? You'll have to put up with places stupider nor Sheepsaker, afore you've done. In regard to the hospitality promised to Mr. Crumb, Miss Ruggles went about her work with sufficient alacrity. She was quite willing that the young man should have a supper, and she did understand that, so far as the preparation of the supper went, she owed her service to her grandfather. She therefore went to work herself, gave directions to the servant girl who assisted her in keeping her grandfather's house. But as she did this, she determined that she would make John Crumb understand that she would never be his wife. Upon that she was now fully resolved. As she went about the kitchen, taking down the ham and cutting the slices that were to be broiled, and as she trussed the fowl that was to be boiled for John Crumb, she made mental comparisons between him and Sir Felix Carberry. She could see, as though present to her at the moment, the mealy, floury head of the one, with hair stiff with perennial dust from his sacks, and the sweet glossy dark well-combed locks of the other, so bright, so seductive, that she was ever longing to twine her fingers among them. And she remembered the heavy, flat, broad honest face of the mealman, with his mouth slow in motion, and his broad nose looking like a huge white promontory, and his great staring eyes, from the corners of which he was always extracting meal and grit and then also she remembered the white teeth, the beautiful soft lips, the perfect eyebrows, the rich complexion of her London lover. Surely a lease of paradise with the one, though but for 1 short year, would be well purchased at the price of a life with the other. It's no good going against love, she said to herself, and I won't try. He shall have his supper, and be told all about it, and then go home. He cares more for his supper than he do for me. And then, with this final resolution firmly made, she popped the fowl into the pot. Her grandfather wanted her to leave Sheepsacre. Very well. She had a little money of her own, and would take herself off to London. She knew what people would say, but she cared nothing for old women's tales. She would know how to take care of herself, and could always say in her own defense that her grandfather had turned her out of Sheepsacre. 7 had been the hour named, and punctually at that hour John Crumb knocked at the back door of Sheepsacre farmhouse. Nor did he come alone. He was accompanied by his friend Joe Mixit, the baker of Bungay, who, as all Bungay knew, was to be his best man at his marriage. John Crumb's character was not without any fine attributes. He could earn money, and having earned it could spend and keep it in fair proportion. He was afraid of no work, and to give him his due, was afraid of no man. He was honest, and ashamed of nothing that he did. And after his fashion he had chivalrous ideas about women. He was willing to thrash any man that ill-used a woman, and would certainly be a most dangerous antagonist to any man who would misuse a woman belonging to him. But Ruby had told the truth of him in saying that he was slow of speech, and what the world calls stupid in regard to all forms of expression. He knew good meal from bad as well as any man, and the price at which he could buy it so as to leave himself a fair profit at the selling. He knew the value of a clear conscience, and without much argument had discovered for himself that honesty is in truth the best policy. Joe Mixit, who was dapper of person and glib of tongue, had often declared that anyone buying John Crumb for a fool would lose his money. Joe Mixit was probably right, but there had been a want of prudence, a lack of worldly sagacity, in the way in which Crumb had allowed his proposed marriage with Ruby Ruggles to become a source of gossip to all Bungay. His love was now an old affair, and, he never talked much. Whenever he did talk, he talked about that. He was proud of Ruby's beauty, and of her fortune, and of his own status as her acknowledged lover, and he did not hide his light under a bushel. Perhaps the publicity so produced had some effect in prejudicing Ruby against the man whose offer she had certainly once accepted. Now when he came to settle the day, having heard more than once or twice that there was a difficulty with Ruby, he brought his friend Mixit with him as though to be present at his triumph. If here isn't Joe Mixit, said Ruby to herself. Was there ever such a stupid as John Crumb? There's no end to his being stupid. The old man had slept off his anger and his beer while Ruby had been preparing the feast, and now roused himself to entertain his guests. What, Joe Mixit, is that thou? Right welcome. Come in, man. Well, John, how is it with you? Ruby's stewing something for us to eat a bit. Don't he smell it? John Crumb lifted up his great nose, sniffed and grinned. John didn't like going home in the dark said the baker, with his little joke. So I just come along to drive away the bogies. The more the merrier, the more the merrier. Ruby'll have enough for the 2 o' you, I'll go bail. So John Crumb's afraid of bogies, is he? The more need he to have someone in his house to scart him away. The lover had seated himself without speaking a word, but now he was instigated to ask a question. Where be she, Master Ruggles? They were seated in the outside or front kitchen, in which the old man and his granddaughter always lived, while Ruby was at work in the back kitchen. As John Crumb asked this question, she could be heard distinctly among the pots and the plates. She now came out, and wiping her hands on her apron, shook hands with the two young men. She had enveloped herself in a big household apron when the cooking was in hand, and had not cared to take it off for the greeting of this lover. "Grandfather said as how you was a-coming out for your supper, so I've been a-seeing to it. You'll excuse the apron, Mr. Mixit. You couldn't look nicer, miss, if you was to try ever so. My mother says as it's housifery as recommends a girl to the young men. What do you say, John? I'll oix to see her like o' that," said John, rubbing his hands down the back of his trousers, and stooping till he had brought his eyes down to a level with those of his sweetheart. "It looks homely, don't it, John?" said Mixit. "Bother," said Ruby, turning round sharp, and going back to the other kitchen. John Crumb turned round also, and grinned at his friend, and then grinned at the old man. "You've got it all afore you," said the farmer, leaving the lover to draw what lesson he might from this oracular proposition. "And I don't care how soon I hay it in hon that I don't," said John. "That's the chat," said Joe Mixit. "There ain't nothing wanting in his house is there, John? It's all the cradle, caudle cup, and the rest of it. A young woman going to John knows what she'll have to eat when she gets up, and what she'll lie down upon when she goes to bed." This he declared in a loud voice for the benefit of Ruby in the back kitchen. "That she do," said John, grinning again. "There's 150 pound o' things in my house for by what mother left behind her." After this there was no more conversation till Ruby reappeared with the boiled fowl, and without her apron. She was followed by the girl with a dish of broiled ham and an enormous pyramid of cabbage. Then the old man got up slowly and, opening some private little door of which he kept the key in his breeches pocket, drew a jug of ale and placed it on the table. And from a cupboard of which he also kept the key, he brought out a bottle of gin. Everything being thus prepared, the three men sat round the table, John Crumb looking at his chair again and again before he ventured to occupy it. "If you'll sit yourself down, I'll give you a bit of something to eat," said Ruby at last. Then he sank at once into his chair. Ruby cut up the fowl standing, and dispensed the other good things, not even placing a chair for herself at the table, and apparently not expected to do so, for no one invited her. "Is it to be spirits or ale, Mr. Crumb?" she said, when the other two men had helped themselves. He turned round and gave her a look of love that might have softened the heart of an Amazon, but instead of speaking he held up his tumbler, and bobbed his head at the beer jug. Then she filled it to the brim, frothing it in the manner in which he loved to have it frothed. He raised it to his mouth slowly, and poured the liquor in as though to a vat. Then she filled it again. He had been her lover, and she would be as kind to him as she knew how, short of love. There was a good deal of eating done, for more ham came in, and another mountain of cabbage, but very little or nothing was said. John Crumb ate whatever was given to him of the fowl, sedulously picking the bones, and almost swallowing them, and then finished the second dish of ham, and after that the second installment of cabbage. He did not ask for more beer, but took it as often as Ruby replenished his glass. When the eating was done, Ruby retired into the back kitchen, and regaled herself with some bone or merry thought of the fowl, which she had with prudence reserved, sharing her spoils however with the other maiden. This she did standing, and then went to work, cleaning the dishes. The men lit their pipes and smoked in silence, while Ruby went through her domestic duties. So matters went on for half an hour, during which Ruby escaped by the back door, went round into the house, got into her own room, and formed the grand resolution of going to bed. She began her operations in fear and trembling, not being sure that her grandfather would bring the man upstairs to her. As she thought of this she stayed her hand, and looked to the door. She knew well that there was no bolt there. It would be terrible to her to be invaded by John Crumb after his fifth or sixth glass of beer. And, she declared to herself, that should he come he would be sure to bring Joe Mixit with him to speak his mind for him. So she paused and listened. When they had smoked for some half hour the old man called for his granddaughter, but called of course in vain. "Where the mischief is the jade gone?" he said, slowly making his way into the back kitchen. The maid, as soon as she heard her master moving, escaped into the yard and made no response, while the old man stood bawling at the back door. "The devil's in them. They're off some gates," he said aloud. "She'll make the place hot for her, if she goes on this way." Then he returned to the two young men. "She's playing off her games somewheres," he said. "Take a glass of spirits and water, Mr. Crumb, and I'll see after her." "I'll just take a drop of UL," said John Crumb, apparently quite unmoved by the absence of his sweetheart. It was sad work for the old man. He went down the yard and into the garden, hobbling among the cabbages, not daring to call very loud, as he did not wish to have it supposed that the girl was lost, but still anxious, and sore at heart as to the ingratitude shown to him. He was not bound to give the girl a home at all. She was not his own child. And he had offered her £500. "Dom her," he said aloud as he made his way back to the house. After much search and considerable loss of time he returned to the kitchen in which the two men were sitting, leading Ruby in his hand. She was not smart in her apparel, she had half undressed herself, and been then compelled by her grandfather to make herself fit to appear in public. She had acknowledged to herself that she had better go down and tell John Crumb the truth. For she was still determined that she would never be John Crumb's wife. "You can answer him as well as I, grandfather," she had said. Then the farmer had cuffed her, and told her that she was an idiot. "Oh, if it comes to that," said Ruby, "I'm not afraid of John Crumb, nor yet of nobody else. Only I didn't think you'd go to strike me, grandfather. I'll knock the life out of thee, if thou goest on this gate," he had said. But she had consented to come down, and they entered the room together. "We're disturbing you a'most too late, miss," said Mr. Mixit. "It ain't that at all, Mr. Mixit. If grandfather chooses to have a few friends, I ain't nothing against it. I wish he'd have a few friends a deal oftener than he do. I likes nothing better than to do for 'em only when I've done for 'em and they're smoking their pipes and that like. I don't see why I ain't to leave 'em to 'emselves, but we've come here on a auspicious occasion, Miss Ruby." "I don't know nothing about auspicious, Mr. Mixit. If you and Mr. Crumb have come out to Sheepacre Farm for a bit of supper, which we ain't," said John Crumb very loudly "nor yet for beer not by no means. We've come for the smiles of beauty," said Joe Mixit. Ruby chucked up her head. "Mr. Mixit, if you'll be so good as to stow that. There ain't no beauty here as I knows of, and if there was it isn't nothing to you, except in the way of friendship," said Mixit. "I'm just as sick of all this as a man can be," said Mr. Ruggles, who was sitting low in his chair, with his back bent, and his head forward. "I won't put up with it no more." "Who wants you to put up with it?" said Ruby. "Who wants 'em to come here with their trash? Who brought 'em tonight? I don't know what business Mr. Mixit has interfering along o' me." "I never interfere along o' him, John Crumb. Have you anything to say?" asked the old man. Then John Crumb slowly arose from his chair, and stood up at his full height. "I hove," said he, swinging his head to one side. "Then say it." "I will," said he. He was still standing bolt upright with his hands down by his side. Then he stretched out his left to his glass which was half full of beer, and strengthened himself as far as that would strengthen him. Having done this he slowly deposited the pipe which he still held in his right hand. "Now speak your mind, like a man," said Mixit. "I intends it," said John. But he still stood dumb, looking down upon old Ruggles, who from his crouched position was looking up at him. Ruby was standing with both her hands upon the table and her eyes intent upon the wall over the fireplace. "You've asked Miss Ruby to be your wife a dozen times haven't you, John?" suggested Mixit. "I hove, and you mean to be as good as your word?" "I do, and she has promised to have you." "She hove, more nor once or twice?" To this proposition Crumb found it only necessary to bob his head. "You're ready and willing?" "I am." "You're wishing to have the band said without any more delay?" "There ain't no delay about me never was. Everything is ready in your own house." "There is. And you will expect Miss Ruby to come to the scratch?" "I shall." "That's about it, I think," said Joe Mixit, turning to the grandfather. "I don't think there was ever anything much more straightforward than that. You know, I know, Miss Ruby knows all about John Crumb. John Crumb didn't come to Bungay yesterday nor yet the day before. There's been a talk of £500, Mr. Ruggles." Mr. Ruggles made a slight gesture of assent with his head. £500 is very comfortable, and added to what John has will make things that snug that things never was snugger. "But John Crumb isn't after Miss Ruby along of her fortune, nohows," said the lover, shaking his head and still standing upright with his hands by his side. "Not he it isn't his ways, and them as knows him'll never say it of him. John has a heart in his bosom." "I has," said John, raising his hand a little above his stomach, "and feelings as a man. It's true love as has brought John Crumb to Sheepacre Farm this night love of that young lady, if she'll let me make so free. He's a proposed to her, and she's a accepted him, and now it's about time as they was married. That's what John Crumb has to say." "That's what I has to say," repeated John Crumb, "and I means it. And now, miss," continued Mixit, addressing himself to Ruby, "you've heard what John has to say." "I've heard you, Mr. Mixit, and I've heard quite enough. You can't have anything to say against it, miss, can you?" There's your grandfather as is willing, and the money is one may say counted out, and John Crumb is willing, with his house so ready that there isn't a ha'porth to do. All we want is for you to name the day, say tomorrow, Ruby, and I'll not be agin it, said John Crumb, slapping his thigh. I won't say tomorrow, Mr. Crumb, nor yet the day after tomorrow, nor yet no day at all. I'm not going to have you. I've told you as much before, that was only in fun, Roy Ike, then now I tell you in earnest. There's some folk want such a deal of telling. You don't mean never? I do mean never, Mr. Crumb. Didn't you say as you would, Ruby? Didn't you say so as plain as the nose on my face? John, as he asked these questions, could hardly refrain from tears. Young women is allowed to change their minds, said Ruby. Brute! Exclaimed old Ruggles. Pig! Jade! I'll tell you what, John. She'll go out this into the streets, that's what she will. I won't keep her here, no longer, nasty, ungrateful, lying slut. She ain't that, she ain't that, said John. She ain't that at all. She's no slut. I won't hear her called so, not by her grandfather. But, oh, she has a mind to put me so abouts, that I'll have to go home and hang myself. Dash it, Miss Ruby, you ain't going to serve a young man that way, said the baker. If you'll just keep yourself to yourself, I'll be obliged to you, Mr. Mixit, said Ruby. If you hadn't come here at all, things might have been different. Hark at that now, said John, looking at his friend almost with indignation. Mr. Mixit, who was fully aware of his rare eloquence and of the absolute necessity there had been for its exercise if any arrangement were to be made at all, could not trust himself to words after this. He put on his hat and walked out through the back kitchen into the yard, declaring that his friend would find him there, round by the pigsty wall, whenever he was ready to return to Bungay. As soon as Mixit was gone, John looked at his sweetheart out of the corners of his eyes and made a slow motion towards her, putting out his right hand as a feeler. He's off now, Ruby, said John, and you'd better be off after him, said the cruel girl. And when'll I come back again? Never. It ain't no use. What's the good of more words, Mr. Crumb? Dom her, said old Ruggles. I'll even it to her. She'll have to be out on the roads this night. She shall have the best bed in my house if she'll come for it, said John, and the old woman to look after her, and I won't come nigh her till she sends for me. I can find a place for myself, thank ye, Mr. Crumb. Old Ruggles sat grinding his teeth, and swearing to himself, taking his hat off and putting it on again, and meditating vengeance. And now, if you please, Mr. Crumb, I'll go upstairs to my own room. You don't go up to any room here, you jade you. The old man, as he said this, got up from his chair as though to fly at her, and he would have struck her with his stake, but that he was stopped by John Crumb. Don't hit the girl, no gate, Mr. Ruggles, dom her, John, she breaks my heart. While her lover held her grandfather, Ruby escaped, and seated herself on the bedside, again afraid to undress, lest she should be disturbed by her grandfather. Ain't it more nor a man ought to have to bear, ain't it, Mr. Crumb? Said the grandfather, appealing to the young man. It's the ways on Mr. Ruggles, ways on A whipping at the cartail ought to be the ways on her. She's been and seen some young buck. Then John Crumb turned red all over, through the flour, and sparks of anger flashed from his eyes. You ain't a meaning of it, master? I'm told there's been the squire's cousin about, him as they call the baronite, been along wi' Ruby? The old man nodded at him. By the marshals, I'll baronite him, I will, said John, seizing his hat and stalking off through the back kitchen after his friend. Chapter 34 Ruby Ruggles obeys her grandfather. The next day there was a great surprise at Sheepsacre Farm, which communicated itself to the towns of Bungay and Beccles, and even affected the ordinary quiet life of Carberry Manor. Ruby Ruggles had gone away, and at about 12 o'clock in the day the old farmer became aware of the fact. She had started early, at about 7 in the morning, but Ruggles himself had been out long before that, and had not condescended to ask for her when he returned to the house for his breakfast. There had been a bad scene up in the bedroom overnight, after John Crumb had left the farm. The old man in his anger had tried to expel the girl, but she had hung on to the bedpost and would not go, and he had been frightened, when the maid came up crying and screaming murder. You'll be out this tomorrow as sure as my name's Daniel Ruggles, said the farmer, panting for breath. But for the gin which he had taken he would hardly have struck her, but he had struck her, and pulled her by the hair, and knocked her about, and in the morning she took him at his word and was away. About 12 he heard from the servant girl that she had gone. She had packed a box and had started up the road carrying the box herself. Grandfather says I'm to go, and I'm gone, she had said to the girl. At the first cottage she had got a boy to carry her box into Beccles, and to Beccles she had walked. For an hour or two Ruggles sat, quiet, within the house, telling himself that she might do as she pleased with herself, that he was well rid of her, and that from henceforth he would trouble himself no more about her. But by degrees there came upon him a feeling half of compassion and half of fear, with perhaps some mixture of love, instigating him to make search for her. She had been the same to him as a child, and what would people say of him if he allowed her to depart from him after this fashion? Then he remembered his violence the night before, and the fact that the servant girl had heard if she had not seen it. He could not drop his responsibility in regard to Ruby, even if he would. So, as a first step, he sent in a message to John Crumb, at Bungay, to tell him that Ruby Ruggles had gone off with a box to Beccles. John Crumb went open-mouthed with the news to Joe Mixit, and all Bungay soon knew that Ruby Ruggles had run away. After sending his message to Crumb, the old man still sat thinking, and at last made up his mind that he would go to his landlord. He held a part of his farm under Roger Carberry, and Roger Carberry would tell him what he ought to do. A great trouble had come upon him. He would fain have been quiet, but his conscience and his heart and his terrors all were at work together, and he found that he could not eat his dinner. So he had out his cart and horse and drove himself off to Carberry Hall. It was past 4 when he started, and he found the squire seated on the terrace after an early dinner, and with him was Father Barham, the priest. The old man was shown at once round into the garden, and was not long in telling his story. There had been words between him and his granddaughter about her lover. Her lover had been accepted and had come to the farm to claim his bride. Ruby had behaved very badly. The old man made the most of Ruby's bad behavior, and of course as little as possible of his own violence. But he did explain that there had been threats used when Ruby refused to take the man, and that Ruby had, this day, taken herself off. I always thought it was settled that they were to be man and wife, said Roger. It was settled, and he were to have £500 down, money as I'd saved myself. Drat the jade, didn't she like him, Daniel? She liked him well enough till she'd seed somebody else. Then old Daniel paused, and shook his head, and was evidently the owner of a secret. The squire got up and walked round the garden with him, and then the secret was told. The farmer was of opinion that there was something between the girl and Sir Felix. Sir Felix some weeks since had been seen near the farm, and on the same occasion Ruby had been observed at some little distance from the house with her best clothes on. He's been so little here, Daniel, said the squire. It goes as tinder and spark o' fire, that does, said the farmer. Girls like Ruby don't want no time to be wooed by one such as that, though they'll fall all with a man like John Crumb for years. I suppose she's gone to London. Don't know nothing of where she's gone, only she have gone some years. Maybe it's Lowestoft. There's lots of quality at Lowestoft, washing thistles in the sea. Then they returned to the priest, who might be supposed to be cognizant of the guiles of the world and competent to give advice on such an occasion as this. If she was one of our people, said Father Barham, we should have her back quick enough, would you now? Said Ruggles, wishing at the moment that he and all his family had been brought up as Roman Catholics. I don't see how you would have more chance of catching her than we have, said Carberry. She'd catch herself. Wherever she might be she'd go to the priest, and he wouldn't leave her till he'd seen her put on the way back to her friends, with a flea in her lug, suggested the farmer. Your people never go to a clergyman in their distress. It's the last thing they'd think of. Anyone might more probably be regarded as a friend than the parson. But with us the poor know where to look for sympathy. She ain't that poor, neither, said the grandfather. She had money with her. I don't know just what she had, but she ain't been brought up poor. And I don't think as Ruby'd go of herself to any clergyman. It never was her way. It never is the way with the Protestant, said the priest. We'll say no more about that for the present, said Roger, who was waxing wroth with the priest. That a man should be fond of his own religion is right, but Roger Carberry was beginning to think that Father Barham was too fond of his religion. What had we better do? I suppose we shall hear something of her at the railway. There are not so many people leaving Beccles but that she may be remembered. So the wagonette was ordered. They all prepared to go off to the station together. But before they started John Crumb rode up to the door. He had gone at once to the farm on hearing of Ruby's departure, and had followed the farmer from thence to Carberry. Now he found the squire and the priest and the old man standing around as their horses were being put to the carriage. Ye ain't a found her, Mr. Ruggles, ha ye? He asked as he wiped the sweat from his brow. No, we ain't a found no one yet. If it was as she was to come to harm, Mr. Carberry, I'd never forgive myself, never, said Crumb. As far as I can understand, it is no doing of yours, my friend, said the squire. In one way, it ain't, and in one way it is. I was over the last night a-bothering of her. She'd a-come round maybe, if she'd have been left alone. She wouldn't have been off now, only for our going over to Sheepsaker. But oh, what is it, Mr. Crumb? He's a cousin o' yours, squire, and long as I've known Suffolk, I've never known nothing but good o' you and yourn. But if your baronet has been and done this. Oh, Mr. Carberry. If I was to wring his neck round, you wouldn't say as how I was wrong, would ye, now? Roger could hardly answer the question. On general grounds the wringing of Sir Felix's neck, let the immediate cause for such a performance have been what it might, would have seemed to him to be a good deed. The world would be better, according to his thinking, with Sir Felix out of it than in it. But still the young man was his cousin and a Carberry, and to such a one as John Crumb he was bound to defend any member of his family as far as he might be defensible. They says as how he was groping about Sheepsaker when he was last here, a-hiding himself and skulking behind hedges. Drat 'em all. They've gals enough of their own, them fellows. Why can't they let a fellow alone? I'll do him a mischief, Master Roger, I will if he's had a hand in this. Poor John Crumb. When he had his mistress to win he could find no words for himself, but was obliged to take an eloquent baker with him to talk for him. Now in his anger he could talk freely enough, but you must first learn that Sir Felix has had anything to do with this, Mr. Crumb. In course. That's right. Must learn as he did it, afore I does it. But when I have learned. And John Crumb clenched his fist as though a very short lesson would suffice for him upon this occasion. They all went to the Beccles station, and from thence to the Beccles post office, so that Beccles soon knew as much about it as Bungay. At the railway station Ruby was distinctly remembered. She had taken a second-class ticket by the morning train for London, and had gone off without any appearance of secrecy. She had been decently dressed, with a hat and cloak, and her luggage had been such as she might have been expected to carry, had all her friends known that she was going. So much was made clear at the railway station, but nothing more could be learned there. Then a message was sent by telegraph to the station in London, and they all waited, loitering about the post office, for a reply. One of the porters in London remembered seeing such a girl as was described, but the man who was supposed to have carried her box for her to a cab had gone away for the day. It was believed that she had left the station in a four-wheel cab. I'll be to her at once, said John Crumb. But there was no train till night, and Roger Carberry was doubtful whether his going would do any good. It was evidently fixed on Crumb's mind that the first step towards finding Ruby would be the breaking of every bone in the body of Sir Felix Carberry. Now it was not at all apparent to the squire that his cousin had had anything to do with this affair. It had been made quite clear to him that the old man had quarrelled with his granddaughter and had threatened to turn her out of his house, not because she had misbehaved with Sir Felix, but on account of her refusing to marry John Crumb. John Crumb had gone over to the farm expecting to arrange it all, and up to that time there had been no fear about Felix Carberry. Nor was it possible that there should have been communication between Ruby and Felix since the quarrel at the farm. Even if the old man were right in supposing that Ruby and the baronet had been acquainted, and such acquaintance could not but be prejudicial to the girl, not on that account would the baronet be responsible for her abduction. John Crumb was thirsting for blood and was not very capable in his present mood of arguing the matter out coolly, and Roger, little as he toyed his cousin, was not desirous that all Suffolk should know that Sir Felix Carberry had been thrashed within an inch of his life by John Crumb of Bungay. I'll tell you what I'll do, said he, putting his hand kindly on the old man's shoulder. I'll go up myself by the first train tomorrow. I can trace her better than Mr. Crumb can do, and you will both trust me. There's not one in the 2 counties I'd trust so soon, said the old man. But you'll let us know the very truth, said John Crumb. Roger Carberry made him an indiscreet promise that he would let him know the truth. So the matter was settled, and the grandfather and lover returned together to Bungay. Chapter 35 Melmotte's Glory. Augustus Melmotte was becoming greater and greater in every direction, mightier and mightier every day. He was learning to despise mere lords, and to feel that he might almost domineer over a duke. In truth he did recognize it as a fact that he must either domineer over dukes, or else go to the wall. It can hardly be said of him that he had intended to play so high a game, but the game that he had intended to play had become thus high of its own accord. A man cannot always restrain his own doings and keep them within the limits which he had himself planned for them. They will very often fall short of the magnitude to which his ambition has aspired. They will sometimes soar higher than his own imagination. So it had now been with Mr. Melmotte. He had contemplated great things, but the things which he was achieving were beyond his contemplation. The reader will not have thought much of Fisker on his arrival in England. Fisker was, perhaps, not a man worthy of much thought. He had never read a book. He had never written a line worth reading. He had never said a prayer. He cared nothing for humanity. He had sprung out of some Californian gully, was perhaps ignorant of his own father and mother, and had tumbled up in the world on the strength of his own audacity. But, such as he was, he had sufficed to give the necessary impetus for rolling Augustus Melmotte onwards into almost unprecedented commercial greatness. When Mr. Melmotte took his offices in Abchurch Lane, he was undoubtedly a great man, but nothing so great as when the South Central Pacific and Mexican Railway had become not only an established fact, but a fact established in Abchurch Lane. The great company indeed had an office of its own, where the board was held, but everything was really managed in Mr. Melmotte's own commercial sanctum. Obeying, no doubt, some inscrutable law of commerce, the grand enterprise, perhaps the grandest when you consider the amount of territory manipulated, which has ever opened itself before the eyes of a great commercial people, as Mr. Fisker with his peculiar eloquence observed through his nose, about this time, to a meeting of shareholders at San Francisco, had swung itself across from California to London, turning itself to the center of the commercial world as the needle turns to the pole, till Mr. Fisker almost regretted the deed which himself had done. And Melmotte was not only the head, but the body also, and the feet of it all. The shares seemed to be all in Melmotte's pocket, so that he could distribute them as he would, and it seemed also that when distributed and sold, and when bought again and sold again, they came back to Melmotte's pocket. Men were contented to buy their shares and to pay their money, simply on Melmotte's word. Sir Felix had realized a large portion of his winnings at cards, with commendable prudence for one so young and extravagant, and had brought his savings to the great man. The great man had swept the earnings of the bear garden into his till, and had told Sir Felix that the shares were his. Sir Felix had been not only contented, but supremely happy. He could now do as Paul Montague was doing, and Lord Alfred Grendel. He could realize a perennial income, buying and selling. It was only after the reflection of a day or two that he found that he had as yet got nothing to sell. It was not only Sir Felix that was admitted into these good things after this fashion. Sir Felix was but one among hundreds. In the meantime the bills in Grosvenor Square were no doubt paid with punctuality, and these bills must have been stupendous. The very servants were as tall, as gorgeous, almost as numerous, as the servants of royalty, and remunerated by much higher wages. There were 4 coachmen with egregious wigs, and 8 footmen, not one with a circumference of calf less than 18 inches. And now there appeared a paragraph in the morning breakfast table, and another appeared in the evening pulpit, telling the world that Mr. Melmotte had bought Pickering Park, the magnificent Sussex property of Adolphus Longestaff, Esquire, of Caversham. And it was so. The father and son, who never had agreed before, and who now had come to no agreement in the presence of each other, had each considered that their affairs would be safe in the hands of so great a man as Mr. Melmotte, and had been brought to terms. The purchase money, which was large, was to be divided between them. The thing was done with the greatest ease, there being no longer any delay, as is the case when small people are at work. The magnificence of Mr. Melmotte affected even the Longestaff lawyers. Were I to buy a little property, some humble cottage with a garden, or you, O reader, unless you be magnificent, the money to the last farthing would be wanted, or security for the money more than sufficient, before we should be able to enter in upon our new home. But money was the very breath of Melmotte's nostrils, and therefore his breath was taken for money. Pickering was his, and before a week was over a London builder had collected masons and carpenters by the dozen down at Chichester, and was at work upon the house to make it fit to be a residence for Madame Melmotte. There were rumours that it was to be made ready for the Goodwood week, and that the Melmotte entertainment during that festival would rival the Duke's. But there was still much to be done in London before the Goodwood week should come round, in all of which Mr. Melmotte was concerned, and of much of which Mr. Melmotte was the very centre. A member for Westminster had succeeded to a peerage, and thus a seat was vacated. It was considered to be indispensable to the country that Mr. Melmotte should go into Parliament, and what constituency could such a man as Melmotte so fitly represent as one combining as Westminster does all the essences of the metropolis? There was the popular element, the fashionable element, the legislative element, the legal element, and the commercial element. Melmotte undoubtedly was the man for Westminster. His thorough popularity was evinced by testimony which perhaps was never before given in favour of any candidate for any county or borough. In Westminster there must of course be a contest. A seat for Westminster is a thing not to be abandoned by either political party without a struggle. But, At the beginning of the affair, when each party had to seek the most suitable candidate which the country could supply, each party put its hand upon Melmotte. And when the seat, and a battle for the seat, was suggested to Melmotte, then for the first time was that great man forced to descend from the altitudes on which his mind had generally dwelt, and to decide whether he would enter Parliament as a Conservative or a Liberal. He was not long in convincing himself that the Conservative element in British society stood the most in need of that fiscal assistance which it would be in his province to give, and on the next day every hoarding in London declared to the world that Melmotte was the Conservative candidate for Westminster. It is needless to say that his committee was made up of peers, bankers, and publicans, with all that absence of class prejudice for which the party has become famous since the ballot was introduced among us. Some unfortunate Liberal was to be made to run against him, for the sake of the party, but the odds were 10 to 1 on Melmotte. This no doubt was a great matter, this affair of the seat, the dinner to be given to the Emperor of China was much greater. It was the middle of June, and the dinner was to be given on Monday, 8th July, now 3 weeks hence but all London was already talking of it. The great purport proposed was to show to the Emperor by this banquet what an English merchant citizen of London could do. Of course there was a great amount of scolding and a loud clamour on the occasion. Some men said that Melmotte was not a citizen of London, others that he was not a merchant, others again that he was not an Englishman. But no man could deny that he was both able and willing to spend the necessary money, and as this combination of ability and will was the chief thing necessary, they who opposed the arrangement could only storm and scold. On the 20th of June the tradesmen were at work, throwing up a building behind, knocking down walls, and generally transmuting the house in Grosvenor Square inches such a fashion that 200 guests might be able to sit down to dinner in the dining room of a British merchant. But who were to be the 200? It used to be the case that when a gentleman gave a dinner he asked his own guests but when affairs become great, society can hardly be carried on after that simple fashion. The Emperor of China could not be made to sit at table without English royalty, and English royalty must know whom it is to meet, must select at any rate some of its comrades. The minister of the day also had his candidates for the dinner, in which arrangement there was however no private patronage, as the list was confined to the cabinet and their wives. The Prime Minister took some credit to himself in that he would not ask for a single ticket for a private friend. But the opposition as a body desired their share of seats. Melmotte had elected to stand for Westminster on the Conservative interest, and was advised that he must insist on having as it were a Conservative cabinet present, with its Conservative wives. He was told that he owed it to his party, and that his party exacted payment of the debt. But the great difficulty lay with the city merchants. This was to be a city merchants' private feast, and it was essential that the Emperor should meet this great merchant's brother merchants at the merchants' board. No doubt the Emperor would see all the merchants at the Guildhall, but that would be a semi-public affair, paid for out of the funds of the corporation. This was to be a private dinner. Now the Lord Mayor had set his face against it, and what was to be done? Meetings were held, a committee was appointed, merchant guests were selected, to the number of 15 with their 15 wives and subsequently the Lord Mayor was made a baronet on the occasion of receiving the Emperor in the city. The Emperor with his suite was 20. Royalty had 20 tickets, each ticket for guest and wife. The existing cabinet was 14, but the coming was numbered at about 11 only, each one for self and wife. 5 ambassadors and 5 ambassadresses were to be asked. There were to be 15 real merchants out of the city. 10 great peers, with their peeresses, were selected by the General Committee of Management. There were to be 3 wise men, 2 poets, 3 independent members of the House of Commons, 2 Royal Academicians, 3 editors of papers, an African traveller who had just come home, and a novelist, but all these latter gentlemen were expected to come as bachelors. 3 tickets were to be kept over for presentation to bores endowed with the power of making themselves absolutely unendurable if not admitted at the last moment, and 10 were left for the giver of the feast and his own family and friends. It is often difficult to make things go smooth, but almost all roughnesses may be smoothed at last with patience and care, and money, and patronage. But the dinner was not to be all. 800 additional tickets were to be issued for Madame Melmotte's evening entertainment, and the fight for these was more internecine than for seats at the dinner. The dinner seats, indeed, were handled in so statesmanlike a fashion that there was not much visible fighting about them. Royalty manages its affairs quietly. The existing cabinet was existing, and though there were 2 or 3 members of it who could not have got themselves elected at a single unpolitical club in London, they had a right to their seats at Melmotte's table. What disappointed ambition there might be among Conservative candidates was never known to the public. Those gentlemen do not wash their dirty linen in public. The ambassadors of course were quiet. But we may be sure that the minister from the United States was among the favored 5. The city bankers and bigwigs, as has been already said, were at first unwilling to be present, and therefore they who were not chosen could not afterwards express their displeasure. No grumbling was heard among the peers, and that which came from the peeresses floated down into the current of the great fight about the evening entertainment. The poet laureate was of course asked, and the second poet was as much a matter of course. Only 2 academicians had in this year painted royalty, so that there was no ground for jealousy there. There were 3, and only 3, specially insolent and specially disagreeable independent members of Parliament at that time in the House, and there was no difficulty in selecting them. The wise men were chosen by their age. Among editors of newspapers there was some ill blood. That Mr. Alf and Mr. Brown should be selected was almost a matter of course. They were hated accordingly, but still this was expected. But why was Mr. Booker there? Was it because he had praised the Prime Minister's translation of Catullus? The African traveller chose himself by living through all his perils and coming home. A novelist was selected, but as royalty wanted another ticket at the last moment, the gentleman was only asked to come in after dinner. His proud heart, however, resented the treatment, and he joined amicably with his literary brethren in decrying the festival altogether. We should be advancing too rapidly into this portion of our story were we to concern ourselves deeply at the present moment with the feud as it raged before the evening came round, but it may be right to indicate that the desire for tickets at last became a burning passion, and a passion which in the great majority of cases could not be indulged. The value of the privilege was so great that Madame Melmotte thought that she was doing almost more than friendship called for when she informed her guest, Miss Longestaff, that unfortunately there would be no seat for her at the dinner table, but that, as payment for her loss, she should receive an evening ticket for herself and a joint ticket for a gentleman and his wife. Georgiana was at first indignant, but she accepted the compromise. What she did with her tickets shall be hereafter told. From all this I trust it will be understood that the Mr. Melmotte of the present hour was a very different man from that Mr. Melmotte who was introduced to the reader in the early chapters of this chronicle. Royalty was not to be smuggled in and out of his house now without his being allowed to see it. No manoeuvres now were necessary to catch a simple duchess. Duchesses were willing enough to come. Lord Alfred, when he was called by his Christian name, felt no aristocratic twinges. He was only too anxious to make himself more and more necessary to the great man. It is true that all this came as it were by jumps, so that very often a part of the world did not know on what ledge in the world the great man was perched at that moment. Miss Longestaff, who was staying in the house, did not at all know how great a man her host was. Lady Monogram, when she refused to go to Grosvenor Square, or even to allow anyone to come out of the house in Grosvenor Square to her parties, was groping in outer darkness. Madame Melmotte did not know. Marie Melmotte did not know. The great man did not quite know himself where, from time to time, he was standing. But the world at large knew. The world knew that Mr. Melmotte was to be member for Westminster, that Mr. Melmotte was to entertain the Emperor of China, that Mr. Melmotte carried the South Central Pacific and Mexican Railway in his pocket and the world worshipped Mr. Melmotte. In the meantime Mr. Melmotte was much troubled about his private affairs. He had promised his daughter to Lord Nidderdale, and as he rose in the world had lowered the price which he offered for this marriage, not so much in the absolute amount of fortune to be ultimately given, as in the manner of giving it. 15,000 a year was to be settled on Marie and on her eldest son, and £20,000 were to be paid into Nidderdale's hands 6 months after the marriage. Melmotte gave his reasons for not paying this sum at once. Nidderdale would be more likely to be quiet, if he were kept waiting for that short time. Melmotte was to purchase and furnish for them a house in town. It was, too, almost understood that the young people were to have Pickering Park for themselves, except for a week or so at the end of July. It was absolutely given out in the papers that Pickering was to be theirs. It was said on all sides that Nidderdale was doing very well for himself. The absolute money was not perhaps so great as had been at first asked, but then, at that time, Melmotte was not the strong rock, the impregnable tower of commerce, the very navel of the commercial enterprise of the world, as all men now regarded him. Nidderdale's father, and Nidderdale himself, were, in the present condition of things, content with a very much less stringent bargain than that which they had endeavoured at first to exact. But, in the midst of all this, Marie, who had at one time consented at her father's instance to accept the young lord, and who in some speechless fashion had accepted him, told both the young lord and her father, very roundly, that she had changed her mind. Her father scowled at her and told her that her mind in the matter was of no concern. He intended that she should marry Lord Nidderdale, and himself fixed some day in August for the wedding. It is no use, father, for I will never have him, said Marie. Is it about that other scamp? He asked angrily. If you mean Sir Felix Carberry, it is about him. He has been to you and told you, and therefore I don't know why I need hold my tongue. We'll both starve, my lady, that's all. Marie however was not so wedded to the grandeur which she encountered in Grosvenor Square as to be afraid of the starvation which she thought she might have to suffer if married to Sir Felix Carberry. Melmotte had not time for any long discussion. As he left her he took hold of her and shook her. "Bye," he said, "if you run rusty after all I've done for you, I'll make you suffer. You little fool, that man's a beggar. He hasn't the price of a petticoat or a pair of stockings. He's looking only for what you haven't got, and shan't have if you marry him. He wants money, not you, you little fool." But after that she was quite settled in her purpose when Nidderdale spoke to her. They had been engaged and then it had been off semicolon, and now the young nobleman, having settled everything with the father, expected no great difficulty in resettling everything with the girl. He was not very skillful at making love, but he was thoroughly good-humored, from his nature anxious to please, and averse to give pain. There was hardly any injury which he could not forgive, and hardly any kindness which he would not do, so that the labor upon himself was not too great. "Well, Miss Melmotte," he said, "governors are stern beings, are they not? Is yours stern, my lord? What I mean is that sons and daughters have to obey them. I think you understand what I mean. I was awfully spoony on you that time before, I was indeed. I hope it didn't hurt you much, Lord Nidderdale. That's so like a woman, that is. You know well enough that you and I can't marry without leave from the governors." "Nor with it," said Marie, holding her head. "I don't know how that may be. There was some hitch somewhere, I don't quite know where. The hitch had been with himself, as he demanded ready money. But it's all right now. The old fellows are agreed. Can't we make a match of it, Miss Melmotte?" "No, Lord Nidderdale, I don't think we can." "Do you mean that?" "I do mean it. When that was going on before I knew nothing about it. I have seen more of things since then, and you've seen somebody you like better than me. I say nothing about that, Lord Nidderdale. I don't think you ought to blame me, my lord." "Oh dear no, there was something before, but it was you that was off first." "Wasn't it now? The governors were off, I think. The governors have a right to be off, I suppose. But I don't think any governor has a right to make anybody marry anyone." "I agree with you I do indeed," said Lord Nidderdale, "and no governor shall make me marry. I've thought a great deal about it since that other time, and that's what I've come to determine. But I don't know why you shouldn't just marry me because you like me, only just because I don't." "Well, I do like you, Lord Nidderdale, thanks so much. I like you ever so, only marrying a person is different. There's something in that, to be sure, and I don't mind telling you," said Marie with an almost solemn expression on her countenance, "because you are good-natured and won't get me into a scrape if you can help it, that I do like somebody else no, so much. I suppose that was it, that is it. It's a deuced pity. The governors had settled everything, and we should have been awfully jolly. I'd have gone in for all the things you go in for, and though your governor was screwing us up a bit, there would have been plenty of tint to go on with. You couldn't think of it again, I tell you, my lord. I'm in love." "Oh, yes. So you were saying. It's an awful bore. That's all. I shall come to the party all the same if you send me a ticket." And so Nidderdale took his dismissal, and went away, not however without an idea that the marriage would still come off. There was always, so he thought, such a bother about things before they would get themselves fixed. This happened some days after Mr. Brown's proposal to Lady Carberry, more than a week since Marie had seen Sir Felix. As soon as Lord Nidderdale was gone she wrote again to Sir Felix begging that she might hear from him, and entrusted her letter to Didon. Chapter 36 Mr. Brown's Perils. Lady Carberry had allowed herself 2 days for answering Mr. Brown's proposition. It was made on Tuesday night and she was bound by her promise to send a reply sometime on Thursday. But early on the Wednesday morning she had made up her mind, and at noon on that day her letter was written. She had spoken to Hetta about the man, and she had seen that Hetta had disliked him. She was not disposed to be much guided by Hetta's opinion. In regard to her daughter she was always influenced by a vague idea that Hetta was an unnecessary trouble. There was an excellent match ready for her if she would only accept it. There was no reason why Hetta should continue to add herself to the family burden. She never said this even to herself, but she felt it, and was not therefore inclined to consult Hetta's comfort on this occasion. But nevertheless, what her daughter said had its effect. She had encountered the troubles of one marriage, and they had been very bad. She did not look upon that marriage as a mistake, having even up to this day a consciousness that it had been the business of her life, as a portionless girl, to obtain maintenance and position at the expense of suffering and servility. But that had been done. The maintenance was, indeed, again doubtful, because of her son's vices, but it might so probably be again secured, by means of her son's beauty. Hetta had said that Mr. Brown liked his own way. Had not she herself found that all men liked their own way? And she liked her own way. She liked the comfort of a home to herself. Personally, she did not want the companionship of a husband. And what scenes would there be between Felix and the man? And added to all this, there was something within her, almost amounting to conscience, which told her that it was not right that she should burden anyone with the responsibility and inevitable troubles of such a son as her son Felix. What would she do were her husband to command her to separate herself from her son? In such circumstances she would certainly separate herself from her husband. Having considered these things deeply, she wrote as follows to Mr. Brown: Dearest friend, I need not tell you that I have thought much of your generous and affectionate offer. How could I refuse such a prospect as you offer me without much thought? I regard your career as the most noble which a man's ambition can achieve. And in that career no one is your superior. I cannot but be proud that such a one as you should have asked me to be his wife. But, my friend, life is subject to wounds which are incurable, and my life has been so wounded. I have not strength left me to make my heart whole enough to be worthy of your acceptance. I have been so cut and scotched and locked by the sufferings which I have endured that I am best alone. It cannot all be described, and yet with you I would have no reticence. I would put the whole history before you to read, with all my troubles past and still present, all my hopes, and all my fears, with every circumstance as it has passed by and every expectation that remains, were it not that the poor tale would be too long for your patience. The result of it would be to make you feel that I am no longer fit to enter in upon a new home. I should bring showers instead of sunshine, melancholy in lieu of mirth. I will, however, be bold enough to assure you that could I bring myself to be the wife of any man I would now become your wife. But I shall never marry again. Nevertheless, I am your most affectionate friend, Matilda Carberry. About 6 o'clock in the afternoon she sent this letter to Mr. Brown's rooms in Pall Mall East, and then sat for a while alone, full of regrets. She had thrown away from her a firm footing which would certainly have served her for her whole life. Even at this moment she was in debt, and did not know how to pay her debts without mortgaging her life income. She longed for some staff on which she could lean. She was afraid of the future. When she would sit with her paper before her, preparing her future work for the press, copying a bit here and a bit there, inventing historical details, dovetailing her chronicle, her head would sometimes seem to be going round as she remembered the unpaid baker, and her son's horses, and his unmeaning dissipation, and all her doubts about the marriage. As regarded herself, Mr. Brown would have made her secure, but that now was all over. Poor woman. This at any rate may be said for her, that had she accepted the man her regrets would have been as deep. Mr. Brown's feelings were more decided in their tone than those of the lady. He had not made his offer without consideration, and yet from the very moment in which it had been made he repented it. That gently sarcastic appellation by which Lady Carberry had described him to herself when he had kissed her best explained that side of Mr. Brown's character which showed itself in this matter. He was a susceptible old goose. Had she allowed him to kiss her without objection, the kissing might probably have gone on, and, whatever might have come of it, there would have been no offer of marriage. He had believed that her little maneuvers had indicated love on her part, and he had felt himself constrained to reciprocate the passion. She was beautiful in his eyes. She was bright. She wore her clothes like a lady, and if it was written in the book of the fates that some lady was to sit at the top of his table, Lady Carberry would look as well there as any other. She had repudiated the kiss, and therefore he had felt himself bound to obtain for himself the right to kiss her. The offer had no sooner been made than he met her son reeling in, drunk, at the front door. As he made his escape the lad had insulted him. This perhaps helped to open his eyes. When he woke the next morning, or rather late in the next day, after his night's work, he was no longer able to tell himself that the world was all right with him. Who does not know that sudden thoughtfulness at waking, at first matutinal retrospection, and prospection, into things as they have been and are to be, and the lowness of heart, the blankness of hope which follows the first remembrance of some folly lately done, some word ill spoken, some money misspent, or perhaps a cigar too much, or a glass of brandy and soda water which he should have left untasted. And when things have gone well, how the waker comforts himself among the bedclothes as he claims for himself to be whole all over, clear as et qui rotundus, so to have managed his little affairs that he has to fear no harm, and to blush inwardly at no error. Mr. Brown, the way of whose life took him among many perils, who in the course of his work had to steer his bark among many rocks, was in the habit of thus auditing his daily account as he shook off sleep about noon, for such was his lot, that he seldom was in bed before 4 or 5 in the morning. On this Wednesday he found that he could not balance his sheet comfortably. He had taken a very great step, and he feared that he had not taken it with wisdom. As he drank the cup of tea with which his servant supplied him while he was yet in bed, he could not say of himself, "Teres et qui rotundus," as he was wont to do when things were well with him. Everything was to be changed. As he lit a cigarette he bethought himself that Lady Carberry would not like him to smoke in her bedroom. Then he remembered other things. "I'll be d if he shall live in my house," he said to himself. And there was no way out of it. It did not occur to the man that his offer could be refused. During the whole of that day he went about among his friends in a melancholy fashion, saying little snappish uncivil things at the club, and at last dining by himself with about 15 newspapers around him. After dinner he did not speak a word to any man, but went early to the office of the newspaper in Trafalgar Square, at which he did his nightly work. Here he was lapped in comforts, if the best of chairs, of sofas, of writing tables, and of reading lamps can make a man comfortable who has to read nightly 30 columns of a newspaper, or at any rate to make himself responsible for their contents. He seated himself to his work like a man, but immediately saw Lady Carberry's letter on the table before him. It was his custom when he did not dine at home to have such documents brought to him at his office as had reached his home during his absence, and here was Lady Carberry's letter. He knew her writing well, and was aware that here was the confirmation of his fate. It had not been expected, as she had given herself another day for her answer, but here it was, beneath his hand. Surely this was almost unfeminine haste. He chucked the letter, unopened, a little from him, and endeavored to fix his attention on some printed slip that was ready for him. For some 10 minutes his eyes went rapidly down the lines, but he found that his mind did not follow what he was reading. He struggled again, but still his thoughts were on a letter. He did not wish to open it, having some vague idea that, till the letter should have been read, there was a chance of escape. The letter would not become due to be read till the next day. It should not have been the now to tempt his thoughts on this night. But he could do nothing while it lay there. "It shall be a part of the bargain that I shall never have to see him," he said to himself, as he opened it. The second line told him that the danger was over. When he had read so far he stood up with his back to the fireplace, leaving the letter on the table. Then, after all, the woman wasn't in love with him. But that was a reading of the affair which he could hardly bring himself to look upon as correct. The woman had shown her love by 1,000 signs. There was no doubt, however, that she now had her triumph. A woman always has a triumph when she rejects a man, and more especially when she does so at a certain time of life. Would she publish her triumph? Mr. Brown would not like to have it known about among brother editors, by the world at large, that he had offered to marry Lady Carberry and that Lady Carberry had refused him. He had escaped, but the sweetness of his present safety was not in proportion to the bitterness of his late fears. He could not understand why Lady Carberry should have refused him. As he reflected upon it, all memory of her son for the moment passed away from him. Full 10 minutes had passed, during which he had still stood upon the rug, before he read the entire letter. Cut and scotched and lopped. "I suppose she has been," he said to himself. He had heard much of Sir Patrick, and knew well that the old general had been no lamb. "I shouldn't have cut her, or scotched her, or lopped her." When he had read the whole letter patiently there crept upon him gradually a feeling of admiration for her, greater than he had ever yet felt, and, for a while, he almost thought that he would renew his offer to her. Showers instead of sunshine, melancholy instead of mirth, he repeated to himself. "I should have done the best for her, taking the showers and the melancholy if they were necessary." He went to his work in a mixed frame of mind, but certainly without that dragging weight which had oppressed him when he entered the room. Gradually, through the night, he realized the conviction that he had escaped, and threw from him altogether the idea of repeating his offer. Before he left he wrote her a line. "Be it so. It need not break our friendship, N.E." This he sent by a special messenger, who returned with a note to his lodgings long before he was up on the following morning. No, certainly not. No word of this will ever pass my mouth, M.C. Mr. Brown thought that he was very well out of the danger, and resolved that Lady Carberry should never want anything that his friendship could do for her. Chapter 37 The Boardroom. On Friday, the 21st June, the board of the South Central Pacific and Mexican Railway sat in its own room behind the exchange, as was the board's custom every Friday. On this occasion all the members were there, as it had been understood that the chairman was to make a special statement. There was the great chairman as a matter of course. In the midst of his numerous and immense concerns he never threw over the railway, or delegated to other less experienced hands those cares which the commercial world had entrusted to his own. Lord Alfred was there, with Mr. Trollope, the Hebrew gentleman, and Paul Montague, and Lord Nidderdale, and even Sir Felix Carberry. Sir Felix had come, being very anxious to buy and sell, and not as yet having had an opportunity of realizing his golden hopes, although he had actually paid £1,000 in hard money into Mr. Melmotte's hands. The secretary, Mr. Miles Grendel, was also present as a matter of course. The board always met at 3, and had generally been dissolved at 3:15. Lord Alfred and Mr. Trollope sat at the chairman's right and left hand. Paul Montague generally sat immediately below, with Miles Grendel opposite to him but on this occasion the young lord and the young baronet took the next places. It was a nice little family party, the great chairman with his 2 aspiring sons-in-law, his 2 particular friends, the social friend, Lord Alfred, and the commercial friend Mr. Trollope, and Miles, who was Lord Alfred's son. It would have been complete in its friendliness, but for Paul Montague, who had lately made himself disagreeable to Mr. Melmotte and most ungratefully so, for certainly no one had been allowed so free a use of the shares as the younger member of the House of Fisker, Montague, and Montague. It was understood that Mr. Melmotte was to make a statement. Lord Nidderdale and Sir Felix had conceived that this was to be done as it were out of the great man's heart, of his own wish, so that something of the condition of the company might be made known to the directors of the company. But this was not perhaps exactly the truth. Paul Montague had insisted on giving vent to certain doubts at the last meeting but one, and, having made himself very disagreeable indeed, had forced this trouble on the great chairman. On the intermediate Friday the chairman had made himself very unpleasant to Paul, and this had seemed to be an effort on his part to frighten the inimical director out of his opposition, so that the promise of a statement need not be fulfilled. What nuisance can be so great to a man busied with immense affairs, as to have to explain, or to attempt to explain, small details to men incapable of understanding them? But Montague had stood to his guns. He had not intended, he said, to dispute the commercial success of the company. But he felt very strongly, and he thought that his brother directors should feel as strongly, that it was necessary that they should know more than they did know. Lord Alfred had declared that he did not in the least agree with his brother director. "If anybody don't understand, it's his own fault," said Mr. Trollope. But Paul would not give way, and it was understood that Mr. Melmotte would make a statement. The boards were always commenced by the reading of a certain record of the last meeting out of a book. This was always done by Miles Grendel. The record was supposed to have been written by him. But Montague had discovered that this statement in the book was always prepared and written by a satellite of Melmotte's from Abchurch Lane who was never present at the meeting. The adverse director had spoken to the secretary, it will be remembered that they were both members of the Bear Garden, and Miles had given a somewhat evasive reply. "A cussed deal of trouble and all that, you know. He's used to it, and it's what he's meant for. I'm not going to flurry myself about stuff of that kind." Montague after this had spoken on the subject both to Nidderdale and Felix Carberry. He couldn't do it, if it was ever so, Nidderdale had said. "I don't think I'd bully him if I were you. He gets £500 a year, and if you knew all he owes, and all he hasn't got, you wouldn't try to rob him of it." With Felix Carberry, Montague had as little success. Sir Felix hated the secretary, had detected him cheating at cards, had resolved to expose him, and had then been afraid to do so. He had told Dolly Longestaff, and the reader will perhaps remember with what effect. He had not mentioned the affair again, and had gradually fallen back into the habit of playing at the club. Lou, however, had given way to whist, and Sir Felix had satisfied himself with a change. He still meditated some dreadful punishment for Miles Grendel, but, in the meantime, felt himself unable to oppose him at the board. Since the day at which the aces had been manipulated at the club he had not spoken to Miles Grendel except in reference to the affairs of the whist table. The board was now commenced as usual. Miles read the short record out of the book, stumbling over every other word, and going through the performance so badly that had there been anything to understand no one could have understood it. "Gentlemen," said Mr. Melmotte, in his usual hurried way, "is it your pleasure that I shall sign the record?" Paul Montague rose to say that it was not his pleasure that the record should be signed. But Melmotte had made his scrawl, and was deep in conversation with Mr. Trollope before Paul could get upon his legs. Melmotte, however, had watched the little struggle. Melmotte, whatever might be his faults, had eyes to see and ears to hear. He perceived that Montague had made a little struggle and had been cowed, and he knew how hard it is for one man to persevere against 5 or 6, and for a young man to persevere against his elders. Nidderdale was flipping bits of paper across the table at Carberry. Miles Grendel was poring over the book which was in his charge. Lord Alfred sat back in his chair, a picture of a model director, with his right hand within his waistcoat. He looked aristocratic, respectable, and almost commercial. In that room he never by any chance opened his mouth, except when called on to say that Mr. Melmotte was right, and was considered by the chairman really to earn his money. Melmotte for a minute or two went on conversing with Trollope, having perceived that Montague for the moment was cowed. Then Paul put both his hands upon the table, intending to rise and ask some perplexing question. Melmotte saw this also and was upon his legs before Montague had risen from his chair. "Gentlemen," said Mr. Melmotte, "it may perhaps be as well if I take this occasion of saying a few words to you about the affairs of the company." Then, instead of going on with his statement, he sat down again, and began to turn over sundry voluminous papers very slowly, whispering a word or two every now and then to Mr. Trollope. Lord Alfred never changed his posture and never took his hand from his breast. Nidderdale and Carberry flipped their paper pellets backwards and forwards. Montague sat profoundly listening, or ready to listen when anything should be said. As the chairman had risen from his chair to commence his statement, Paul felt that he was bound to be silent. When a speaker is in possession of the floor, he is in possession even though he be somewhat dilatory in looking to his references, and whispering to his neighbor. And, that speaker is a chairman, of course some additional latitude must be allowed to him. Montague understood this, and sat silent. It seemed that Melmotte had much to say to Trollope, and Trollope much to say to Melmotte. Since Trollope had sat at the board he had never before developed such powers of conversation. Nidderdale didn't quite understand it. He had been there 20 minutes, was tired of his present amusement, having been unable to hit Carberry on the nose, and suddenly remembered that the bear garden would now be open. He was no respecter of persons, and had got over any little feeling of awe with which the big table and the solemnity of the room may have first inspired him. "I suppose that's about all," he said, looking up at Melmotte. "Well, perhaps as your lordship is in a hurry, and as my lord here is engaged elsewhere, turning round to Lord Alfred, who had not uttered a syllable or made a sign since he had been in his seat, we had better adjourn this meeting for another week." "I cannot allow that," said Paul Montague. "I suppose then we must take the sense of the board," said the chairman. "I have been discussing certain circumstances with our friend and chairman," said Trollope, "and I must say that it is not expedient just at present to go into matters too freely." "My lords and gentlemen," said Melmotte, "I hope that you trust me." Lord Alfred bowed down to the table and muttered something which was intended to convey most absolute confidence. "Here, here," said Mr. Trollope. "All right," said Lord Nidderdale, "go on," and he fired another pellet with improved success. "I trust," said the chairman, "that my young friend, Sir Felix, doubts neither my discretion nor my ability." "Oh dear, no, not at all," said the baronet, much tattered at being addressed in this kindly tone. He had come there with objects of his own, and was quite prepared to support the chairman on any matter whatever. "My lords and gentlemen," continued Melmotte, "I am delighted to receive this expression of your confidence. If I know anything in the world, I know something of commercial matters. I am able to tell you that we are prospering. I do not know that greater prosperity has ever been achieved in a shorter time by a commercial company. I think our friend here, Mr. Montague, should be as feelingly aware of that as any gentleman." "What do you mean by that, Mr. Melmotte?" asked Paul. "What do I mean? Certainly nothing adverse to your character, sir. Your firm in San Francisco, sir, know very well how the affairs of the company are being transacted on this side of the water. No doubt you are in correspondence with Mr. Fisker. Ask him. The telegraph wires are open to you, sir. But, my lords and gentlemen, I am able to inform you that in affairs of this nature great discretion is necessary. On behalf of the shareholders at large whose interests are in our hands, I think it expedient that any general statement should be postponed for a short time, and I flatter myself that in that opinion I shall carry the majority of this board with me." Mr. Melmotte did not make his speech very fluently, but, being accustomed to the place which he occupied, he did manage to get the words spoken in such a way as to make them intelligible to the company. "I now move that this meeting be adjourned to this day week," he added. "I second that motion," said Lord Alfred, without moving his hand from his breast. "I understood that we were to have a statement," said Montague. "You've had a statement," said Mr. Trollope. "I will put my motion to the vote," said the chairman. "I shall move an amendment," said Paul, determined that he would not be altogether silenced. "There is nobody to second it," said Mr. Trollope. How do you know till I've made it? Asked the rebel. I shall ask Lord Nidderdale to second it, and when he has heard it I think that he will not refuse. Oh, gracious me. Why me? No semicolon, don't ask me. I've got to go away. I have indeed. At any rate I claim the right of saying a few words. I do not say whether every affair of this company should or should not be published to the world. You'd break up everything if you did, said Trollope. Perhaps everything ought to be broken up. But I say nothing about that. What I do say is this. That as we sit here as directors and will be held to be responsible as such by the public, we ought to know what is being done. We ought to know where the shares really are. I for one do not even know what scrip has been issued. You've bought and sold enough to know something about it, said Melmotte. Paul Montague became very red in the face. At any rate, began, he said, by putting what was to me a large sum of money into the affair. That's more than I know, said Melmotte. Whatever shares you have, were issued at San Francisco, and not here. I have taken nothing that I haven't paid for, said Montague. Nor have I yet had allotted to me anything like the number of shares which my capital would represent. But I did not intend to speak of my own concerns. It looks very like it, said Trollope. So far from it that I am prepared to risk the not improbable loss of everything I have in the world. I am determined to know what is being done with the shares, or to make it public to the world at large that I, one of the directors of the company, do not in truth know anything about it. I cannot, I suppose, absolve myself from further responsibility, but I can at any rate do what is right from this time forward, and that course I intend to take. The gentleman had better resign his seat to this board, said Melmotte. There will be no difficulty about that. Bound up as I am with Fisker and the Montague in California, I fear that there will be difficulty. Not in the least, continued the chairman. You need only gazette your resignation and the thing is done. I had intended, gentlemen, to propose an addition to our number. When I name to you a gentleman, personally known to many of you, and generally esteemed throughout England as a man of business, as a man of probity, and as a man of fortune, a man standing deservedly high in all British circles, I mean Mr. Longestaff of Caversham. Young Dolly, or old, asked Lord Nidderdale. I mean Mr. Adolphus Longestaff, Senior, of Caversham. I am sure that you will all be glad to welcome him among you. I had thought to strengthen our number by this addition. But if Mr. Montague is determined to leave us, and no one will regret the loss of his services so much as I shall, it will be my pleasing duty to move that Adolphus Longestaff, Senior, Esquire, of Caversham, be requested to take his place. If on consideration Mr. Montague shall determine to remain with us, and I for one most sincerely hope that such reconsideration may lead to such determination, then I shall move that an additional director be added to our number, and that Mr. Longestaff be requested to take the chair of that additional director. The latter speech Mr. Melmotte got through very glibly, and then immediately left the chair, so as to show that the business of the board was closed for that day without any possibility of reopening it. Paul went up to him and took him by the sleeve, signifying that he wished to speak to him before they parted. Certainly, said the great man, bowing. Carberry, he said, looking round on the young baronet with his blandest smile, if you are not in a hurry, wait a moment for me. I have a word or two to say before you go. Now, Mr. Montague, what can I do for you? Paul began his story, expressing again the opinion which he had already very plainly expressed at the table. But Melmotte stopped him very shortly, and with much less courtesy than he had shown in the speech which he had made from the chair. The thing is about this way, I take it, Mr. Montague you think you know more of this matter than I do. Not at all, Mr. Melmotte, and I think that I know more of it than you do. Either of us may be right. But as I don't intend to give way to you, perhaps the less we speak together about it the better. You can't be in earnest in the threat you made, because you would be making public things communicated to you under the seal of privacy, and no gentleman would do that. But as long as you are hostile to me, I can't help you, and so good afternoon. Then, without giving Montague the possibility of a reply, he escaped into an inner room which had the word private painted on the door, and which was supposed to belong to the chairman individually. He shut the door behind him, and then, after a few moments, put out his head and beckoned to Sir Felix Carberry. Nidderdale was gone. Lord Alfred with his son were already on the stairs. Trollope was engaged with Melmotte's clerk on the record book. Paul Montague, finding himself without support and alone, slowly made his way out into the court. Sir Felix had come into the city intending to suggest to the chairman that having paid his £1,000 he should like to have a few shares to go on with. He was, indeed, at the present moment very nearly penniless, and had negotiated, or lost at cards, all the IOUs which were in any degree serviceable. He still had a pocketbook full of those issued by Miles Grendel, but it was now an understood thing at the Bear Garden that no one was to be called upon to take them except Miles Grendel himself, an arrangement which robbed the card table of much of its delight. Beyond this, also, he had lately been forced to issue a little paper himself, in doing which he had talked largely of his shares in the railway. His case certainly was hard. He had actually paid £1,000 down in hard cash, a commercial transaction which, as performed by himself, he regarded as stupendous. It was almost incredible to himself that he should have paid anyone £1,000, but he had done it with much difficulty, having carried Dolly Jr. with him all the way into the city, in the belief that he would thus put himself in the way of making a continual and unfailing income. He understood that as a director he would be always entitled to buy shares at par, and, as a matter of course, always able to sell them at the market price. This he understood to range from 10 to 15 and 20% profit. He would have nothing to do but to buy and sell daily. He was told that Lord Alfred was allowed to do it to a small extent, and that Melmotte was doing it to an enormous extent. But before he could do it he must get something, he hardly knew what, out of Melmotte's hands. Melmotte certainly did not seem to shun him, and therefore there could be no difficulty about the shares. As to danger, who could think of danger in reference to money entrusted to the hands of Augustus Melmotte? "I am delighted to see you here," said Melmotte, shaking him cordially by the hand. "You come regularly, and you'll find that it will be worth your while. There's nothing like attending to business. You should be here every Friday." "I will," said the baronet, "and let me see you sometimes up at my place in Abchurch Lane. I can put you more in the way of understanding things there than I can here. This is all a mere formal sort of thing. You can see that." "Oh yes, I see that. We are obliged to have this kind of thing for men like that fellow Montague. By the by, is he a friend of yours?" "Not particularly. He is a friend of a cousin of mine, and the women know him at home." "He isn't a pal of mine if you mean that. If he makes himself disagreeable, he'll have to go to the wall, that's all. But never mind him at present. Was your mother speaking to you of what I said to her?" "No, Mr. Melmotte," said Sir Felix, staring with all his eyes. "I was talking to her about you, and I thought that perhaps she might have told you. This is all nonsense, you know, about you and Marie." Sir Felix looked into the man's face. It was not savage, as he had seen it, but there had suddenly come upon his brow that heavy look of a determined purpose which all who knew the man were wont to mark. Sir Felix had observed it a few minutes since in the boardroom, when the chairman was putting down the rebellious director. "You understand that, don't you?" Sir Felix still looked at him, but made no reply. "It's all nonsense. You haven't got a brass farthing, you know. You've no income at all, you're just living on your mother, and I'm afraid she's not very well off. How can you suppose that I shall give my girl to you?" Felix still looked at him but did not dare to contradict a single statement made. Yet when the man told him that he had not a brass farthing he thought of his own £1,000 which were now in the man's pocket. "You're a baronet, and that's about all, you know," continued Melmotte. "The Carberry property, which is a very small thing, belongs to a distant cousin who may leave it to me if he pleases, and who isn't very much older than you are yourself." "Oh, come, Mr. Melmotte, he's a great deal older than me. It wouldn't matter if he were as old as Adam. The thing is out of the question, and you must drop it." Then the look on his brow became a little heavier. "You hear what I say. She is going to marry Lord Nidderdale. She was engaged to him before you ever saw her. What do you expect to get by it?" Sir Felix had not the courage to say that he expected to get the girl he loved. But as the man waited for an answer he was obliged to say something. "I suppose it's the old story," he said. "Just so, the old story. You want my money, and she wants you, just because she has been told to take somebody else. You want something to live on, that's what you want. Come, out with it. Is not that it? When we understand each other I'll put you in the way of making money. Of course I'm not very well off," said Felix, "about as badly as any young man that I can hear of. You give me your written promise that you'll drop this affair with Marie, and you shan't want for money." "A written promise?" "Yes, a written promise. I give nothing for nothing. I'll put you in the way of doing so well with these shares that you shall be able to marry any other girl you please, or to live without marrying, which you'll find to be better." There was something worthy of consideration in Mr. Melmotte's proposition. Marriage of itself, simply as a domestic institution, had not specially recommended itself to Sir Felix Carberry. A few horses at Leighton, Ruby Ruggles or any other beauty, and life at the Bear Garden were much more to his taste. and then he was quite alive to the fact that it was possible that he might find himself possessed of the wife without the money. Marie, indeed, had a grand plan of her own, with reference to that settled income, but then Marie might be mistaken, or she might be lying. If he was sure of making money in the way Melmotte now suggested, the loss of Marie would not break his heart. But then also Melmotte might be lying. "By the by, Mr. Melmotte," said he, "could you let me have those shares?" "What shares?" And the heavy brow became still heavier. "Don't you know? I gave you £1,000, and I was to have 10 shares. You must come about that on the proper day, to the proper place." "When is the proper day?" "It is the 20th of each month, I think." Sir Felix looked very blank at hearing this, knowing that this present was the 21st of the month. "But what does that signify? Do you want a little money?" "Well, I do," said Sir Felix. "A lot of fellows owe me money, but it's so hard to get it." "That tells a story of gambling," said Mr. Melmotte. "You think I'd give my girl to a gambler? Nidderdale's in it quite as thick as I am. Nidderdale has a settled property which neither he nor his father can destroy." "But don't you be such a fool as to argue with me. You won't get anything by it. If you'll write that letter here now, what semicolon to Marie?" "No semicolon, not to Marie at all, but to me. It need never be known to her. If you'll do that I'll stick to you and make a man of you. And if you want a couple of £100 I'll give you a cheque for it before you leave the room. Mind, I can tell you this. On my word of honour as a gentleman, if my daughter were to marry you, she'd never have a single shilling. I should immediately make a will and leave all my property to St. George's Hospital. I have quite made up my mind about that. And couldn't you manage that I should have the shares before the 20th of next month?" "I'll see about it. Perhaps I could let you have a few of my own. At any rate I won't see you short of money." The terms were enticing and the letter was of course written. Melmotte himself dictated the words, which were not romantic in their nature. "The reader shall see the letter, dear sir. In consideration of the offers made by you to me, and on a clear understanding that such a marriage would be disagreeable to you and to the lady's mother, and would bring down a father's curse upon your daughter, I hereby declare and promise that I will not renew my suit to the young lady, which I hereby altogether renounce. I am, dear sir, your obedient servant, Felix Carberry, Augustus Melmotte, Esquire, Grosvenor Square." The letter was dated 21st July, and bore the printed address of the offices of the South Central Pacific and Mexican Railway. "You'll give me the cheque for £200, Mr. Melmotte?" The financier hesitated for a moment, but did give the baronet the cheque as promised. "And you'll see about letting me have those shares? You can come to me in Abchurch Lane, you know." Sir Felix said that he would call in Abchurch Lane, as he went westward towards the Bear Garden. The baronet was not happy in his mind. Ignorant as he was as to the duties of a gentleman, indifferent as he was to the feelings of others, still he felt ashamed of himself. He was treating the girl very badly. Even he knew that he was behaving badly. He was so conscious of it that he tried to console himself by reflecting that his writing such a letter as that would not prevent his running away with the girl, should he, on consideration, find it to be worth his while to do so. That night he was again playing at the Bear Garden, and he lost a great part of Mr. Melmotte's money. He did in fact lose much more than the £200, but when he found his ready money going from him he issued paper. Chapter 38 Paul Montague's Troubles. Paul Montague had other troubles on his mind beyond this trouble of the Mexican Railway. It was now more than a fortnight since he had taken Mrs. Hurtle to the play, and she was still living in lodgings at Islington. He had seen her twice, once on the following day, when he was allowed to come and go without any special reference to their engagement, and again, 3 or 4 days afterwards, when the meeting was by no means so pleasant. She had wept, and after weeping had stormed. She had stood upon what she called the rights, and had dared him to be false to her. Did he mean to deny that he had promised to marry her? Was not his conduct to her, ever since she had now been in London, a repetition of that promise? And then again she became soft, and pleaded with him. But for the storm he might have given way. At the moment he had felt that any fate in life would be better than a marriage on compulsion. Her tears and her pleadings, nevertheless, touched him very nearly. He had promised her most distinctly. He had loved her and had won her love. And she was lovely. The very violence of the storm made the sunshine more sweet. She would sit down on a stool at his feet, and it was impossible to drive her away from him. She would look up in his face and he could not but embrace her. Then there had come a passionate flood of tears and she was in his arms. How he had escaped he hardly knew, but he did know that he had promised to be with her again before 2 days should have passed. On the day named he wrote to her a letter excusing himself, which was at any rate true in words. He had been summoned, he said, to Liverpool on business, and must postpone seeing her till his return. And he explained that the business on which he was called was connected with a great American railway, and, being important, demanded his attention. In words, this was true. He had been corresponding with a gentleman at Liverpool with whom he had become acquainted on his return home after having involuntarily become a partner in the house of Fisker, Montague, and Montague. This man he trusted and had consulted. The gentleman, Mr. Ramsbottom by name, had suggested that he should come to him at Liverpool. He had gone, and his conduct at the board had been the result of the advice which he had received. But it may be doubted whether some dread of the coming interview with Mrs. Hurtle had not added strength to Mr. Ramsbottom's invitation. In Liverpool he had heard tidings of Mrs. Hurtle, though it can hardly be said that he obtained any trustworthy information. The lady after landing from an American steamer had been at Mr. Ramsbottom's office, inquiring for him, Paul, and Mr. Ramsbottom had thought that the inquiries were made in a manner indicating danger. He therefore had spoken to a fellow traveller with Mrs. Hurtle, and the fellow traveller had opined that Mrs. Hurtle was a queer card. On board ship we all gave it up to her that she was about the handsomest woman we had ever seen, but we all said that there was a bit of the wildcat in her breeding. Then Mr. Ramsbottom had asked whether the lady was a widow. There was a man on board from Kansas, said the fellow traveller, who knew a man named Hurtle at Leavenworth, who was separated from his wife and is still alive. There was, according to him, a queer story about the man and his wife having fought a duel with pistols, and then having separated. This Mr. Ramsbottom, who in an earlier stage of the affair had heard something of Paul and Mrs. Hurtle together, managed to communicate to the young man. His advice about the railway company was very clear and general, and such as an honest man would certainly give, but it might have been conveyed by letter. The information, such as it was, respecting Mrs. Hurtle, could only be given viva voce, and perhaps the invitation to Liverpool had originated in Mr. Ramsbottom's appreciation of this fact. As she was asking after you here, perhaps it is well that you should know, his friend said to him. Paul had only thanked him, not daring on the spur of the moment to speak of his own difficulties. In all this there had been increased dismay, but there had also been some comfort. It had only been at moments in which he had been subject to her softer influences that Paul had doubted as to his adherence to the letter which he had written to her, breaking off his engagement. When she told him of her wrongs and of her love, of his promise and his former devotion to her, when she assured him that she had given up everything in life for him, and threw her arms round him, looking into his eyes then he would almost yield. But when, what the traveller called the breeding of the wildcat, showed itself and when, having escaped from her, he thought of Hetty Carberry and of her breeding, he was fully determined that, let his fate be what it might, it should not be that of being the husband of Mrs. Hurtle. That he was in a mass of troubles from which it would be very difficult for him to extricate himself he was well aware but if it were true that Mr. Hurtle was alive, that fact might help him. She certainly had declared him to be not separated, or even divorced but dead. And if it were true also that she had fought a duel with one husband, that also ought to be a reason why a gentleman should object to become her second husband. These facts would at any rate justify himself to himself, and would enable himself to break from his engagement without thinking himself to be a false traitor, but he must make up his mind as to some line of conduct. She must be made to know the truth. If he meant to reject the lady finally on the score of her being a wild cat, he must tell her so. He felt very strongly that he must not flinch from the wildcat's claws. That he would have to undergo some severe handling, an amount of clawing which might perhaps go near his life, he could perceive. Having done what he had done he would have no right to shrink from such usage. He must tell her to her face that he was not satisfied with her past life, and that therefore he would not marry her. Of course he might write to her but when summoned to her presence he would be unable to excuse himself, even to himself, for not going. It was his misfortune, and also his fault, that he had submitted to be loved by a wildcat, but it might be well that before he saw her he should get hold of information that might have the appearance of real evidence. He returned from Liverpool to London on the morning of the Friday on which the board was held, and thought even more of all this than he did of the attack which he was prepared to make on Mr. Melmotte. If he could come across the traveller he might learn something. The husband's name had been Caradoc Carson Hurtle. If Caradoc Carson Hurtle had been seen in the state of Kansas within the last 2 years, that certainly would be sufficient evidence. As to the duel he felt that it might be very hard to prove that, and that if proved, it might be hard to found upon the fact any absolute right on his part to withdraw from the engagement. But there was a rumor also, though not corroborated during his last visit to Liverpool, that she had shot a gentleman in Oregon. Could he get at the truth of that story? If they were all true, surely he could justify himself to himself. But this detective's work was very distasteful to him. After having had the woman in his arms, how could he undertake such inquiries as these? And it would be almost necessary that he should take her in his arms again while he was making them, unless indeed he made them with her knowledge. Was it not his duty, as a man, to tell everything to herself? To speak to her thus: I am told that your life with your last husband was, to say the least of it, eccentric, that you even fought a duel with him. I could not marry a woman who had fought a duel, certainly not a woman who had fought with her own husband. I am told also that you shot another gentleman in Oregon. It may well be that the gentleman deserved to be shot, but there is something in the deed so repulsive to me, no doubt irrationally, that, on that score also, I must decline to marry you. I am told also that Mr. Hurtle has been seen alive quite lately. I had understood from you that he is dead. No doubt you may have been deceived. But as I should not have engaged myself to you had I known the truth, so now I consider myself justified in absolving myself from an engagement which was based on a misconception. It would no doubt be difficult to get through all these details, but it might be accomplished gradually, unless in the process of doing so he should incur the fate of the gentleman in Oregon. At any rate he would declare to her as well as he could the ground on which he claimed a right to consider himself free, and would bear the consequences. Such was the resolve which he made on his journey up from Liverpool, and that trouble was also on his mind when he rose up to attack Mr. Melmotte single-handed at the board. When the board was over, he also went down to the bear garden. Perhaps, with reference to the board, feeling which hurt him most was the conviction that he was spending money which he would never have had to spend had there been no board. He had been twitted with this at a board meeting, and had justified himself by referring to the money which had been invested in the company of Fisker, Montague, and Montague, which money was now supposed to have been made over to the railway. But the money which he was spending had come to him after a loose fashion, and he knew that if called upon for an account, he could hardly make out one which would be square and intelligible to all parties. Nevertheless he spent much of his time at the bear garden, dining there when no engagement carried him elsewhere. On this evening he joined his table with Nidderdale's, at the young lord's instigation. "What made you so savage at old Melmotte today?" said the young lord. "I didn't mean to be savage, but I think that as we call ourselves directors we ought to know something about it. I suppose we ought." "I don't know, you know. I'll tell you what I've been thinking. I can't make out why the mischief they made me a director, because you're a lord," said Paul bluntly. "I suppose there's something in that. But what good can I do them? Nobody thinks that I know anything about business. Of course I'm in Parliament, but I don't often go there unless they want me to vote. Everybody knows that I'm hard up. I can't understand it. The governor said that I was to do it, and so I've done it. They say, you know, there's something between you and Melmotte's daughter, but if there is, what has that to do with a railway in the city? And why should Carberry be there? And, heaven and earth, why should old Grendel be a director? I'm impecunious, but if you were to pick out the two most hopeless men in London in regard to money, they would be old Grendel and young Carberry. I've been thinking a good deal about it, and I can't make it out." "I have been thinking about it too," said Paul. "I suppose old Melmotte is all right?" asked Nidderdale. This was a question which Montague found it difficult to answer. How could he be justified in whispering suspicions to the man who was known to be at any rate one of the competitors for Marie Melmotte's hand? "You can speak out to me, you know," said Nidderdale, nodding his head. "I've got nothing to speak. People say that he is about the richest man alive. He lives as though he were. I don't see why it shouldn't be all true. Nobody, I take it, knows very much about him." When his companion had left him, Nidderdale sat down, thinking of it all. It occurred to him that he would be coming a crop rather, or he to marry Melmotte's daughter for her money, and then find that she had got none. A little later in the evening he invited Montague to go up to the card-room. "Carberry, and Grasler, and Dolly Longest are further waiting," he said. But Paul declined. He was too full of his troubles for play. "Poor Miles isn't there, if you're afraid of that," said Nidderdale. "Miles Grendel wouldn't hinder me," said Montague, "nor me either. Of course it's a confounded shame. I know that as well as anybody. But, God bless me, I owe a fellow down in Leicestershire heaven knows how much for keeping horses, and that's a shame. He'll pay him some day. I suppose I shall come if I don't die first. But I should have gone on with the horses just the same if there had never been anything to come, only they wouldn't have given me tick, you know. As far as I'm concerned it's just the same. I like to live whether I've got money or not. And I fear I don't have many scruples about paying. But then I like to let live too. There's Carberry always saying nasty things about poor Miles. He's playing himself without a rap to back him. If he were to lose, Vosner wouldn't stand him a £10 note. But because he has won, he goes on as though he were old Melmotte himself. You'd better come up. But Montague wouldn't go up. Without any fixed purpose he left the club, and slowly sauntered northwards through the streets till he found himself in Welbeck Street. He hardly knew why he went there, and certainly had not determined to call on Lady Carberry when he left the Bear Garden. His mind was full of Mrs. Hurtle. As long as she was present in London, as long at any rate as he was unable to tell himself that he had finally broken away from her, he knew himself to be an unfit companion for Henrietta Carberry. And, indeed, he was still under some promise made to Roger Carberry, not that he would avoid Hetta's company, but that for a certain period, as yet unexpired, he would not ask her to be his wife. It had been a foolish promise, made and then repented without much attention to words, but still it was existing, and Paul knew well that Roger trusted that it would be kept. Nevertheless, Paul made his way up to Welbeck Street and almost unconsciously knocked at the door. No, Lady Carberry was not at home. She was out somewhere with Mr. Roger Carberry. Up to that moment Paul had not heard that Roger was in town, but the reader may remember that he had come up in search of Ruby Ruggles. Miss Carberry was at home. The page went on to say, would Mr. Montague go up and see Miss Carberry? Without much consideration Mr. Montague said that he would go up and see Miss Carberry. Mamma is out with Roger, said Hetta, endeavouring to save herself from confusion. There is a soiree of learned people somewhere, and she made poor Roger take her. The ticket was only for her and her friend, and therefore I could not go. I am so glad to see you. What an age it is since we met, hardly since the Melmotte's ball, said Hetta, hardly indeed. I have been here once since that. What has brought Roger up to town? I don't know what it is. Some mystery, I think. Whenever there is a mystery I am always afraid that there is something wrong about Felix. I do get so unhappy about Felix, Mr. Montague. I saw him today in the city, at the railway board, but Roger says the railway board is all a sham. Paul could not keep himself from blushing as he heard this, and that Felix should not be there. And then there is something going on about that horrid man's daughter. She is to marry Lord Nidderdale, I think, is she? They are talking of her marrying Felix, and of course it is for her money. And I believe that man is determined to quarrel with them. What man? Miss Carberry, Mr. Melmotte himself. It's all horrid from beginning to end. But I saw them in the city today and they seem to be the greatest friends. When I wanted to see Mr. Melmotte he bolted himself into an inner room, but he took your brother with him. He would not have done that if they had not been friends. When I saw it I almost thought that he had consented to the marriage. Roger has the greatest dislike to Mr. Melmotte. I know he has, said Paul, and Roger is always right. It is always safe to trust him. Don't you think so, Mr. Montague? Paul did think so, and was by no means disposed to deny to his rival the praise which rightly belonged to him. But still he found the subject difficult. Of course I will never go against Mamma, continued Hetta, but I always feel that my cousin Roger is a rock of strength, so that if one did whatever he said one would never get wrong. I never found anyone else that I thought that of, but I do think it of him. No one has more reason to praise him than I have. I think everybody has reason to praise him that has to do with him. And I'll tell you why I think it is. Whenever he thinks anything he says it or, at least, he never says anything that he doesn't think. If he spent £1,000, everybody would know that he got it to spend, but other people are not like that. You're thinking of Melmotte. I'm thinking of everybody, Mr. Montague of everybody except Roger. Is he the only man you can trust? But it is abominable to me to seem even to contradict you. Roger Carberry has been to me the best friend that any man ever had. I think as much of him as you do. I didn't say he was the only person or I didn't mean to say so. But all my friends, am I among the number, Miss Carberry? Yes I suppose so. Of course you are. Why not? Of course you are a friend, because you are his friend. Look here, Hetta, he said. It is no good going on like this. I love Roger Carberry, as well as one man can love another. He is all that you say, and more. You hardly know how he denies himself, and how he thinks of everybody near him. He is a gentleman all round and every inch. He never lies. He never takes what is not his own. I believe he does love his neighbour as himself. Oh, Mr. Montague. I am so glad to hear you speak of him like that. I love him better than any man, as well as a man can love a man. If you will say that you love him as well as a woman can love a man, I will leave England at once, and never return to it. There's Mamma, said Henrietta for at that moment there was a double knock at the door. Chapter 39 I do love him. So it was. Lady Carberry had returned home from the soiree of learned people, and had brought Roger Carberry with her. They both came up to the drawing room and found Paul and Henrietta together. It need hardly be said that they were both surprised. Roger supposed that Montague was still at Liverpool, and, knowing that he was not a frequent visitor in Welbeck Street, could hardly avoid a feeling that a meeting between the two had now been planned in the mother's absence. The reader knows that it was not so. Roger certainly was a man not liable to suspicion, but the circumstances in this case were suspicious. There would have been nothing to suspect, no reason why Paul should not have been there, but from the promise which had been given. There was, indeed, no breach of that promise proved by Paul's presence in Welbeck Street, but Roger felt rather than thought that the two could hardly have spent the evening together without such breach. Whether Paul had broken the promise by what he had already said the reader must be left to decide. Lady Carberry was the first to speak. "This is quite an unexpected pleasure, Mr. Montague." Whether Roger suspected anything or not, she did. The moment she saw Paul the idea occurred to her that the meeting between Hetty and him had been preconcerted. "Yes," he said, making a lame excuse, where no excuse should have been made, "I had nothing to do, and was lonely, and thought that I would come up and see you." Lady Carberry disbelieved him altogether, but Roger felt assured that his coming in Lady Carberry's absence had been an accident. The man had said so, and that was enough. "I thought you were at Liverpool," said Roger. "I came back today, to be present at that board in the city. I have had a good deal to trouble me. I will tell you all about it just now." "What has brought you to London?" "A little business," said Roger. Then there was an awkward silence. Lady Carberry was angry, and hardly knew whether she ought not to show her anger. For Henrietta it was very awkward. She, too, could not but feel that she had been caught, though no innocence could be whiter than hers. She knew well her mother's mind, and the way in which her mother's thoughts would run. Silence was frightful to her, and she found herself forced to speak. "Have you had a pleasant evening, Mamma? Have you had a pleasant evening, my dear?" said Lady Carberry, forgetting herself in her desire to punish her daughter. "Indeed, no," said Hetty, attempting to laugh. "I have been trying to work hard at Dante, but one never does any good when one has to try to work. I was just going to bed when Mr. Montague came in." "What did you think of the wise men and the wise women, Roger?" "I was out of my element, of course, but I think your mother liked it. I was very glad indeed to meet Dr. Palmoil. It seems that if we can only open the interior of Africa a little further, we can get everything that is wanted to complete the chemical combination necessary for feeding the human race. Isn't that a grand idea, Roger? A little more elbow grease is the combination that I look to. Surely, Roger, if the Bible is to go for anything, we are to believe that labor is a curse and not a blessing. Adam was not born to labor, but he fell, and I doubt whether Dr. Palmoil will be able to put his descendants back into Eden. Roger, for a religious man, you do say the strangest things. I have quite made up my mind to this if ever I can see things so settled here as to enable me to move, I will visit the interior of Africa. It is the garden of the world." This scrap of enthusiasm so carried them through their immediate difficulties that the two men were able to take their leave and to get out of the room with fair comfort. As soon as the door was closed behind them, Lady Carberry attacked her daughter. "What brought him here?" "He brought himself, Mamma. Don't answer me in that way, Hetty. Of course he brought himself. That is insolent, Mamma. How can you say such hard words? I meant that he came of his own accord. How long was he here?" 2 minutes before you came in." "Why do you cross-question me like this?" "I could not help his coming. I did not desire that he might be shown up." "You did not know that he was to come, Mamma? If I am to be suspected, all is over between us." "What do you mean by that? If you can think that I would deceive you, you will think so always. If you will not trust me, how am I to live with you as though you did? I knew nothing of his coming. Tell me this, Hetty, are you engaged to marry him?" "No, I am not." "Has he asked you to marry him?" Hetty paused a moment, considering, before she answered this question. "I do not think he ever has." "You do not think?" I was going on to explain. "He never has asked me. But he has said that, which makes me know that he wishes me to be his wife." "What has he said?" "When did he say it?" Again she paused. But again she answered with straightforward simplicity. "Just before you came in, he said." "I don't know what he said, but it meant that. You told me he had been here but a minute. It was but very little more. If you take me at my word in that way, of course you can make me out to be wrong, Mamma. It was almost no time, and yet he said it. He had come prepared to say it. How could he come expecting to find you, sure? He expected nothing of the kind. I think you do him wrong, Mamma. I am sure you are doing me wrong." I think his coming was an accident, and that what he said was an accident. An accident. It was not intended, not then, Mama. I have known it ever so long, and so have you. It was natural that he should say so when we were alone together. And you, what did you say? Nothing. You came. I am sorry that my coming should have been so inopportune. But I must ask one other question, Hetta. What do you intend to say? Hetta was again silent, and now for a longer space. She put her hand up to her brow and pushed back her hair as she thought whether her mother had a right to continue this cross-examination. She had told her mother everything as it had happened. She had kept back no deed done, no word spoken, either now or at any time. But she was not sure that her mother had a right to know her thoughts, feeling as she did that she had so little sympathy from her mother. How do you intend to answer him? Demanded Lady Carberry. I do not know that he will ask again. That is prevaricating. No, Mama, I do not prevaricate. It is unfair to say that to me. I do love him. There. I think it ought to have been enough for you to know that I should never give him encouragement without telling you about it. I do love him, and I shall never love anyone else. He is a ruined man. Your cousin says that all this company in which he is involved will go to pieces. Hetta was too clever to allow this argument to pass. She did not doubt that Roger had so spoken of the railway to her mother, but she did doubt that her mother had believed the story. If so, said she, Mr. Melmotte will be a ruined man too, and yet you want Felix to marry Marie Melmotte. It makes me ill to hear you talk, as if you understood these things. And you think you will marry this man because he is to make a fortune out of the railway. Lady Carberry was able to speak with an extremity of scorn in reference to the assumed pursuit by one of her children of an advantageous position which she was doing all in her power to recommend to the other child. I have not thought of his fortune. I have not thought of marrying him, Mama. I think you are very cruel to me. You say things so hard, that I cannot bear them. Why will you not marry your cousin? I am not good enough for him. Nonsense. Very well, you say so. But that is what I think. He is so much above me, that, though I do love him, I cannot think of him in that way. And I have told you that I do love someone else. I have no secret from you now. Good night, Mama, she said, coming up to her mother and kissing her. Do be kind to me, and pray, do believe me. Lady Carberry then allowed herself to be kissed, and allowed her daughter to leave the room. There was a great deal said that night between Roger Carberry and Paul Montague before they parted. As they walked together to Roger's hotel, he said not a word as to Paul's presence in Welbeck Street. Paul had declared his visit in Lady Carberry's absence to have been accidental, and therefore there was nothing more to be said. Montague then asked as to the cause of Carberry's journey to London. I do not wish it to be talked of, said Roger after a pause, and of course I could not speak of it before Hetta. A girl has gone away from our neighborhood. You remember old Ruggles? You do not mean that Ruby has levanted? She was to have married John Crumb. Just so, but she has gone off, leaving John Crumb in an unhappy frame of mind. John Crumb is an honest man and almost too good for her. Ruby is very pretty. Has she gone with anyone? No, she went alone. But the horror of it is this. They think down there that Felix has made love to her, and that she has been taken to London by him. That would be very bad. He certainly has known her. Though he lied, as he always lies. When I first spoke to him, I brought him to admit that he and she had been friends down in Suffolk. Of course we know what such friendship means. But I do not think that she came to London at his instance. Of course he would lie about that. He would lie about anything. If his horse cost him £100, he would tell one man that he gave 50, and another 200. But he has not lived long enough yet to be able to lie and tell the truth with the same eye. When he is as old as I am, he'll be perfect. He knows nothing about her coming to town? He did not when I first asked him. I'm not sure, but I fancy that I was too quick after her. She started last Saturday morning. I followed on the Sunday, and made him out at his club. I think that he knew nothing then of her being in town. He is very clever, if he did. Since that he has avoided me. I caught him once, but only for half a minute, and then he swore that he had not seen her. You still believed him? No, he did it very well, but I knew that he was prepared for me. I cannot say how it may have been. To make matters worse, old Ruggles has now quarrelled with Crumb, and is no longer anxious to get back his granddaughter. He was frightened at first, but that has gone off, and he is now reconciled to the loss of the girl and the saving of his money. After that Paul told all his own story, the double story, both in regard to Melmotte and to Mrs. Hurtle. As regarded the railway, Roger could only tell him to follow explicitly the advice of his Liverpool friend. I never believed in the thing, you know, nor did I. But what could I do? I'm not going to blame you. Indeed, knowing you as I do, feeling sure that you intend to be honest, I would not for a moment insist on my own opinion, if it did not seem that Mr. Ramsbottom thinks as I do. In such a matter, when a man does not see his own way clearly, it behoves him to be able to show that he has followed the advice of some man whom the world esteems and recognizes. You have to bind your character to another man's character, and that other man's character, if it be good, will carry you through. From what I hear, Mr. Ramsbottom's character is sufficiently good but then you must do exactly what he tells you. But the railway business, though it comprised all that Montague had in the world, was not the heaviest of his troubles. What was he to do about Mrs. Hurtle? He had now, for the first time, to tell his friend that Mrs. Hurtle had come to London and that he had been with her 3 or 4 times. There was this great difficulty in the matter, that it was very hard to speak of his engagement with Mrs. Hurtle without in some sort alluding to his love for Henrietta Carberry. Roger knew of both loves had been very urgent with his friend to abandon the widows, and at any rate equally urgent with him to give up the other passion. Were he to marry the widows, all danger on the other side would be at an end. And yet, in discussing the question of Mrs. Hurtle, he was to do so as though there were no such person existing as Henrietta Carberry. The discussion did take place exactly as though there were no such person as Henrietta Carberry. Paul told it all, the rumoured duel, the rumoured murder, and the rumour of the existing husband. It may be necessary that you should go out to Kansas and to Oregon, said Roger. But even if the rumours be untrue, I will not marry her, said Paul. Roger shrugged his shoulders. He was doubtless thinking of Henrietta Carberry, but he said nothing. And what would she do, remaining here? Continued Paul. Roger admitted that it would be awkward. I am determined that under no circumstances will I marry her. I know I have been a fool. I know I have been wrong. But of course, if there be a fair cause for my broken word, I will use it if I can. You will get out of it, honestly if you can, but you will get out of it honestly or any other way. Did you not advise me to get out of it, Roger before we knew as much as we do now? I did, and I do. If you make a bargain with the devil, it may be dishonest to cheat him, and yet I would have you cheat him if you could. As to this woman, I do believe she has deceived you. If I were you, nothing should induce me to marry her, not though her claws were strong enough to tear me utterly in pieces. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go and see her if you like it. But Paul would not submit to this. He felt he was bound himself to incur the risk of those claws, and that no substitute could take his place. They sat long into the night, and it was at last resolved between them that on the next morning Paul should go to Islington, should tell Mrs. Hurtle all the stories which he had heard, and should end by declaring his resolution that under no circumstances would he marry her. They both felt how improbable it was that he should ever be allowed to get to the end of such a story, how almost certain it was that the breeding of the wildcat would show itself before that time should come. But, still, that was the course to be pursued as far as circumstances would admit, and Paul was at any rate to declare, clause or no clause, husband or no husband, whether the duel or the murder was admitted or denied, that he would never make Mrs. Hurtle his wife. I wish it were over, old fellow, said Roger. So do I, said Paul, as he took his leave. He went to bed like a man condemned to die on the next morning, and he awoke in the same condition. He had slept well, but as he shook from him his happy dream, the wretched reality at once overwhelmed him. But the man who is to be hung has no choice. He cannot, when he wakes, declare that he has changed his mind, and postpone the hour. It was quite open to Paul Montague to give himself such instant relief. He put his hand up to his brow, and almost made himself believe that his head was aching. This was Saturday. Would it not be as well that he should think of it further, and put off his execution till Monday? Monday was so far distant that he felt that he could go to Islington quite comfortably on Monday. Was there not some hitherto forgotten point which it would be well that he should discuss with his friend Roger before he saw the lady? Should he not rush down to Liverpool, and ask a few more questions of Mr. Ramsbottom? Why should he go forth to execution, seeing that the matter was in his own hands? At last he jumped out of bed and into his tub, and dressed himself as quickly as he could. He worked himself up into a fit of fortitude, and resolved that the thing should be done before the fit was over. He ate his breakfast about 9, and then asked himself whether he might not be too early were he to go at once to Islington. But he remembered that she was always early. In every respect she was an energetic woman, using her time for some purpose, either good or bad, not sleeping it away in bed. If one has to be hung on a given day, would it not be well to be hung as soon after waking as possible? I can fancy that the hangman would hardly come early enough. And if one had to be hung in a given week, Would not one wish to be hung on the first day of the week, even at the risk of breaking one's last Sabbath day in this world? Whatever be the misery to be endured, get it over. The horror of every agony is in its anticipation. Paul had realized something of this when he threw himself into a hansom cab, and ordered the man to drive to Islington. How quick the cab went. Nothing ever goes so quick as a hansom cab when a man starts for a dinner party a little too early. Nothing so slow when he starts too late. Of all cabs this, surely, was the quickest. Paul was lodging in Suffolk Street, close to Pall Mall, whence the way to Islington, cross Oxford Street, across Tottenham Court Road, cross numerous squares northeast of the museum, seems to be long. The end of Goswell Road is the outside of the world in that direction, and Islington is beyond the end of Goswell Road. And yet that hansom cab was there before Paul Montague had been able to arrange the words with which he would begin the interview. He had given the street and the number of the street. It was not till after he had started that it occurred to him that it might be well that he should get out at the end of the street, and walk to the house, so that he might, as it were, fetch breath before the interview was commenced. But the cabman dashed up to the door in a manner purposely devised to make every inmate of the house aware that a cab had just arrived before it. There was a little garden before the house. We all know the garden, 24 feet long, by 12 broad, and an iron-grated door, with the landlady's name on a brass plate. Paul, when he had paid the cabman, giving the man half a crown, and asking for no change in his agony, pushed in the iron gate and walked very quickly up to the door, rang rather furiously, and before the door was well opened asked for Mrs. Hurtle. "Mrs. Hurtle is out for the day," said the girl who opened the door. "Leastways, she went out yesterday and won't be back till tonight." Providence had sent him a reprieve. But he almost forgot the reprieve, as he looked at the girl and saw that she was Ruby Ruggles. "Oh laws, Mr. Montague, is that you?" Ruby Ruggles had often seen Paul down in Suffolk, and recognized him as quickly as he did her. It occurred to her at once that he had come in search of herself. She knew that Roger Carberry was up in town looking for her. So much she had of course learned from Sir Felix, for at this time she had seen the baronet more than once since her arrival. Montague, she knew, was Roger Carberry's intimate friend, and now she felt that she was caught. In her terror she did not at first remember that the visitor had asked for Mrs. Hurtle. "Yes, it is I. I was sorry to hear, Miss Ruggles, that you had left your home. I'm all right, Mr. Montague, I am. Mrs. Pipkin is my aunt, or, leastways, my mother's brother's widow, though grandfather never would speak to her. She's quite respectable, and has 5 children, and lets lodgings. There's a lady here now, and has gone away with her just for one night down to Southend. They'll be back this evening, and I've the children to mind, with the servant girl. I'm quite respectable here, Mr. Montague, and nobody need be a bit afraid about me." "Mrs. Hurtle has gone down to Southend?" "Yes, Mr. Montague, she wasn't quite well, and wanted a breath of air, she said. An aunt didn't like she should go alone, as Mrs. Hurtle is such a stranger. And Mrs. Hurtle said as she didn't mind paying for 2, and so they've gone, and the baby with them. Mrs. Pipkin said as the baby shouldn't be no trouble. And Mrs. Hurtle, she's most as fond of the baby as aunt." "You know Mrs. Hurtle, sir?" "Yes, she's a friend of mine." "Oh, I didn't know. I did know as there was some friend as was expected and as didn't come. Be I to say, sir, as you was here?" Paul thought it might be as well to shift the subject and to ask Ruby a few questions about herself while he made up his mind what message he would leave for Mrs. Hurtle. "I'm afraid they are very unhappy about you down at Bungay, Miss Ruggles." "Then they've got to be unhappy, that's all about it, Mr. Montague. Grandfather is that provoking as a young woman can't live with him, nor yet I won't try never again. He lugged me all about the room by my hair, Mr. Montague. How is a young woman to put up with that? And I did everything for him, that careful that no one won't do it again, did his linen, and his victuals, and even cleaned his boots of a Sunday, 'cause he was that mean he wouldn't have anybody about the place, only me and the girl who had to milk the cows. There wasn't nobody to do anything, only me. And then he went to drag me about by the hairs of my head. You won't see me again at Sheepsacre, Mr. Montague, nor yet won't the squire, but I thought there was somebody else was to give you a home, John Crumb." "Oh yes, there's John Crumb. There's plenty of people to give me a home, Mr. Montague. You would to have been married to John Crumb, I thought. Ladies is to change their minds if they like it, Mr. Montague. I'm sure you've heard that before. Grandfather made me say I'd have him, but I never cared for him. I'm afraid, Miss Ruggles, you won't find a better man up here in London. I didn't come here to look for a man, Mr. Montague, I can tell you that. They has to look at me, if they want me. But I am looked after, and that by one is John Crumb ain't fit to touch. That told the whole story. Paul, when he heard the little boast, was quite sure that Roger's fear about Felix was well founded. And as for John Crumb's fitness to touch Sir Felix, Paul felt that the Bungay mealman might have an opinion of his own on that matter. But there's Betsy a crying upstairs, and I promised not to leave them children for 1 minute. I will tell the squire that I saw you, Miss Ruggles. What does the squire want o' me? I ain't nothing to the squire, except that I respects him. You can tell if you please, Mr. Montague, of course. I'm a-coming, my darling. Paul made his way into Mrs. Hurtle's sitting room and wrote a note for her in pencil. He had come, he said, immediately on his return from Liverpool, and was sorry to find that she was away for the day. When should he call again? If she would make an appointment, he would attend to it. He felt as he wrote this that he might very safely have himself made an appointment for the morrow, but he cheated himself into half believing that the suggestion he now made was the more gracious and civil. At any rate, it would certainly give him another day. Mrs. Hurtle would not return till late in the evening, and as the following day was Sunday, there would be no delivery by post. When the note was finished, he left it on the table, and called to Ruby to tell her that he was going. Mr. Montague, she said in a confidential whisper, as she tripped down the stairs, I don't see why you need be saying anything about me, you know. Mr. Carberry is up in town looking after you. What am I to Mr. Carberry? Your grandfather is very anxious about you. Not a bit of it, Mr. Montague. Grandfather knows very well where I am. There. Grandfather doesn't want me back, and I ain't a-going. Why should the squire bother himself about me? I don't bother myself about him. He's afraid, Miss Ruggles, that you are trusting yourself to a young man who is not trustworthy. I can mind myself very well, Mr. Montague. Tell me this. Have you seen Sir Felix Carberry since you've been in town? Ruby, whose blushes came very easily, now flushed up to her forehead. You may be sure that he means no good to you. What can come of an intimacy between you and such a one as he? I don't see why I shouldn't have my friend, Mr. Montague, as well as you. Howsomever, if you'll not tell, I'll be ever so much obliged. But I must tell Mr. Carberry. Then I ain't obliged to you one bit, said Ruby, shutting the door. Paul, as he walked away, could not help thinking of the justice of Ruby's reproach to him. What business had he to take upon himself to be a mentor to anyone in regard to an affair of love? He, who had engaged himself to marry Mrs. Hurtle, and who the evening before had for the first time declared his love to Hetta Carberry. In regard to Mrs. Hurtle he had got reprieve, as he thought, for 2 days, but it did not make him happy or even comfortable. As he walked back to his lodgings, he knew it would have been better for him to have had the interview over. But, at any rate, he could now think of Hetta Carberry, and the words he had spoken to her. Had he heard that declaration which he had made to her mother, he would have been able for the hour to have forgotten Mrs. Hurtle. Chapter 40. Unanimity is the very soul of these things. That evening Montague was surprised to receive at the Bear Garden a note from Mr. Melmotte, which had been brought thither by a messenger from the city, who had expected to have an immediate answer, as though Montague lived at the club. Dear Sir, said the letter, if not inconvenient, would you call on me in Grosvenor Square tomorrow, Sunday, at 11:30. If you are going to church, perhaps you will make an appointment in the afternoon. If not, the morning will suit best. I want to have a few words with you in private about the company. My messenger will wait for answer if you are at the club. Yours truly, Augustus Melmotte, Paul Montague, Esquire. The Bear Garden. Paul immediately wrote to say that he would call at Grosvenor Square at the hour appointed, abandoning any intentions which he might have had in reference to Sunday morning service. But this was not the only letter he received that evening. On his return to his lodgings, he found a note, containing only one line, which Mrs. Hurtle had found the means of sending to him after her return from Southend. I am sorry to have been away. I will expect you all tomorrow. W. H. The period of the reprieve was thus curtailed to less than a day. On the Sunday morning he breakfasted late and then walked up to Grosvenor Square, much pondering what the great man could have to say to him. The great man had declared himself very plainly in the boardroom, especially plainly after the board had risen. Paul had understood that war was declared, and had understood also that he was to fight the battle single-handed, knowing nothing of such strategy as would be required, while his antagonist was a great master of financial tactics. He was prepared to go to the wall in reference to his money, only hoping that in doing so he might save his character and keep the reputation of an honest man. He was quite resolved to be guided altogether by Mr. Ramsbottom, and intended to ask Mr. Ramsbottom to draw up for him such a statement as would be fitting for him to publish. But it was manifest now that Mr. Melmotte would make some proposition, and it was impossible that he should have Mr. Ramsbottom at his elbow to help him. He had been in Melmotte's house on the night of the ball, but had contented himself after that with leaving a card. He had heard much of the splendor of the place, but remembered simply the crush and the crowd, and that he had danced there more than once or twice with Hetta Carberry. When he was shown into the hale he was astonished to find that it was not only stripped, but was full of planks, and ladders, and trestles, and mortar. The preparations for the great dinner had been already commenced. Through all this he made his way to the stairs, and was taken up to a small room on the second floor, where the servant told him that Mr. Melmotte would come to him. Here he waited a quarter of an hour looking out into the yard at the back. There was not a book in the room, or even a picture with which he could amuse himself. He was beginning to think whether his own personal dignity would not be best consulted by taking his departure, when Melmotte himself, slippers on his feet and enveloped in a magnificent dressing gown, bustled into the room. "My dear sir, I am so sorry. You are a punctual man, I see. So am I. A man of business should be punctual. But they ain't always. Raggett, from the house of Todd, Raggett, and Goldschinner, you know, has just been with me. We had to settle something about the Moldavian loan. He came a quarter late, and of course he went a quarter late. And how is a man to catch a quarter of an hour? I never could do it." Montague assured the great man that the delay was of no consequence. "And I am so sorry to ask you into such a place as this. I had Braggett in my room downstairs, and then the house is so knocked about. We get into a furnished house a little way off in Bruton Street tomorrow. Longestaff lets me his house for a month till this affair of the dinner is over. By the by, Montague, if you'd like to come to the dinner, I've got a ticket I can let you have. You know how they run after." Montague had heard of the dinner, but had perhaps heard as little of it as any man frequenting a club at the West End of London. He did not in the least want to be at the dinner, and certainly did not wish to receive any extraordinary civility from Mr. Melmotte's hands, but he was very anxious to know why Mr. Melmotte should offer it. He excused himself, saying that he was not particularly fond of big dinners, and that he did not like standing in the way of other people. "Ah, indeed," said Melmotte. "There are ever so many people of title would give anything for a ticket. You'd be astonished at the persons who have asked. We've had to squeeze in a chair on one side for the master of the Buckhounds, and on the other for the bishop of, I forget what bishop it is, but we had the two archbishops before. They say he must come because he has something to do with getting up the missionaries for Tibet. But I've got the ticket, if you'll have it." This was the ticket which was to have taken in Georgiana Longestaff as one of the Melmotte family, had not Melmotte perceived that it might be useful to him as a bribe. But Paul would not take the bribe. "You're the only man in London, then," said Melmotte, somewhat offended. "But at any rate you'll come in the evening, and I'll have one of Madame Melmotte's tickets sent to you." Paul, not knowing how to escape, said that he would come in the evening. "I am particularly anxious," continued he, "to be civil to those who are connected with our great railway, and of course, in this country, your name stands first, next to my own." Then the great man paused, and Paul began to wonder whether it could be possible that he had been sent for to Grosvenor Square on a Sunday morning in order that he might be asked to dine in the same house a fortnight later. But that was impossible. "Have you anything special to say about the railway?" he asked. "Well, yes. It is so hard to get things said at the board. Of course there are some there who do not understand matters. I doubt if there be anyone there who does understand this matter," said Paul. Melmotte affected to laugh. Well, I am not prepared to go quite so far as that. My friend Trollope has had great experience in these affairs, and of course you are aware that he is in Parliament. And Lord Alfred sees farther into them than perhaps you give him credit for. He may easily do that. Well. Perhaps you don't know quite as well as I do." The scowl began to appear on Mr. Melmotte's brow. Hitherto it had been banished as well as he knew how to banish it. "What I wanted to say to you was this. We didn't quite agree at the last meeting. No, we did not. I was very sorry for it. Unanimity is everything in the direction of such an undertaking as this. With unanimity we can do everything." Mr. Melmotte, in the ecstasy of his enthusiasm, lifted up both his hands over his head. "Without unanimity we can do nothing." And the two hands fell. "Unanimity should be printed everywhere about the boardroom." "It should, indeed, Mr. Montague, but suppose the directors are not unanimous, they should be unanimous. They should make themselves unanimous. God bless my soul. You don't want to see the thing fall to pieces, not if it can be carried on honestly. Honestly? Who says that anything is dishonest?" Again the brow became very heavy. "Look here, Mr. Montague. If you and I quarrel in the boardroom, there is no knowing the amount of evil we may do to every individual shareholder in the company. I find the responsibility on my shoulders so great that I say the thing must be stopped. Damn, Mr. Montague, it must be stopped. We mustn't ruin widows and children, Mr. Montague. We mustn't let those shares run down 20 below par for a mere chimera. I've known a fine property blasted, Mr. Montague, sent straight to the dogs, annihilated, so that it all vanished into thin air, and widows and children past counting were sent out to starve about the streets, just because one director sat in another director's chair. I did, IG. What do you think of that, Mr. Montague? Gentlemen who don't know the nature of credit, how strong it is, as the air, to buoy you up, how slight it is, as a mere vapor, when roughly touched, can do an amount of mischief of which they themselves don't in the least understand the extent. What is it you want, Mr. Montague? What do I want? Melmotte's description of the peculiar susceptibility of great mercantile speculations had not been given without some effect on Montague, but this direct appeal to himself almost drove that effect out of his mind. I only want justice. But you should know what justice is before you demand it at the expense of other people. Look here, Mr. Montague. I suppose you are like the rest of us, in this matter. You want to make money out of it. For myself, I want interest for my capital, that is all. But I am not thinking of myself. You are getting very good interest. If I understand the matter, and here Melmotte pulled out a little book, showing thereby how careful he was in mastering details, you had about £6,000 embarked in the business when Fisker joined your firm. You imagine yourself to have that still. I don't know what I've got, I can tell you then. You have that, and you've drawn nearly £1,000 since Fisker came over, in one shape or another. That's not bad interest on your money. There was back interest due to me. If so, it's due still. I've nothing to do with that. Look here, Mr. Montague. I am most anxious that you should remain with us. I was about to propose, only for that little rumpus the other day, that, as you're an unmarried man, and have time on your hands, you should go out to California and probably across to Mexico, in order to get necessary information for the company. Were I of your age, unmarried, and without impediment, it is just the thing I should like. Of course you'd go at the company's expense. I would see to your own personal interests while you were away, or you could appoint anyone by power of attorney. Your seat at the board would be kept for you, but, should anything occur amiss, which it won't, for the thing is as sound as anything I know, of course you, as absent, would not share the responsibility. That's what I was thinking. It would be a delightful trip, but if you don't like it, you can of course remain at the board, and be of the greatest use to me. Indeed, after a bit I could devolve nearly the whole management on you, and I must do something of the kind, as I really haven't the time for it. But if it is to be that way, do be unanimous. Unanimity is the very soul of these things, the very soul, Mr. Montague. But if I can't be unanimous, well, if you can't, and if you won't take my advice about going out, which, pray, think about, for you would be most useful. It might be the very making of the railway, then I can only suggest that you should take your £6,000 and leave us. I, myself, should be greatly distressed, but if you are determined that way, I will see that you have your money. I will make myself personally responsible for the payment of it, some time before the end of the year. Paul Montague told the great man that he would consider the whole matter, and see him in Abchurch Lane before the next board day. And now, goodbye, said Mr. Melmotte, as he bade his young friend adieu in a hurry. I'm afraid that I'm keeping Sir Gregory Gribe, the bank director, waiting downstairs. Chapter 41. All prepared. During all these days Miss Melmotte was by no means contented with her lover's prowess, though she would not allow herself to doubt his sincerity. She had not only assured him of her undying affection in the presence of her father and mother, had not only offered to be chopped in pieces on his behalf, but had also written to him, telling how she had a large sum of her father's money within her power, and how willing she was to make it her own, to throw over her father and mother, and give herself and her fortune to her lover. She felt that she had been very gracious to her lover, and that her lover was a little slow in acknowledging the favors conferred upon him. But, nevertheless, she was true to her lover, and believed that he was true to her. Didon had been hitherto faithful. Marie had written various letters to Sir Felix and had received 2 or 3 very short notes in reply, containing hardly more than a word or two each. But now she was told that a day was absolutely fixed for her marriage with Lord Nidderdale, and that her things were to be got ready. She was to be married in the middle of August, and here they were, approaching the end of June. You may buy what you like, "Mama," she said, "and if Papa agrees about Felix, why then I suppose they'll do. But they'll never be of any use about Lord Nidderdale. If you were to sew me up into things by main force, I wouldn't have him." Madame Melmotte groaned, and scolded in English, French, and German, and wished that she were dead. She told Marie that she was a pig, an ass, and a toad, and a dog. And ended, as she always did end, by swearing that Melmotte must manage the matter himself. "Nobody shall manage this matter for me," said Marie. "I know what I'm about now, and I won't marry anybody just because it will suit Papa." "Nuitions encore à Frankfurt, ou New York," said the elder lady, remembering the humbler but less troubled times of her earlier life. Marie did not care for Frankfurt or New York, for Paris or for London but she did care for Sir Felix Carberry. While her father on Sunday morning was transacting business in his own house with Paul Montague and the great commercial magnates of the city, though it may be doubted whether that very respectable gentleman Sir Gregory Gribble was really in Grosvenor Square when his name was mentioned, Marie was walking inside the gardens. Didon was also there at some distance from her, and Sir Felix Carberry was there also close alongside of her. Marie had the key of the gardens for her own use, and had already learned that her neighbors in the square did not much frequent the place during church time on Sunday morning. Her lover's letter to her father had of course been shown to her, and she had taxed him with it immediately. Sir Felix, who had thought much of the letter as he came from Welbeck Street to keep his appointment, having been assured by Didon that the gate should be left unlocked, and that she would be there to close it after he had come in, was of course ready with a lie. "It was the only thing to do, Marie it was indeed, but you said you had accepted some offer. You don't suppose I wrote the letter? It was your handwriting, Felix." "Of course it was. I copied just what he put down. He'd have sent you clean away where I couldn't have got near you if I hadn't written it, and you have accepted nothing?" "Not at all. As it is, he owes me money. Is not that odd? I gave him £1,000 to buy shares, and I haven't got anything from him yet." Sir Felix, no doubt, forgot the cheque for £200. "Nobody ever does who gives Papa money," said the observant daughter, "don't they? Dear me. But I just wrote it because I thought anything better than a downright quarrel. I wouldn't have written it, if it had been ever so. It's no good scolding, Marie. I did it for the best. What do you think we'd best do now?" Marie looked at him, almost with scorn. Surely it was for him to propose and for her to yield. "I wonder whether you're right about that money which you say is settled. I'm quite sure. Mama told me in Paris, just when we were coming away, that it was done so that there might be something if things went wrong. And Papa told me that he should want me to sign something from time to time, and of course I said I would. But of course I won apostrophe T, if I should have a husband of my own." Felix walked along, pondering the matter, with his hands in his trousers pockets. He entertained those very fears which had latterly fallen upon Lord Nidderdale. There would be no cropper which a man could come so bad as would be his cropper were he to marry Marie Melmotte, and then find that he was not to have a shilling. And, he now to run off with Marie, after having written that letter, the father would certainly not forgive him. This assurance of Marie's as to the settled money was too doubtful. The game to be played was too full of danger. And in that case he would certainly get neither his £800, nor the shares. And if he were true to Melmotte, Melmotte would probably supply him with ready money. But then there was the girl at his elbow, and he no more dared to tell her to her face that he meant to give her up, than he dared to tell Melmotte that he intended to stick to his engagement. Some half-promise would be the only escape for the present. "What are you thinking of, Felix?" she asked. "It's difficult to know what to do. But you do love me?" "Of course I do. If I didn't love you, why should I be here walking round this stupid place? They talk of your being married to Nidderdale about the end of August, some day in August. But that's all nonsense, you know. They can't take me up and marry me, as they used to do the girls ever so long ago. I won't marry him. He don't care a bit for me, and never did. I don't think you care much, Felix." "Yes, I do. A fellow can't go on saying so over and over again in a beastly place like this. If we were anywhere jolly together, then I could say it often enough. I wish we were, Felix. I wonder whether we ever shall be. Upon my word, I hardly see my way as yet." "You're not going to give it up?" "Oh no, not give it up, certainly not. But the bother is a fellow doesn't know what to do. You've heard of young Mr. Goldschinner, haven't you?" suggested Marie. "He's one of those city chaps. And Lady Julia Start, she's old Lady Catchboy's daughter." "Yes, I've heard of them. They got spliced last winter." "Yes, somewhere in Switzerland, I think. At any rate they went to Switzerland, And now they've got a house close to Albert Gate. How jolly for them. He is awfully rich, isn't he? I don't suppose he's half so rich as Papa. They did all they could to prevent her going, but she met him down at Folkestone just as the tidal boat was starting. Didon says that nothing was easier. Didon knows all about it, that she does, but she'd lose her place. There are plenty of places. She could come and live with us, and be my maid. If you would give her £50 for herself, she'd arrange it all. And would you come to Folkestone? I think that would be stupid, because Lady Julia did that. We should make it a little different. If you liked, I wouldn't mind going to New York. And then, perhaps, we might get married, you know, on board. That's what Didon thinks. And would Didon go too? That's what she proposes. She could go as my aunt, and I'd call myself by her name, any French name you know. I should go as a French girl. And you could call yourself Smith, and be an American. We wouldn't go together, but we'd get on board just at the last moment. If they wouldn't marry us on board, they would at New York, instantly. That's Didon's plan. That's what she thinks best, and she'll do it, if you'll give her £50 for herself, you know. The Adriatic, that's a White Star boat, goes on Thursday week at noon. There's an early train that would take us down that morning. You had better go and sleep at Liverpool, and take no notice of us at all till we meet on board. We could be back in a month, and then Papa would be obliged to make the best of it. Sir Felix at once felt that it would be quite unnecessary for him to go to Herr Vosner or to any other male counselor for advice as to the best means of carrying off his love. The young lady had it all at her fingers' ends, even to the amount of the fee required by the female counselor. But Thursday week was very near, and the whole thing was taking uncomfortably defined proportions. Where was he to get funds if he were to resolve that he would do this thing? He had been fool enough to entrust his ready money to Melmotte, and now he was told that when Melmotte got hold of ready money he was not department to release it. And he had nothing to show, no security that he could offer to Vosner. And then this idea of starting to New York with Melmotte's daughter immediately after he had written to Melmotte renouncing the girl, frightened him. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which taken at the flood leads on to fortune. Sir Felix did not know these lines, but the lesson taught by them came home to him at this moment. Now was the tide in his affairs at which he might make himself, or utterly mar himself. It's deuced important, he said at last with a groan. It's not more important for you than me, said Marie. If you're wrong about the money, and he shouldn't come round, where should we be then? Nothing venture, nothing have, said the heiress. That's all very well, but one might venture everything and get nothing after all. You'd get me, said Marie with a pout. Yes, and I'm awfully fond of you. Of course I should get you. But, very well then, if that's your love, said Marie turning back from him. Sir Felix gave a great sigh, and then announced his resolution. I'll venture it. Oh, Felix, how grand it will be. There's a great deal to do, you know. I don't know whether it can be Thursday week. He was putting in the coward's plea for a reprieve. I shall be afraid of Didon if it's delayed long. There's the money to get, and all that. I can get some money. Mamma has money in the house. How much? Asked the baronet eagerly. £100, perhaps perhaps 200. That would help certainly. I must go to your father for money. Won't that be a sell? To get it from him, to take you away. It was decided that they were to go to New York on a Thursday, on Thursday week if possible, but as to that he was to let her know in a day or two. Didon was to pack up the clothes and get them sent out of the house. Didon was to have £50 before she went on board, and as one of the men must know about it, and must assist in having the trunks smuggled out of the house, he was to have £10. All had been settled beforehand, so that Sir Felix really had no need to think about anything. And now, said Marie, there's Didon. Nobody's looking and she can open that gate for you. When we're gone, do you creep out? The gate can be left, you know. Then we'll get out on the other side. Marie Melmotte was certainly a clever girl. Chapter 42. Can you be ready in 10 minutes? After leaving Melmotte's house, on Sunday morning Paul Montague went to Roger Carberry's hotel and found his friend just returning from church. He was bound to go to Islington on that day, but had made up his mind that he would defer his visit till the evening. He would dine early and be with Mrs. Hurtle about 7 o'clock. But it was necessary that Roger should hear the news about Ruby Ruggles. It's not so bad as you thought, said he, as she is living with her aunt. I never heard of such an aunt. She says her grandfather knows where she is, and that he doesn't want her back again. Does she see Felix Carberry? I think she does, said Paul. Then it doesn't matter whether the woman's her aunt or not. I'll go and see her and try to get her back to Bungay. Why not send for John Crumb? Roger hesitated for a moment, and then answered. He'd give Felix such a thrashing as no man ever had before. My cousin deserves it as well as any man ever deserved a thrashing, but there are reasons why I should not like it. And he could not force her back with him. I don't suppose the girl is all bad, if she could see the truth. I don't think she's bad at all. At any rate, I'll go and see her, said Roger. Perhaps I shall see your widow at the same time. Paul sighed, but said nothing more about his widow at that moment. I'll walk up to Welbeck Street now, said Roger, taking his hat. Perhaps I shall see you tomorrow. Paul felt that he could not go to Welbeck Street with his friend. He dined in solitude at the Bear Garden, and then again made that journey to Islington in a cab. As he went he thought of the proposal that had been made to him by Melmotte. If he could do it with a clear conscience, if he could really make himself believe in the railway, such an expedition would not be displeasing to him. He had said already more than he had intended to say to Hetty Carberry, and though he was by no means disposed to flatter himself, yet he almost thought that what he had said had been well received. At the moment they had been disturbed, but she, as she heard the sound of her mother coming, had at any rate expressed no anger. He had almost been betrayed into breaking a promise. Were he to start now on this journey, the period of the promise would have passed by before his return. Of course he would take care that she should know that he had gone in the performance of a duty. And then he would escape from Mrs. Hurtle, and would be able to make those inquiries which had been suggested to him. It was possible that Mrs. Hurtle should offer to go with him, an arrangement which would not at all suit him. That at any rate must be avoided. But then how could he do this without a belief in the railway generally? And how was it possible that he should have such belief? Mr. Ramsbottom did not believe in it, nor did Roger Carberry. He himself did not in the least believe in Fisker, and Fisker had originated the railway. Then, would it not be best that he should take the chairman's offer as to his own money? If he could get his £6,000 back and have done with the railway, he would certainly think himself a lucky man. But he did not know how far he could with honesty lay aside his responsibility, and then he doubted whether he could put implicit trust in Melmotte's personal guarantee for the amount. This at any rate was clear to him, that Melmotte was very anxious to secure his absence from the meetings of the board. Now he was again at Mrs. Pipkin's door, and again it was opened by Ruby Ruggles. His heart was in his mouth as he thought of the things he had to say. The ladies have come back from Southend, Miss Ruggles? Oh yes, sir, and Mrs. Hurtle is expecting you all the day. Then she put in a whisper on her own account. You didn't tell him as you'd seen me, Mr. Montague? Indeed I did, Miss Ruggles. Then you might as well have left it alone, not have been ill-natured, that's all, said Ruby as she opened the door of Mrs. Hurtle's room. Mrs. Hurtle got up to receive him with her sweetest smile, and her smile could be very sweet. She was a witch of a woman, and, as like most witches she could be terrible, so like most witches she could charm. Only fancy, she said, that you should have come the only day I have been 200 yards from the house, except that evening when you took me to the play. I was so sorry. Why should you be sorry? It is easy to come again, because I don't like to miss you, even for a day. But I wasn't well, and I fancied that the house was stuffy, and Mrs. Pipkin took a bright idea and proposed to carry me off to Southend. She was dying to go herself. She declared that Southend was paradise, a Cockney paradise. Oh, what a place it is. Do your people really go to Southend and fancy that that is the sea? I believe they do. I never went to Southend myself, so that you know more about it than I do. How very English it is, a little yellow river, and you call it the sea. You never were at Newport, but I've been at San Francisco. Yes, you've been at San Francisco, and heard the seals howling. Well, that's better than Southend. I suppose we do have the sea here in England. It's generally supposed we're an island, of course, but things are so small. If you choose to go to the west of Ireland, I suppose you'd find the Atlantic. But nobody ever does go there for fear of being murdered. Paul thought of the gentleman in Oregon, but said nothing, thought, perhaps, of his own condition, and remembered that a man might be murdered without going either to Oregon or the west of Ireland. But we went to Southend, I, and Mrs. Pipkin and the baby, and upon my word I enjoyed it. She was so afraid that the baby would annoy me, and I thought the baby was so much the best of it. And then we ate shrimps, and she was so humble. You must acknowledge that with us nobody would be so humble. Of course I paid. She has got all her children, and nothing but what she can make out of these lodgings. People are just as poor with us, and other people who happen to be a little better off, pay for them. But nobody is humble to another, as you are here. Of course we like to have money as well as you do, but it doesn't make so much difference. He who wants to receive, all the world over, will make himself as agreeable as he can to him who can give, but Mrs. Pipkin was so humble. However, we got back all right yesterday evening, and then I found that you had been here, at last. You knew that I had to go to Liverpool. I'm not going to scold. Did you get your business done at Liverpool? Yes, one generally gets something done, but never anything very satisfactorily. Of course it's about this railway. I should have thought that that was satisfactory. Everybody talks of it as being the greatest thing ever invented. I wish I was a man that I might be concerned with a really great thing like that. I hate little peddling things. I should like to manage the greatest bank in the world, or to be captain of the biggest fleet, or to make the largest railway. It would be better even than being president of a republic, because one would have more of one's own way. What is it that you do in it, Paul? They want me now to go out to Mexico about it, said he slowly. Shall you go? Said she, throwing herself forward and asking the question with manifest anxiety. I think not. Why not? Do go. Oh, Paul, I would go with you. Why should you not go? It is just the thing for such a one as you to do. The railway will make Mexico a new country, and then you would be the man who had done it. Why should you throw away such a chance as that? It will never come again. Emperors and kings have tried their hands at Mexico and have been able to do nothing. Emperors and kings never can do anything. Think what it would be to be the regenerator of Mexico. Think what it would be to find oneself there without the means of doing anything, and to feel that one had been sent there merely that one might be out of the way. I would make the means of doing something. Means are money. How can I make that? There is money going. There must be money where there is all this buying and selling of shares. Where does your uncle get the money with which he is living like a prince at San Francisco? Where does Fisker get the money with which he is speculating in New York? Where does Melmotte get the money which makes him the richest man in the world? Why should not you get it as well as the others? If I were anxious to rob on my own account, perhaps I might do it. Why should it be robbery? I do not want you to live in a palace and spend millions of dollars on yourself. But I want you to have ambition. Go to Mexico, and chance it. Take San Francisco in your way, and get across the country. I will go every yard with you. Make people believe that you are in earnest, and there will be no difficulty about the money. He felt that he was taking no steps to approach the subject which he should have to discuss before he left her, or rather the statement which he had resolved that he would make. Indeed, every word which he allowed her to say respecting this Mexican project carried him farther away from it. He was giving reasons why the journey should not be made, but was tacitly admitting that if it were to be made she might be one of the travelers. The very offer on her part implied an understanding that his former abnegation of the engagement had been withdrawn, and yet he shrunk from the cruelty of telling her, in a sideway fashion, that he would not submit to her companionship either for the purpose of such a journey or for any other purpose. The thing must be said in a solemn manner, and must be introduced on its own basis. But such preliminary conversation as this made the introduction of it infinitely more difficult. You are not in a hurry? She said. Oh no, you're going to spend the evening with me like a good man? Then I'll ask them to let us have tea. She rang the bell and Ruby came in, and the tea was ordered. That young lady tells me that you are an old friend of hers. I've known about her down in the country. Was astonished to find her here yesterday. There's some lover, isn't there? Some would-be husband whom she does not like, and some won't be husband, I fear, whom she does like. That's quite of course, if the other is true. Miss Ruby isn't the girl to have come to her time of life without a preference. The natural liking of a young woman for a man in a station above her, because he is softer and cleaner and has better parts of speech, just as we keep a pretty dog if we keep a dog at all, is one of the evils of the inequality of mankind. The girl is content with a love without having the love justified, because the object is more desirable. She can only have her love justified with an object less desirable. If all men wore coats of the same fabric, and had to share the soil of the work of the world equally between them, that evil would come to an end. A woman here and there might go wrong from fantasy and diseased passions. The ever-existing temptation to go wrong would be at an end. If men were equal tomorrow and all wore the same coats, they would wear different coats the next day, slightly different. But there would be no more purple and fine linen, and no more blue woad. It isn't to be done in a day, of course, nor yet in a century, nor in a decade of centuries. Every human being who looks into it honestly will see that his efforts should be made in that direction. I remember, you never take sugar, give me that. Neither had he come here to discuss the deeply interesting questions of women's difficulties and immediate or progressive equality. But having got onto these rocks, having, as the reader may perceive, been taken onto them willfully by the skill of the woman, he did not know how to get his bark out again into clear waters. But having his own subject before him, with all its dangers, the wildcat's claws, and the possible fate of the gentleman in Oregon, he could not talk freely on the subjects which she introduced, as had been his wont in former years. "Thanks," he said, changing his cup. "How well you remember. Do you think I shall ever forget your preferences and dislikings? Do you recollect telling me about that blue scarf of mine, that I should never wear blue?" She stretched herself out towards him, waiting for an answer, so that he was obliged to speak. "Of course I do. Black is your color, black and gray, or white, and perhaps yellow when you choose to be gorgeous, crimson possibly. But not blue or green. I never thought much of it before, but I have taken your word for gospel. It is very good to have an eye for such things, as you have, Paul. But I fancy that taste comes with, or at any rate forebodes, an effete civilization. I am sorry that mine should be effete," he said smiling. "You know what I mean, Paul. I speak of nations, not individuals. Civilization was becoming effete, or at any rate men were, in the time of the great painters, but Savonarola and Galileo were individuals. You should throw your lot in with a new people. This railway to Mexico gives you the chance. Are the Mexicans a new people? They who will rule the Mexicans are. All American women, I dare say, have bad taste in gowns, and so the vain ones and rich ones send to Paris for their finery, but I think our taste in men is generally good. We are like our philosophers, we like our poets, we like our genuine workmen, but we love our heroes. I would have you a hero, Paul." He got up from his chair and walked about the room in an agony of despair. To be told that he was expected to be a hero at the very moment in his life in which he felt more devoid of heroism, more thoroughly given up to cowardice than he had ever been before, was not to be endured. And yet, with what utmost stretch of courage, even though he were willing to devote himself certainly and instantly to the worst fate that he had pictured to himself, could he immediately rush away from these abstract speculations, encumbered as they were with personal flattery, into his own most unpleasant, most tragic matter. It was the unfitness that deterred him and not the possible tragedy. Nevertheless, through it all, he was sure, nearly sure, that she was playing her game, and playing it in direct antagonism to the game which she knew that he wanted to play. Would it not be better that he should go away and write another letter? In a letter he could at any rate say what he had to say, and having said it he would then strengthen himself to adhere to it. "What makes you so uneasy?" she asked, still speaking in her most winning way, caressing him with the tones of her voice. "Do you not like me to say that I would have you be a hero, Winifred?" he said. "I came here with a purpose, and I had better carry it out." "What purpose?" She still leaned forward, but now supported her face on her two hands, with her elbows resting on her knees, looking at him intently. But one would have said that there was only love in her eyes, love which might be disappointed, but still love. The wild cat, if there was all within, still hidden from sight. Paul stood with his hands on the back of a chair, propping himself up and trying to find fitting words for the occasion. "Stop, my dear," she said. "Must the purpose be told tonight?" "Why not tonight, Paul? I am not well, I am weak now. I am a coward. You do not know the delight to me of having a few words of pleasant talk to an old friend after the desolation of the last weeks. Mrs. Pipkin is not very charming. Even her baby cannot supply all the social wants of my life. I had intended that everything should be sweet tonight. Oh, Paul, if it was your purpose to tell me of your love, to assure me that you are still my dear, dear friend, to speak with hope of future days, or with pleasure of those that are past, then carry out your purpose. But if it be cruel, or harsh, or painful, if you had come to speak daggers, then drop your purpose for tonight. Try and think what my solitude must have been to me, and let me have 1 hour of comfort." Of course he was conquered for that night, and could only have that solace which a most injurious reprieve could give him. "I will not harass you, if you are ill," he said. "I am ill. It was because I was afraid that I should be really ill that I went to Southend. The weather is hot, though of course the sun here is not as we have it. But the air is heavy, what Mrs. Pipkin calls muggy. I was thinking if I were to go somewhere for a week, it would do me good." "Where had I better go?" Paul suggested. "Brighton. That is full of people, is it not? A fashionable place? Not at this time of the year, but it is a big place. I want some little place that would be pretty. You could take me down, could you not? Not very far, you know, not that any place can be very far from here." Paul, in his John Bull displeasure, suggested Penzance, telling her, untruly, that it would take 24 hours. "Not Penzance then. which I know is your very ultima thule semicolon not Penzance, nor yet Orkney. Is there no other place except Southend? There is Cromer in Norfolk, perhaps 10 hours. Is Cromer by the sea? Yes semicolon what we call the sea. I mean really the sea, Paul. If you start from Cromer right away, 100 miles would perhaps take you across to Holland. A ditch of that kind wouldn't do perhaps. Now I see you are laughing at me. Is Cromer pretty? Well, yes semicolon I think it is. I was there once, but I don't remember much. There's Ramsgate. Mrs. Pipkin told me of Ramsgate. I don't think I should like Ramsgate. There's the Isle of Wight. The Isle of Wight is very pretty. That's the Queen's place. There would not be room for her and me too, or Lowestoft. Lowestoft is not so far as Cromer. And there is a railway all the distance, and sea enough for anything. If you can't see across it, and if there are waves, and wind enough to knock you down, and shipwrecks every other day, I don't see why 100 miles isn't as good as 1,000. 100 miles is just as good as 1,000. But, Paul, at Southend it isn't 100 miles across to the other side of the river. You must admit that. But you will be a better guide than Mrs. Pipkin. You would not have taken me to Southend when I expressed a wish for the ocean semicolon would you? Let it be Lowestoft. Is there an hotel? A small little place, very small? Uncomfortably small? But almost any place would do for me. They make up, I believe, about 100 beds, but in the States it would be very small, Paul, said she. Delighted to have brought him back to this humor. If I were to throw the tea things at you, it would serve you right. This is all because I did not lose myself in awe at the sight of the Southend Ocean. It shall be Lowestoft. Then she rose up and came to him, and took his arm. You will take me down, will you not? It is desolate for a woman to go into such a place all alone. I will not ask you to stay. And I can return by myself. She had put both hands on one arm, and turned herself round, and looked into his face. You will do that for old acquaintance sake? For a moment or two he made no answer, and his face was troubled, and his brow was black. He was endeavoring to think semicolon but he was only aware of his danger, and could see no way through it. I don't think you will let me ask in vain for such a favor as that, she said. No, he replied. I will take you down. When will you go? He had cocked himself up with some vain idea that the railway carriage would be a good place for the declaration of his purpose, or perhaps the sands at Lowestoft. When will I go? When will you take me? You have boards to attend, and shares to look to, and Mexico to regenerate. I'm a poor woman with nothing on hand but Mrs. Pipkin's baby. Can you be ready in 10 minutes? Because I could. Paul shook his head and laughed. I've named a time and that doesn't suit. Now, sir, you name another, and I'll promise it shall suit. Paul suggested Saturday, the 29th. He must attend the next board, and had promised to see Melmotte before the board day. Saturday of course would do for Mrs. Hurtle. Should she meet him at the railway station? Of course he undertook to come and fetch her. Then, as he took his leave, she stood close against him, and put her cheek up for him to kiss. There are moments in which a man finds it utterly impossible that he should be prudent, as to which, when he thought of them afterwards, he could never forgive himself for prudence, let the danger have been what it may. Of course he took her in his arms, and kissed her lips as well as her cheeks. Chapter 43 The City Road. The statement made by Ruby as to her connection with Mrs. Pipkin was quite true. Ruby's father had married a Pipkin whose brother had died leaving a widow behind him at Islington. The old man at Sheepsacre Farm had greatly resented this marriage, had never spoken to his daughter-in-law, or to his son after the marriage, and had steeled himself against the whole Pipkin race. When he undertook the charge of Ruby he had made it matter of agreement that she should have no intercourse with the Pipkins. This agreement Ruby had broken, corresponding on the sly with her uncle's widow at Islington. When therefore she ran away from Suffolk she did the best she could with herself in going to her aunt's house. Mrs. Pipkin was a poor woman, and could not offer a permanent home to Ruby, but she was good-natured, and came to terms. Ruby was to be allowed to stay at any rate for a month, and was to work in the house for her bread. But she made it a part of her bargain that she should be allowed to go out occasionally. Mrs. Pipkin immediately asked after a lover. I'm all right, said Ruby. If the lover was what he ought to be, had he not better come and see her? This was Mrs. Pipkin's suggestion. Mrs. Pipkin thought that scandal might in this way be avoided. That's as it may be, by and by, said Ruby. Then she told all the story of John Crumb how she hated John Crumb, how resolved she was that nothing should make her marry John Crumb. And she gave her own account of that night on which John Crumb and Mr. Mixet ate their supper at the farm, and of the manner in which her grandfather had treated her because she would not have John Crumb. Mrs. Pipkin was a respectable woman in her way, always preferring respectable lodgers if she could get them but bound to live. She gave Ruby very good advice. Of course if she was dead set against John Crumb, that was one thing. But then there was nothing a young woman should look to so much as a decent house over her head, and victuals. What's all the love in the world, Ruby, if a man can't do for you? Ruby declared that she knew somebody who could do for her, and could do very well for her. She knew what she was about, and wasn't going to be put off it. Mrs. Pipkin's morals were good-wearing morals, but she was not straight-laced. If Ruby chose to manage in her own way about her lover she must. Mrs. Pipkin had an idea that young women in these days did have, and would have, and must have more liberty than was allowed when she was young. The world was being changed very fast. Mrs. Pipkin knew that as well as others. And therefore when Ruby went to the theatre once and again, by herself as far as Mrs. Pipkin knew, but probably in company with her lover, and did not get home till past midnight, Mrs. Pipkin said very little about it, attributing such novel circumstances to the altered condition of her country. She had not been allowed to go to the theatre with a young man when she had been a girl, but that had been in the earlier days of Queen Victoria, 15 years ago, before the new dispensation had come. Ruby had never yet told the name of her lover to Mrs. Pipkin, having answered all inquiries by saying that she was right. Sir Felix's name had never even been mentioned in Islington till Paul Montague had mentioned it. She had been managing her own affairs after her own fashion, not altogether with satisfaction, but still without interruption. But now she knew that interference would come. Mr. Montague had found her out, and had told her grandfather's landlord. The squire would be after her, and then John Crumb would come, accompanied of course by Mr. Mixit, and after that, as she said to herself on retiring to the couch which she shared with two little Pipkins, the fat would be in the fire. "Who do you think was at our place yesterday?" said Ruby one evening to her lover. They were sitting together at a music hall, half music hall, half theatre, which pleasantly combined the allurements of the gin palace, the theatre, the ballroom, trenching hard on those of other places. Sir Felix was smoking, dressed, as he himself called it, incognito, with a Tom and a Jerry hat, and a blue silk cravat, and a green coat. Ruby thought it was charming. Felix entertained an idea that were his West End friends to see him in this attire they would not know him. He was smoking, and had before him a glass of hot brandy and water, which was common to himself and Ruby. He was enjoying life. Poor Ruby. She was half ashamed of herself, half frightened, and yet supported by a feeling that it was a grand thing to have got rid of restraints, and be able to be with her young man. Why not? The Miss Longestaffs were allowed to sit and dance and walk about with their young men, when they had any. Why was she to be given up to a great mass of stupid dust like John Crumb, without seeing anything of the world? But yet, as she sat sipping her lover's brandy and water between 11 and 12 at the music hall in the City Road, she was not altogether comfortable. She saw things which she did not like to see. And she heard things which she did not like to hear. And her lover, though he was beautiful, oh, so beautiful, was not all that a lover should be. She was still a little afraid of him, and did not dare as yet to ask him for the promise which she expected him to make to her. Her mind was set upon marriage, but the word had hardly passed between them. To have his arm round her waist was heaven to her. Could it be possible that he and John Crumb were of the same order of human beings? But how was this to go on? Even Mrs. Pipkin made disagreeable allusions, and she could not live always with Mrs. Pipkin, coming out at nights to drink brandy and water and hear music with Sir Felix Carberry. She was glad therefore to take the first opportunity of telling her lover that something was going to happen. "Who do you suppose was at our place yesterday?" Sir Felix changed color, thinking of Marie Melmotte, thinking that perhaps some emissary from Marie Melmotte had been there, perhaps Dieudonne herself. He was amusing himself during these last evenings of his in London, but the business of his life was about to take him to New York. That project was still being elaborated. He had had an interview with Dieudonne, and nothing was wanting but the money. Dieudonne had heard of the funds which had been entrusted by him to Melmotte, and had been very urgent with him to recover them. Therefore, though his body was not unfrequently present, late in the night, at the City Road Music Hall, his mind was ever in Grosvenor Square. Who was it, Ruby? A friend of the squire's, Mr. Montague. I used to see him about in Bungay and Beccles. Paul Montague, do you know him, Felix? Well, rather. He's a member of our club, and I see him constantly in the city and I know him at home. Is he nice? Well, that depends on what you call nice. He's a prig of a fellow. He's got a lady friend where I live. The devil he has. Sir Felix of course had heard of Roger Carberry's suit to his sister, and of the opposition to this suit on the part of Hetta, which was supposed to have been occasioned by her preference for Paul Montague. Who is she, Ruby? Well, she's a Mrs. Hurtle. Such a stunning woman. Aunt says she's an American. She's got lots of money. Is Montague going to marry her? Oh dear, yes. It's all arranged. Mr. Montague comes quite regular to see her, not so regular as he ought, though. When gentlemen are fixed as they're to be married, they never are regular afterwards. I wonder whether it'll be the same with you? Wasn't John Crumb regular, Ruby? Bother John Crumb. That wasn't none of my doings. Oh. He'd been regular enough, if I'd let him. He'd been like clockwork, only the slowest clock out. But Mr. Montague has been and told the squire as he saw me. He told me so himself. The squire's coming about John Crumb. I know that. What am I to tell him, Felix? Tell him to mind his own business. He can't do anything to you, no he can't do nothing. I ain't done nothing wrong, and he can't send for the police to have me took back to Sheepsacre. But he can talk, and he can look. I ain't one of those, Felix, as don't mind about their characters, so don't you think it. Shall I tell him as I'm with you? Gracious goodness, no. What would you say that for? I didn't know. I must say something, tell him you're nothing to him, but Aunt will be letting on about my being out late o' nights, I know she will. And who am I with? He'll be asking that. Your aunt does not know? No I've told nobody yet. But it won't do to go on like that, you know, will it? You don't want it to go on always like that, do you? It's very jolly, I think. It ain't jolly for me. Of course, Felix, I like to be with you. That's jolly. But I have to mind them brats all the day, and to be doing the bedrooms. And that's not the worst of it. What is the worst of it? I'm pretty now ashamed of myself. Yes, I am. And now Ruby burst out into tears. Because I wouldn't have John Crumb. I didn't mean to be a bad girl. Nor yet I won't. But what'll I do, if everybody turns against me? Aunt won't go on forever in this way. She said last night that. Bother what she says. Felix was not at all anxious to hear what Aunt Pipkin might have to say upon such an occasion. She's right too. Of course she knows there's somebody. She ain't such a fool as to think that I'm out at these hours to sing psalms with a lot of young women. She says that whoever it is ought to speak out his mind. That's what she says. And she's right. A girl has to mind herself, though she's ever so fond of a young man. Sir Felix sucked his cigar and then took a long drink of brandy and water. Having emptied the beaker before him, he rapped for the waiter and called for another. He intended to avoid the necessity of making any direct reply to Ruby's importunities. He was going to New York very shortly, and looked on his journey thither as an horizon in his future beyond which it was unnecessary to speculate as to any further distance. He had not troubled himself to think how it might be with Ruby when he was gone. He had not even considered whether he would or would not tell her that he was going, before he started. It was not his fault that she had come up to London. She was an awfully jolly girl, and he liked the feeling of the intrigue better, perhaps, than the girl herself. But he assured himself that he wasn't going to give himself any trouble. The idea of John Crumb coming up to London in his wrath had never occurred to him, or he would probably have hurried on his journey to New York instead of delaying it, as he was doing now. Let's go in, and have a dance, he said. Ruby was very fond of dancing, perhaps liked it better than anything in the world. It was heaven to her to be spinning round the big room with her lover's arm tight round her waist, with one hand in his and her other hanging over his back. She loved the music, and loved the motion. Her ear was good, and her strength was great, and she never lacked breath. She could spin along and dance a whole room down, and feel at the time that the world could have nothing to give better worth having than that and such moments were too precious to be lost. She went and danced, resolving as she did so that she would have some answer to her question before she left her lover on that night. And now I must go, she said at last. You'll see me as far as the Angel, won't you? Of course he was ready to see her as far as the Angel. What am I to say to the squire? Say nothing. And what am I to say to Aunt? Say to her? Just say what you have said all along. I've said nothing all along, just to oblige you, Felix. I must say something. A girl has got herself to mind. What have you got to say to me, Felix? He was silent for about a minute, meditating his answer. If you bother me I shall cut it, you know. Cut it, yes, cut it. Can't you wait till I am ready to say something? Waiting will be the ruin o' me, if I wait much longer. Where am I to go, if Mrs. Pipkin won't have me no more? I'll find a place for you. You find a place. No, that won't do. I've told you all that before. I'd sooner go into service, or go back to John Crumb. John Crumb has more respect for me nor you. He'd make me his wife tomorrow, and only be too happy. I didn't tell you to come away from him, said Sir Felix. Yes, you did. You told me as I was to come up to London when I saw you at Sheepstone Beeches, didn't you? And you told me you loved me, didn't you? And that if I wanted anything you'd get it done for me, didn't you? So I will. What do you want? I can give you a couple of sovereigns, if that's what it is. No, it isn't T, and I won't have your money. I'd sooner work my fingers off. I want you to say whether you mean to marry me. There. As to the additional lie which Sir Felix might now have told, it would have been nothing to him. He was going to New York, and would be out of the way of any trouble. And he thought that lies of that kind to young women never went for anything. Young women, he thought, didn't believe them, but liked to be able to believe afterwards that they had been deceived. It wasn't the lie that stuck in his throat, but the fact that he was a baronet. It was in his estimation confounded impudence on the part of Ruby Ruggles to ask to be his wife. He did not care for the lie, but he did not like to seem to lower himself by telling such a lie as that at her dictation. Marry, Ruby. No, I don't ever mean to marry. It's the greatest bore out. I know a trick worth two of that. She stopped in the street and looked at him. This was a state of things of which she had never dreamed. She could imagine that a man should wish to put it off, but that he should have the face to declare to his young woman that he never meant to marry at all, was a thing that she could not understand. What business had such a man to go after any young woman? And what do you mean that I'm to do, Sir Felix? She said, just go easy, and not make yourself a bother, not make myself a bother. Oh, but I will. I'm to be carrying on with you, and nothing to come of it, for you to tell me that you don't mean to marry, never at all. Never? Don't you see lots of old bachelors about, Ruby? Of course I does. There's the squire. But he don't come asking girls to keep him company. That's more than you know, Ruby. If he did he'd marry her out of hand, because he's a gentleman. That's what he is, every inch of him. He never said a word to a girl, not to do her any harm, I'm sure, and Ruby began to cry. You mustn't come no further now, and I'll never see you again, never. I think you're the falsest young man, and the basest, and the lowest-minded that I ever heard tell of. I know there are them as don't keep their words. Things turn up, and they can't. Or they gets to like others better, or there ain't nothing to live on. But for a young man to come after a young woman, and then say, right out, as he never means to marry at all, is the lowest-spirited fellow that ever was. I never read of such a one in none of the books. No, I won't. You go your way, and I'll go mine. In her passion she was as good as her word, and escaped from him, running all the way to her aunt's door. There was in her mind a feeling of anger against the man, which she did not herself understand, in that he would incur no risk on her behalf. He would not even make a lover's easy promise, in order that the present hour might be made pleasant. Ruby let herself into her aunt's house, and cried herself to sleep with a child on each side of her. On the next day Roger called. She had begged Mrs. Pipkin to attend the door, and had asked her to declare, should any gentleman ask for Ruby Ruggles, that Ruby Ruggles was out. Mrs. Pipkin had not refused to do so, but, having heard sufficient of Roger Carberry to imagine the cause which might possibly bring him to the house, and having made up her mind that Ruby's present condition of independence was equally unfavourable to the lodging-house and to Ruby herself, she determined that the squire, if he did come, should see the young lady. When therefore Ruby was called into the little back parlour and found Roger Carberry there, she thought that she had been caught in a trap. She had been very cross all the morning. Though in her rage she had been able on the previous evening to dismiss her titled lover, and to imply that she never meant to see him again, now, when the remembrance of the loss came upon her amidst her daily work, when she could no longer console herself in her drudgery by thinking of the beautiful things that were in store for her, and by flattering herself that though at this moment she was little better than a maid-of-all-work in a lodging-house, the time was soon coming in which she would bloom forth as a baronet's bride, now in her solitude she almost regretted the precipitancy of her own conduct. Could it be that she would never see him again, that she would dance no more in that gilded bright saloon? And might it not be possible that she had pressed him too hard? A baronet of course would not like to be brought to book, as she could bring to book such a one as John Crumb. But yet, that he should have said never, that he would never marry. Looking at it in any light, she was very unhappy. This coming of the squire did not serve to cure her misery. Roger was very kind to her, taking her by the hand, and bidding her sit down, and telling her how glad he was to find that she was comfortably settled with her aunt. We were all alarmed, of course, when you went away without telling anybody where you were going. Grandfather'd been that cruel to me that I couldn't tell him. He wanted you to keep your word to an old friend of yours. To pull me all about by the hairs of my head wasn't the way to make a girl keep her word, semicolon, was it, Mr. Carberry? That's what he did, then semicolon, and Sally Hockett, who was there, heard it. I've been good to grandfather, whatever I may have been to John Crumb, and he shouldn't have treated me like that. No girl'd like to be pulled about the room by the hairs of her head, and she with her things all off, just getting into bed. The squire had no answer to make to this. That old Ruggles should be a violent brute under the influence of gin and water did not surprise him. And the girl, when driven away from her home by such usage, had not done amiss in coming to her aunt. But Roger had already heard a few words from Mrs. Pipkin as to Ruby's late hours, had heard also that there was a lover, and knew very well who that lover was. He also was quite familiar with John Crumb's state of mind. John Crumb was a gallant, loving fellow who might be induced to forgive everything, if Ruby would only go back to him, but would certainly persevere, after some slow fashion of his own, and see the matter out, as he would say himself, if she did not go back. As you found yourself obliged to run away, said Roger, I'm glad that you should be here, but you don't mean to stay here always. I don't know, said Ruby, you must think of your future life. You don't want to be always your aunt's maid. Oh dear, no. It would be very odd if you did, when you may be the wife of such a man as Mr. Crumb. Oh, Mr. Crumb. Everybody is going on about Mr. Crumb. I don't like Mr. Crumb, and I never will like him. Now look here, Ruby, I have come to speak to you very seriously, and I expect you to hear me. Nobody can make you marry Mr. Crumb, unless you please. Nobody can't, of course, sir. But I fear you have given him up for somebody else, who certainly won't marry you, and who can only mean to ruin you. Nobody won't ruin me, said Ruby. A girl has to look to herself, and I mean to look to myself. I'm glad to hear you say so, but being out at night with such a one as Sir Felix Carberry is not looking to yourself. That means going to the devil head foremost. I ain't a-going to the devil, said Ruby, sobbing and blushing, but you will, if you put yourself into the hands of that young man. He's as bad can be. He's my own cousin, and yet I'm obliged to tell you so. He has no more idea of marrying you than I have. But were he to marry you, he could not support you. He has ruined himself, and would ruin any young woman who trusted him. I'm almost old enough to be your father, and in all my experience I never came across so vile a young man as he is. He would ruin you and cast you from him without a pang of remorse. He has no heart in his bosom, semicolon, none. Ruby had now given way altogether, and was sobbing with her apron to her eyes in one corner of the room. That's what Sir Felix Carberry is, said the squire, standing up so that he might speak with the more energy, and talk her down more thoroughly. And if I understand it rightly, he continued, it is for a vile thing such as he, that you have left a man who is as much above him in character, as the sun is above the earth. You think little of John Crumb because he does not wear a fine coat. I don't care about any man's coat, said Ruby. But John hasn't ever a word to say. Was it ever so? Words to say? What do words matter? He loves you. He loves you after that fashion that he wants to make you happy and respectable, not to make you a byword and a disgrace. Ruby struggled hard to make some opposition to the suggestion, but found herself to be incapable of speech at the moment. He thinks more of you than of himself, and would give you all that he has. What would that other man give you? If you were once married to John Crumb, would anyone then pull you by the hairs of your head? Would there be anyone then, or any disgrace? There ain't no disgrace, Mr. Carberry, no disgrace in going about at midnight with such a one as Felix Carberry. You are not a fool, and you know that it is disgraceful. If you are not unfit to be an honest man's wife, go back and beg that man's pardon, John Crumb's pardon. No, oh, Ruby, if you knew how highly I respect that man, and how lowly I think of the other, how I look on the one as a noble fellow, and regard the other as dust beneath my feet, you would perhaps change your mind a little. Her mind was being changed. His words did have their effect, though the poor girl struggled against the conviction that was borne in upon her. She had never expected to hear anyone call John Crumb noble. But she had never respected anyone more highly than Squire Carberry, and he said that John Crumb was noble. Amidst all her misery and trouble she still told herself that it was but a dusty, mealy comma and also a dumb nobility. I'll tell you what will take place, continued Roger. Mr. Crumb won't put up with this, you know. He can't do nothing to me, sir, that's true enough. Unless it be to take you in his arms and press you to his heart, he wants to do nothing to you. Do you think he'd injure you if he could? You don't know what a man's love really means, Ruby. But he could do something to somebody else. How do you think it would be with Felix Carberry, if they two were in a room together and nobody else by? John's Marshall strong, Mr. Carberry. If two men have equal pluck, strength isn't much needed. One is a brave man, and the other a coward. Which do you think is which? He's your own cousin, and I don't know why you should say everything against him. You know I'm telling you the truth. You know it as well as I do myself semicolon, and you're throwing yourself away, and throwing the man who loves you over comma for such a fellow as that. Go back to him, Ruby, and beg his pardon. I never will semicolon never. I've spoken to Mrs. Pipkin, and while you're here she will see that you don't keep such hours any longer. You tell me that you're not disgraced, and yet you are out at midnight with a young blackguard like that. I've said what I've got to say, and I'm going away. But I'll let your grandfather know. Grandfather don't want me no more, and I'll come again. If you want money to go home, I will let you have it. Take my advice at least in this semicolon, do not see Sir Felix Carberry any more. Then he took his leave. If he had failed to impress her with admiration for John Crumb, he had certainly been efficacious in lessening that which she had entertained for Sir Felix. Chapter 44 The Coming Election. The very greatness of Mr. Melmotte's popularity, the extent of the admiration which was accorded by the public at large to his commercial enterprise and financial sagacity, created a peculiar bitterness in the opposition that was organized against him at Westminster. As the high mountains are intersected by deep valleys, as Puritanism in one age begets infidelity in the next, as in many countries the thickness of the winter's ice will be in proportion to the number of the summer mosquitoes, so was the keenness of the hostility displayed on this occasion in proportion to the warmth of the support which was manifested. As the great man was praised, so also was he abused. As he was a demigod to some, so was he a fiend to others. And indeed there was hardly any other way in which it was possible to carry on the contest against him. From the moment in which Mr. Melmotte had declared his purpose of standing for Westminster in the Conservative interest, an attempt was made to drive him down the throats of the electors by clamorous assertions of his unprecedented commercial greatness. It seemed that there was but one virtue in the world, commercial enterprise, and that Melmotte was its prophet. It seemed, too, that the orators and writers of the day intended all Westminster to believe that Melmotte treated his great affairs in a spirit very different from that which animates the bosoms of merchants in general. He had risen above feeling of personal profit. His wealth was so immense that there was no longer place for anxiety on that score. He already possessed, so it was said, enough to found a dozen families, and he had but one daughter. But by carrying on the enormous affairs which he held in his hands, he would be able to open up new worlds, to afford relief to the oppressed nationalities of the overpopulated old countries. He had seen how small was the good done by the Peabodys and the Bairds, and, resolving to lend no it to charities and religions, was intent on projects for enabling young nations to earn plentiful bread by the moderate sweat of their brows. He was the head and front of the railway which was to regenerate Mexico. It was presumed that the contemplated line from ocean to ocean across British America would become a fact in his hands. It was he who was to enter into terms with the Emperor of China for farming the tea fields of that vast country. He was already in treaty with Russia for a railway from Moscow to Khiva. He had a fleet, or soon would have a fleet of emigrant ships, ready to carry every discontented Irishman out of Ireland to whatever quarter of the globe the Milesian might choose for the exercise of his political principles. It was known that he had already floated a company for laying down a submarine wire from Penzance to Point de Galle, round the Cape of Good Hope, so that, in the event of general wars, England need be dependent on no other country for its communications with India. And then there was the philanthropic scheme for buying the liberty of the Arabian fellahs from the Khedive of Egypt for 30 million sterling, the compensation to consist of the concession of a territory about 4 times as big as Great Britain in the lately annexed country on the great African lakes. It may have been the case that some of these things were as yet only matters of conversation, speculations as to which Mr. Melmotte's mind and imagination had been at work, rather than his pocket or even his credit, but they were all sufficiently matured to find their way into the public press, and to be used as strong arguments why Melmotte should become Member of Parliament for Westminster. All this praise was of course all to those who found themselves called upon by the demands of their political position to oppose Mr. Melmotte. You can run down a demigod only by making him out to be a demi-devil. These very persons, the leading liberals of the leading borough in England as they called themselves, would perhaps have cared little about Melmotte's antecedents had it not become their duty to fight him as a Conservative. Had the great man found at the last moment that his own British politics had been liberal in their nature, these very enemies would have been on his committee. It was their business to secure a seat. and as Melmotte's supporters began the battle with an attempt at what the Liberals called bounce, to carry the borough with a rush by an overwhelming assertion of their candidate's virtues, the other party was driven to make some inquiries as to that candidate's antecedents. They quickly warmed to the work, and were not less loud in exposing the Satan of speculation, than had been the Conservatives in declaring the commercial Jove. Emissaries were sent to Paris and Frankfurt, and the wires were used to Vienna and New York. It was not difficult to collect stories, true or false, and some quiet men, who merely looked on at the game, expressed an opinion that Melmotte might have wisely abstained from the glories of Parliament. Nevertheless, there was at first some difficulty in finding a proper Liberal candidate to run against him. The nobleman who had been elevated out of his seat by the death of his father had been a great Whig magnate, whose family was possessed of immense wealth and of popularity equal to its possessions. One of that family might have contested the borough at a much less expense than any other person, and to them the expense would have mattered but little. But there was no such member of it forthcoming. Lord this and Lord that, and the Honourable this and the Honourable that, sons of other cognate lords, already had seats which they were unwilling to vacate in the present state of affairs. There was but one other session for the existing Parliament, and the odds were held to be very greatly in Melmotte's favour. Many an outsider was tried, but the outsiders were either afraid of Melmotte's purse or his influence. Lord Buntingford was asked, and he and his family were good old Whigs. But he was nephew to Lord Alfred Grendel, first cousin to Miles Grendel, and abstained on behalf of his relatives. An overture was made to Sir Damask Monogram, who certainly could afford the contest. But Sir Damask did not see his way. Melmotte was a working bee, while he was a drone, and he did not wish to have the difference pointed out by Mr. Melmotte's supporters. Moreover, he preferred his yacht and his four in hand. At last a candidate was selected, whose nomination and whose consent to occupy the position created very great surprise in the London world. The press had of course taken up the matter very strongly. The morning breakfast table supported Mr. Melmotte with all its weight. There were people who said that this support was given by Mr. Brown under the influence of Lady Carberry, and that Lady Carberry in this way endeavoured to reconcile the great man to a marriage between his daughter and Sir Felix. But it is more probable that Mr. Brown saw, or thought that he saw, which way the wind sat, and that he supported the commercial hero because he felt that the hero would be supported by the country at large. In praising a book, or putting foremost the merits of some official or military claimant, or writing up a charity, in some small matter of merely personal interest, the editor of the morning breakfast table might perhaps allow himself to listen to a lady whom he loved. But he knew his work too well to jeopardize his paper by such influences in any matter which might probably become interesting to the world of his readers. There was a strong belief in Melmotte. The clubs thought that he would be returned for Westminster. The dukes and duchesses feted him. The city, even the city was showing a wavering disposition to come round. Bishops paid for his name on a list of promoters of their pet schemes. Royalty without stint was to dine at his table. Melmotte himself was to sit at the right hand of the brother of the sun and of the uncle of the moon, and British royalty was to be arranged opposite, so that everyone might seem to have the place of most honour. How could a conscientious editor of a morning breakfast table, seeing how things were going, do other than support Mr. Melmotte? In fair justice, it may be well doubted whether Lady Carberry had exercised any influence in the matter. But the Evening Pulpit took the other side. Now this was the more remarkable, the more sure to attract attention, inasmuch as the Evening Pulpit had never supported the Liberal interest. As was said in the first chapter of this work, the motto of that newspaper implied that it was to be conducted on principles of absolute independence. Had the Evening Pulpit, like some of its contemporaries, lived by declaring from day to day that all Liberal elements were godlike, and all their opposites satanic, as a matter of course the same line of argument would have prevailed as to the Westminster election. But as it had not been so, the vigour of the Evening Pulpit on this occasion was the more alarming and the more noticeable, so that the short articles which appeared almost daily in reference to Mr. Melmotte were read by everybody. Now they who are concerned in the manufacture of newspapers are well aware that censure is infinitely more attractive than eulogy, but they are quite as well aware that it is more dangerous. No proprietor or editor was ever brought before the courts at the cost of ever so many £100, which if things go badly may rise to thousands, because he had attributed all but divinity to some very poor specimen of mortality. No man was ever called upon for damages because he had attributed grand motives. It might be well for politics and literature and art, and for truth in general, if it was possible to do so, but a new law of libel must be enacted before such salutary proceedings can take place. Censure, on the other hand, is open to very grave perils. Let the editor have been ever so conscientious, ever so beneficent, even ever so true, let it be ever so clear that what he has been written on behalf of virtue, and that he has misstated no fact, exaggerated no fault, never for a moment been allured from public to private matters, and he may still be in danger of ruin. A very long purse, or else a very high courage, is needed for the exposure of such conduct as the Evening Pulpit attributed to Mr. Melmotte. The paper took up this line suddenly. After the second article, Mr. Alf sent back to Mr. Miles Grendel, who in the matter was acting as Mr. Melmotte's secretary, the ticket of invitation for the dinner, with a note from Mr. Alf stating that circumstances connected with the forthcoming election for Westminster could not permit him to have the great honor of dining at Mr. Melmotte's table in the presence of the Emperor of China. Miles Grendel showed the note to the dinner committee, and, without consultation with Mr. Melmotte, it was decided that the ticket should be sent to the editor of a thoroughgoing conservative journal. This conduct on the part of the Evening Pulpit astonished the world considerably, but the world was more astonished when it was declared that Mr. Ferdinand Alf himself was going to stand for Westminster on the Liberal interest. Various suggestions were made. Some said that as Mr. Alf had a large share in the newspaper, and as its success was now an established fact, he himself intended to retire from the laborious position which he filled, and was therefore free to go into Parliament. Others were of opinion that this was the beginning of a new era in literature, of a new order of things, and that from this time forward editors would frequently be found in Parliament, if editors were employed of sufficient influence in the world to find constituencies. Mr. Brown whispered confidentially to Lady Carberry that the man was a fool for his pains, and that he was carried away by pride. Very clever, and dashing, said Mr. Brown, but he never had ballast. Lady Carberry shook her head. She did not want to give up Mr. Alf if she could help it. He had never said a civil word of her in his paper, but still she had an idea that it was well to be on good terms with so great a power. She entertained a mysterious awe for Mr. Alf, much in excess of any similar feeling excited by Mr. Brown, in regard to whom her awe had been much diminished since he had made her an offer of marriage. Her sympathies as to the election of course were with Mr. Melmotte. She believed in him thoroughly. She still thought that his nod might be the means of making Felix, or if not his nod, then his money without the nod. I suppose he is very rich, she said, speaking to Mr. Brown respecting Mr. Alf. I dare say he has put by something. But this election will cost him £10,000, and if he goes on as he is doing now, he had better allow another £10,000 for action for libel. They've already declared that they will indict the paper. Do you believe about the Austrian insurance company? This was a matter as to which Mr. Melmotte was supposed to have retired from Paris not with clean hands. I don't believe the Evening Pulpit can prove it, and I'm sure that they can't attempt to prove it without an expense of £3,000 or £4,000. That's a game in which nobody wins but the lawyers. I wonder at Alf. I should have thought that he would have known how to get all said that he wanted to have said without running with his head into the lion's mouth. He has been so clever up to this. God knows he has been bitter enough, but he has always sailed within the wind. Mr. Alf had a powerful committee. By this time an animus in regard to the election had been created strong enough to bring out the men on both sides, and to produce heat, when otherwise there might only have been a warmth or, possibly, frigidity. The Whig marquises and the Whig barons came forward, and with them the liberal professional men, and the tradesmen who had found that party to answer best, and the democratical mechanics. If Melmotte's money did not, at last, utterly demoralize the lower class of voters, there would still be a good fight. And there was a strong hope that, under the ballot, Melmotte's money might be taken without a corresponding effect upon the voting. It was found upon trial that Mr. Alf was a good speaker. And though he still conducted the Evening Pulpit, he made time for addressing meetings of the constituency almost daily. And in his speeches he never spared Melmotte. No one, he said, had a greater reverence for mercantile grandeur than himself. But let them take care that the grandeur was grand. How great would be the disgrace to such a borough as that of Westminster if it should find that it had been taken in by a false spirit of speculation and that it had surrendered itself to gambling when it had thought to do on it an honest commerce. This, connected, as of course it was, with the articles in the paper, was regarded as very open speaking. And it had its effect. Some men began to say that Melmotte had not been known long enough to deserve confidence in his riches, and the Lord Mayor was already beginning to think that it might be wise to escape the dinner by some excuse. Melmotte's committee was also very grand. If Alf was supported by marquises and barons, he was supported by dukes and earls. But his speaking in public did not of itself inspire much confidence. He had very little to say when he attempted to explain the political principles on which he intended to act. After a little he confined himself to remarks on the personal attacks made on him by the other side, and even in doing that was reiterative rather than diffusive. Let them prove it. He defied them to prove it. Englishmen were too great, too generous, too honest, too noble, the men of Westminster especially were a great deal too high-minded to pay any attention to such charges as these till they were proved. Then he began again. Let them prove it. Such accusations as these were mere lies till they were proved. He did not say much himself in public as to actions for libel, but assurances were made on his behalf to the electors, especially by Lord Alfred Grendel and his son, that as soon as the election was over all speakers and writers would be indicted for libel, who should be declared by proper legal advice to have made themselves liable to such action. The evening pulpit and Mr. Alf would of course be the first victims. The dinner was fixed for Monday, July the 8th. The election for the borough was to be held on Tuesday the 9th. It was generally thought that the proximity of the 2 days had been arranged with the view of enhancing Melmotte's expected triumph. But such in truth was not the case. It had been an accident, and an accident that was distressing to some of the Melmottites. There was much to be done about the dinner, which could not be omitted, and much also as to the election, which was imperative. The two Grendels, father and son, found themselves to be so driven that the world seemed for them to be turned topsy-turvy. The elder had in old days been accustomed to electioneering in the interest of his own family, and had declared himself willing to make himself useful on behalf of Mr. Melmotte. But he found Westminster to be almost too much for him. He was called here and sent there, till he was very near rebellion. "If this goes on much longer I shall cut it," he said to his son. "Think of me, Governor," said the son. "I have to be in the city 4 or 5 times a week. You've a regular salary. Come, Governor, you've done pretty well for that. What's my salary to the shares you've had? The thing is will it last? How last? There are a good many who say that Melmotte will burst up." "I don't believe it," said Lord Alfred. "They don't know what they're talking about. There are too many in the same boat to let him burst up. It would be the bursting up of half London. But I shall tell him after this that he must make it easier. He wants to know who's to have every ticket for the dinner, and there's nobody to tell him except me. And I've got to arrange all the places, and nobody to help me except that fellow from the Herald's office. I don't know about people's rank. Which ought to come first, a director at the bank or a fellow who writes books?" Miles suggested that the fellow from the Herald's office would know all about that, and that his father need not trouble himself with petty details. "And you shall come to us for 3 days, after it's over," said Lady Monogram to Miss Longestaff, a proposition to which Miss Longestaff acceded, willingly indeed, but not by any means as though a favour had been conferred upon her. Now the reason why Lady Monogram had changed her mind as to inviting her old friend, and thus threw open her hospitality for 3 whole days to the poor young lady who had disgraced herself by staying with the Melmottes, was as follows. Miss Longestaff had the disposal of 2 evening tickets for Madame Melmotte's grand reception, and so greatly had the Melmottes risen in general appreciation that Lady Monogram had found that she was bound, on behalf of her own position in society, to be present on that occasion. It would not do that her name should not be in the printed list of the guests. Therefore she had made a serviceable bargain with her old friend Miss Longestaff. She was to have her 2 tickets for the reception, and Miss Longestaff was to be received for 3 days as a guest by Lady Monogram. It had also been conceded that at any rate on one of these nights Lady Monogram should take Miss Longestaff out with her, and that she should herself receive company on another. There was perhaps something slightly painful at the commencement of the negotiation, but such feelings soon fade away, and Lady Monogram was quite a woman of the world. Chapter 45. Mr. Melmotte is pressed for time. About this time, a fortnight or nearly so before the election, Mr. Longestaff came up to town and saw Mr. Melmotte very frequently. He could not go into his own house, as he had let that for a month to the great financier, nor had he any establishment in town, but he slept at an hotel and lived at the Carlton. He was quite delighted to find that his new friend was an honest Conservative, and he himself proposed the honest Conservative at the club. There was some idea of electing Mr. Melmotte out of hand, but it was decided that the club could not go beyond its rule, and could only admit Mr. Melmotte out of his regular turn as soon as he should occupy a seat in the House of Commons. Mr. Melmotte, who was becoming somewhat arrogant, was heard to declare that if the club did not take him when he was willing to be taken, it might do without him. If not elected at once, he should withdraw his name. So great was his prestige at this moment with his own party that there was some, Mr. Longestaff among the number, who pressed the thing on the committee. Mr. Melmotte was not like other men. It was a great thing to have Mr. Melmotte in the party. Mr. Melmotte's financial capabilities would in themselves be a tower of strength. Rules were not made to control the club in a matter of such importance as this. A noble lord, one among 7 who had been named as a fit leader of the upper house on the Conservative side in the next session, was asked to take the matter up, and men thought that the thing might have been done had he complied. But he was old-fashioned, perhaps pig-headed, and the club for the time lost the honor of entertaining Mr. Melmotte. It may be remembered that Mr. Longestaff had been anxious to become one of the directors of the Mexican Railway, and that he was rather snubbed than encouraged when he expressed his wish to Mr. Melmotte. Like other great men, Mr. Melmotte liked to choose his own time for bestowing favors. Since that request was made, the proper time had come, and he had now intimated to Mr. Longestaff that in a somewhat altered condition of things there would be a place for him at the board, and that he and his brother directors would be delighted to avail themselves of his assistance. The alliance between Mr. Melmotte and Mr. Longestaff had become very close. The Melmottes had visited the Longestaffs at Caversham. Georgiana Longestaff was staying with Madame Melmotte in London. The Melmottes were living in Mr. Longestaff's townhouse, having taken it for a month at a very high rent. Mr. Longestaff now had a seat at Mr. Melmotte's board, and Mr. Melmotte had bought Mr. Longestaff's estate at Pickering on terms very favourable to the Longestaffs. It had been suggested to Mr. Longestaff by Mr. Melmotte that he had better qualify for his seat at the board by taking shares in the company to the amount of perhaps £2,000 or £3,000, and Mr. Longestaff had of course consented. There would be no need of any transaction in absolute cash. The shares could of course be paid for out of Mr. Longestaff's half of the purchase money for Pickering Park, and could remain for the present in Mr. Melmotte's hands. To this also Mr. Longestaff had consented, not quite understanding why the scrip should not be made over to him at once. It was a part of the charm of all dealings with this great man that no ready money seemed ever to be necessary for anything. Great purchases were made and great transactions apparently completed without the signing even of a cheque. Mr. Longestaff found himself to be afraid even to give a hint to Mr. Melmotte about ready money. In speaking of all such matters, Melmotte seemed to imply that everything necessary had been done, when he had said that it was done. Pickering had been purchased and the title deeds made over to Mr. Melmotte, of the £80,000 had not been paid, had not been absolutely paid, though of course Mr. Melmotte's note assenting to the terms was security sufficient for any reasonable man. The property had been mortgaged, though not heavily, and Mr. Melmotte had no doubt satisfied the mortgagee, but there was still a sum of £50,000 to come, of which Dolly was to have one half and the other was to be employed in paying off Mr. Longestaff's debts to tradesmen and debts to the bank. It would have been very pleasant to have had this at once, but Mr. Longestaff felt the absurdity of pressing such a man as Mr. Melmotte, and was partly conscious of the gradual consummation of a new era in money matters. "If your banker is pressing you, refer him to me," Mr. Melmotte had said. "As for many years past we have exchanged paper instead of actual money for our commodities, so now it seemed that, under the new Melmotte regime, an exchange of words was to suffice." But Dolly wanted his money. Dolly, idle as he was, foolish as he was, dissipated as he was and generally indifferent to his debts, liked to have what belonged to him. It had all been arranged. £5,000 would pay off all his tradesmen's debts and leave him comfortably possessed of money in hand, while the other £20,000 would make his own property free. There was a charm in this which awakened even Dolly, and for the time almost reconciled him to his father's society. But now a shade of impatience was coming over him. He had actually gone down to Caversham to arrange the terms with his father, and had in fact made his own terms. His father had been unable to move him, and had consequently suffered much in spirit. Dolly had been almost triumphant, thinking that the money would come on the next day, or at any rate during the next week. Now he came to his father early in the morning, at about 2:00 to inquire what was being done. He had not as yet been made blessed with a single £10 note in his hand, as the result of the sale. "Are you going to see Melmotte, sir?" he asked somewhat abruptly. "Yes, I'm to be with him tomorrow, and he is to introduce me to the board." "You're going in for that, are you, sir?" "Do they pay anything?" "I believe not. Nidderdale and young Carberry belong to it. It's a sort of bear garden affair." "A bear garden affair, Adolphus? How so?" "I mean the club. We had them all there for dinner one day, and a jolly dinner we gave them. Miles Grendel and old Alfred belong to it. I don't think they'd go in for it, if there was no money going. I'd make them fork out something if I took the trouble of going all that way. I think that perhaps, Adolphus, you hardly understand these things." "No, I don't. I don't understand much about business, I know. What I want to understand is, when Melmotte is going to pay up this money. I suppose he'll arrange it with the banks," said the father. "I beg that he won't arrange my money with the banks, sir. You'd better tell him not." A check upon his bank which I can pay into mine is about the best thing going. You'll be in the city tomorrow, and you'd better tell him. If you don't like, I'll get Squickham to do it. Mr. Squickham was a lawyer whom Dolly had employed of late years, much to the annoyance of his parent. Mr. Squickham's name was odious to Mr. Longestaff. I beg you'll do nothing of the kind. It will be very foolish if you do, perhaps ruinous. Then you'd better pay up, like anybody else, said Dolly as he left the room. The father knew the son, and was quite sure that Squickham would have his finger in the pie unless the money were paid quickly. When Dolly had taken an idea into his head, no power on earth, no power at least of which the father could avail himself, would turn him. On that same day Melmotte received 2 visits in the city from 2 of his fellow directors. At the time he was very busy. Though his electioneering speeches were neither long nor pithy, still he had to think of them beforehand. Members of his committee were always trying to see him. Orders as to the dinner and the preparation of the house could not be given by Lord Alfred without some reference to him. And then those gigantic commercial affairs which were enumerated in the last chapter could not be adjusted without much labor on his part. His hands were not empty, but still he saw each of these young men, for a few minutes. "My dear young friend, what can I do for you?" he said to Sir Felix, not sitting down, so that Sir Felix also should remain standing. "About that money, Mr. Melmotte." "What money, my dear fellow?" "You see that a good many money matters pass through my hands, the £1,000 I gave you for shares. If you don't mind, and as the shares seem to be a bother, I'll take the money back. It was only the other day you had £200, said Melmotte, showing that he could apply his memory to small transactions when he pleased. "Exactly, and you might as well let me have the £800. I've ordered the shares, gave the order to my broker the other day." "Then I'd better take the shares," said Sir Felix, feeling that it might very probably be that day fortnight before he could start for New York. "Could I get them, Mr. Melmotte?" "My dear fellow, I really think you hardly calculate the value of my time when you come to me about such an affair as this." "I'd like to have the money or the shares," said Sir Felix, who was not specially averse to quarrelling with Mr. Melmotte now that he had resolved upon taking that gentleman's daughter to New York in direct opposition to his written promise. Their quarrel would be so thoroughly internecine when the departure should be discovered, that any present anger could hardly increase its bitterness. What Felix thought of now was simply his money, and the best means of getting it out of Melmotte's hands. "You're a spendthrift," said Melmotte, apparently relenting, "and I'm afraid a gambler. I suppose I must give you £200 more on account." Sir Felix could not resist the touch of ready money, and consented to take the sum offered. As he pocketed the check he asked for the name of the brokers who were employed to buy the shares. But here Melmotte demurred. "No, my friend," said Melmotte, "you are only entitled to shares for £600 now. I will see that the thing is put right." So Sir Felix departed with £200 only. Marie had said that she could get £200. Perhaps if he bestirred himself and wrote to some of Miles's big relations he could obtain payment of a part of that gentleman's debt to him. Sir Felix, going down the stairs in Abchurch Lane, met Paul Montague coming up. Carberry, on the spur of the moment, thought that he would take a rise, as he called it, out of Montague. "What's this I hear about a lady at Islington?" he asked. "Who has told you anything about a lady at Islington? A little bird?" "There are always little birds about telling of ladies. I'm told that I'm to congratulate you on your coming marriage." "Then you've been told an infernal falsehood," said Montague, passing on. He paused a moment and added, "I don't know who can have told you. But if you hear it again, I'll trouble you to contradict it." As he was waiting in Melmotte's outer room while the Duke's nephew went in to see whether it was the great man's pleasure to see him, he remembered whence Carberry must have heard tidings of Mrs. Hurtle. Of course the rumour had come through Ruby Ruggles. Miles Grendel brought out word that the great man would see Mr. Montague, but he added a caution. "He's awfully full of work just now, you won't forget that, will you?" Montague assured the Duke's nephew that he would be concise, and was shown in. "I should not have troubled you," said Paul, "only that I understood that I was to see you before the board met." "Exactly, of course. It was quite necessary, only you see I'm a little busy. If this dinner were over I shouldn't mind. It's a deal easier to make a treaty with an emperor, than to give him a dinner, I can tell you that." "Well, let me see. Oh, I was proposing that you should go out to Pekin, to Mexico." Yes, to Mexico. I've so many things running in my head." "Well, if you'll say when you're ready to start, we'll draw up something of instructions. You'd know better, however, than he can tell you, what to do. You'll see Fisker, of course. You and Fisker will manage it." The chief thing will be a check for the expenses, eh? We must get that passed at the next board. Mr. Melmotte had been so quick that Montague had been unable to interrupt him. There need be no trouble about that, Mr. Melmotte, as I have made up my mind that it would not be fit that I should go. Oh, indeed. There had been a shade of doubt on Montague's mind, till the tone in which Melmotte had spoken of the embassy grated on his ears. The reference to the expenses disgusted him altogether. No semicolon, even did I see my way to do any good in America, my duties here would not be compatible with the undertaking. I don't see that at all. What duties have you got here? What good are you doing the company? If you do stay, I hope you'll be unanimous, that's all semicolon, or perhaps you intend to go out. If that's it, I'll look to your money. I think I told you that before, that, Mr. Melmotte, is what I should prefer. Very well, very well. I'll arrange it. Sorry to lose you, that's all. Miles, isn't Mr. Goldschinner waiting to see me? You're a little too quick, Mr. Melmotte, said Paul. A man with my business on his hands is bound to be quick, sir. But I must be precise. I cannot tell you as a fact that I shall withdraw from the board till I receive the advice of a friend with whom I am consulting. I hardly yet know what my duty may be. I'll tell you, sir, what cannot be your duty. It cannot be your duty to make known out of that boardroom any of the affairs of the company which you have learned in that boardroom. It cannot be your duty to divulge the circumstances of the company or any differences which may exist between directors of the company, to any gentleman who is a stranger to the company. It cannot be your duty, thank you, Mr. Melmotte. On matters such as that I think that I can see my own way. I have been in fault in coming into the board without understanding what duties I should have to perform. Very much in fault, I should say, replied Melmotte, whose arrogance in the midst of his inflated glory was overcoming him. But in reference to what I may or may not say to any friend, or how far I should be restricted by the scruples of a gentleman, I do not want advice from you. Very well, very well. I can't ask you to stay, because a partner from the house of Todd, Raggett, and Goldschinner is waiting to see me, about matters which are rather more important than this of yours. Montague had said what he had to say, and departed. On the following day, 3/4 of an hour before the meeting of the board of directors, old Mr. Longestaff called in Abchurch Lane. He was received very civilly by Miles Grendel, and asked to sit down. Mr. Melmotte quite expected him, and would walk with him over to the offices of the railway, and introduce him to the board. Mr. Longestaff, with some shyness, intimated his desire to have a few moments' conversation with the chairman before the board met. Fearing his son, especially fearing Squickham, he had made up his mind to suggest that the little matter about Pickering Park should be settled. Miles assured him that the opportunity should be given him, but that at the present moment the chief secretary of the Russian legation was with Mr. Melmotte. Either the chief secretary was very tedious with his business, or else other big men must have come in, for Mr. Longestaff was not relieved till he was summoned to walk off to the board 5 minutes after the hour at which the board should have met. He thought that he could explain his views in the street, but on the stairs they were joined by Mr. Trollope, and in 3 minutes they were in the boardroom. Mr. Longestaff was then presented, and took the chair opposite to Miles Grendel. Montague was not there, but had sent a letter to the secretary explaining that for reasons with which the chairman was acquainted he should absent himself from the present meeting. All right, said Melmotte. I know all about it. Go on. I'm not sure but that Mr. Montague's retirement from among us may be an advantage. He could not be made to understand that unanimity in such an enterprise as this is essential. I am confident that the new director whom I have had the pleasure of introducing to you today will not sin in the same direction. Then Mr. Melmotte bowed and smiled very sweetly on Mr. Longestaff. Mr. Longestaff was astonished to find how soon the business was done, and how very little he had been called on to do. Miles Grendel had read something out of a book which he had been unable to follow. Then the chairman had read some figures. Mr. Trollope had declared that their prosperity was unprecedented and the board was over. When Mr. Longestaff explained to Miles Grendel that he still wished to speak to Mr. Melmotte, Miles explained to him that the chairman had been obliged to run off to a meeting of gentlemen connected with the interior of Africa, which was now being held at the Cannon Street Hotel. Chapter 46 Roger Carberry and his two friends. Roger Carberry, having found Ruby Ruggles, and having ascertained that she was at any rate living in a respectable house with her aunt, returned to Carberry. He had given the girl his advice, and had done so in a manner that was not altogether ineffectual. He had frightened her, and had also frightened Mrs. Pipkin. He had taught Mrs. Pipkin to believe that the new dispensation was not yet so completely established as to clear her from all responsibility as to her niece's conduct. Having done so much, and feeling that there was no more to be done, he returned home. It was out of the question that he should take Ruby with him. In the first place she would not have gone. And then, had she gone, he would not have known where to bestow her. For it was now understood throughout Bungay, and the news had spread to Beccles, that old farmer Ruggles had sworn that his granddaughter should never again be received at Sheepsacre Farm. The squire on his return home heard all the news from his own housekeeper. John Crumb had been at the farm and there had been a fierce quarrel between him and the old man. The old man had called Ruby by every name that is most distasteful to a woman, and John had stormed and had sworn that he would have punched the old man's head but for his age. He wouldn't believe any harm of Ruby, or if he did he was ready to forgive that harm. But as for the Bro Knight, the Bro Knight had better look to himself. Old Ruggles had declared that Ruby should never have a shilling of his money, whereupon Crumb had anathematized old Ruggles and his money too, telling him that he was an old hunks, and that he had driven the girl away by his cruelty. Roger at once sent over to Bungay for the dealer in meal, who was with him early on the following morning. "Did ye find her, Squire?" "Oh, yes, Mr. Crumb, I found her. She's living with her aunt, Mrs. Pipkin, at Islington." Now look at that. You knew she had an aunt of that name up in London?" "Yes, I knew it, Squire. I heard tell of Mrs. Pipkin, but I never seed her. I wonder it did not occur to you that Ruby would go there." John Crumb scratched his head, as though acknowledging the shortcoming of his own intellect. "Of course if she was to go to London it was the proper thing for her to do. I knew she'd do the thing as was right. I said that all along. Darned if I didn't. You ask Mixit, Squire, him as is Baker down Bardsey Lane. I lays guy at her that she'd do the thing as was right." "But how about she and the Bro Knight?" Roger did not wish to speak of the baronet just at present. "I suppose the old man down here did use her?" "Oh, dreadful, there ain't no manner of doubt o' that. Dragged her about awful, as he ought to be took up, only for the rumpus like. D'ye think she's seed the Bro Knight since she's been in Lunnon, Master Carberry?" "I think she's a good girl, if you mean that. I'm sure she be. I don't want none to tell me that, Squire. Though, Squire, it's better to me nor a 10-pun note to hear you say so. I allays had a leaning to you, Squire, but I'll more nor lean to you, now. I've said all through she was good, and if e'er a man in Bungay said she warn't, well, I was there and ready. I hope nobody has said so. You can't stop them women, Squire. There ain't no dropping into them. But, Lord lovey, she shall come and be missus of my house tomorrow, and what'll it matter her then what they say? But, Squire, did ye hear if the Bro Knight had been a-hanging about that place? About Islington, you mean? He goes a-hanging about. He do. He don't come out straight for'ard, and tell a girl as he loves her afore all the parish. There ain't one in Bungay, nor yet in Mettingham, nor yet in all the Ilkittles and all the Elmhams, as don't know as I'm set on Ruby Ruggles. Huggery-muggery is pearson to me, Squire. We all know that when you've made up your mind, you have made up your mind, I hove. It's made up ever so as to Ruby. What sort of a one is her aunt now, Squire? She keeps lodgings, a very decent sort of a woman, I should say. She won't let the Bro Knight come there? Certainly not, said Roger, who felt that he was hardly dealing sincerely with this most sincere of mealmen. Hitherto he had shuffled off every question that had been asked him about Felix, though he knew that Ruby had spent many hours with her fashionable lover. "Mrs. Pipkin won't let him come there. If I was to give her a gown now, or a blue cloak, them lodging house women is mostly hard put to it, or a chest of drawers like, for her best bedroom, wouldn't that make her more o' my side, Squire? I think she'll try to do her duty without that. They do like things the like o' that. Anyways, I'll go up, Squire, to Saxonham Market, and see how things is lying. I wouldn't go just yet, Mr. Crumb, if I were you. She hasn't forgotten the scene at the farm yet. I said nothing as wasn't as kind, but her own perversity runs in her own head. If you had been unkind she could have forgiven that, but as you were good-natured and she was cross, she can't forgive that." John Crumb again scratched his head, and felt that the depths of a woman's character required more gauging than he had yet given to it. "And to tell you the truth, my friend, I think that a little hardship up at Mrs. Pipkin's will do her good. Don't she have a belly full of victuals?" asked John Crumb, with intense anxiety. "I don't quite mean that. I dare say she has enough to eat. But of course she has to work for it with her aunt. She has 3 or 4 children to look after. That might come in handy by and by, mightn't it, Squire?" said John Crumb, grinning. "As you say, she'll be learning something that may be useful to her in another sphere. Of course there is a good deal to do, and I should not be surprised if she were to think after a bit that your house in Bungay was more comfortable than Mrs. Pipkin's kitchen in London. My little back parlour _, squire. And I've got a four-poster, most as big as any in Bungay. I'm sure you have everything comfortable for her, and she knows it herself. Let her think about all that, and do you go and tell her again in a month's time. She'll be more willing to settle matters then than she is now. But the baronight, Mrs. Pipkin will allow nothing of that. Girls is so cute. Ruby is awful cute. It makes me feel as though I had 200 weight oatmeal on my stomach, lying awake o' nights and thinking as how he is, maybe pulling of her about. If I thought that she'd let him, oh, I'd swing for it, Master Carberry. They'd have to make an end o' me at Bury, if it was that way. They would then. Roger assured him again and again that he believed Ruby to be a good girl, and promised that further steps should be taken to induce Mrs. Pipkin to keep a close watch upon her niece. John Crumb made no promise that he would abstain from his journey to London after Saxmundham Fair, but left the squire with a conviction that his purpose of doing so was shaken. He was still however resolved to send Mrs. Pipkin the price of a new blue cloak, and declared his purpose of getting Mixit to write the letter and enclose the money order. John Crumb had no delicacy as to declaring his own deficiency in literary acquirements. He was able to make out a bill for meal or pollards, but did little beyond that in the way of writing letters. This happened on a Saturday morning, and on that afternoon Roger Carberry rode over to Lowestoft, to a meeting there on church matters at which his friend the bishop presided. After the meeting was over he dined at the inn with half a dozen clergymen and 2 or 3 neighbouring gentlemen, and then walked down by himself onto the long strand which has made Lowestoft what it is. It was now just the end of June, and the weather was delightful but people were not as yet flocking to the seashore. Every shopkeeper in every little town through the country now follows the fashion set by Parliament and abstains from his annual holiday till August or September. The place therefore was by no means full. Here and there a few of the townspeople, who at a bathing place are generally indifferent to the sea, were strolling about, and another few, indifferent to fashion, had come out from the lodging houses and from the hotel, which had been described as being small and insignificant, and making up only 100 beds. Roger Carberry, whose house was not many miles distant from Lowestoft, was fond of the seashore, and always came to loiter there for a while when any cause brought him into the town. Now he was walking close down upon the marge of the tide, so that the last little roll of the rising water should touch his feet, with his hands joined behind his back, and his face turned down towards the shore, when he came upon a couple who were standing with their backs to the land, looking forth together upon the waves. He was close to them before he saw them, and before they had seen him. Then he perceived that the man was his friend Paul Montague. Leaning on Paul's arm a lady stood, dressed very simply in black, with a dark straw hat on her head, very simple in her attire, but yet a woman whom it would be impossible to pass without notice. The lady of course was Mrs. Hurtle. Paul Montague had been a fool to suggest Lowestoft, but his folly had been natural. It was not the first place he had named, but when fault had been found with others, he had fallen back upon the sea sands which were best known to himself. Lowestoft was just the spot which Mrs. Hurtle required. When she had been shown her room, and taken down out of the hotel onto the strand, she had declared herself to be charmed. She acknowledged with many smiles that of course she had had no right to expect that Mrs. Pipkin should understand what sort of place she needed. But Paul would understand, and had understood. "I think the hotel charming," she said. "I don't know what you mean by your fun about the American hotels, but I think this quite gorgeous, and the people so civil. Hotel people always are civil before the crowds come." Of course it was impossible that Paul should return to London by the mail train which started about an hour after his arrival. He would have reached London at 4 or 5 in the morning, and have been very uncomfortable. The following day was Sunday, and of course he promised to stay till Monday. Of course he had said nothing in the train of those stern things which he had resolved to say. Of course he was not saying them when Roger Carberry came upon him, but was indulging in some poetical nonsense, some probably very trite raptures as to the expanse of the ocean, and the endless ripples which connected shore with shore. Mrs. Hurtle, too, as she leaned with friendly weight upon his arm, indulged also in moonshine and romance. Though at the back of the heart of each of them there was a devouring care, still they enjoyed the hour. We knows that the man who is to be hung likes to have his breakfast well cooked. And so did Paul like the companionship of Mrs. Hurtle, because her attire, though simple, was becoming, because the colour glowed in her dark face, because of the brightness of her eyes, and the happy sharpness of her words, and the dangerous smile which played upon her lips. He liked the warmth of her close vicinity, and the softness of her arm, And the perfume from her hair, though he would have given all that he possessed that she had been removed from him by some impassable gulf. As he had to be hanged, and this woman's continued presence would be as bad as death to him, he liked to have his meal well dressed. He certainly had been foolish to bring her to Lowestoft, and the close neighborhood of Carberry Manor, and now he felt his folly. As soon as he saw Roger Carberry he blushed up to his forehead, and then leaving Mrs. Hurtle's arm he came forward, and shook hands with his friend. "It is Mrs. Hurtle," he said. "I must introduce you," and the introduction was made. Roger took off his hat and bowed, but he did so with the coldest ceremony. Mrs. Hurtle, who was quick enough at gathering the minds of people from their looks, was just as cold in her acknowledgment of the courtesy. In former days she had heard much of Roger Carberry, and surmised that he was no friend to her. "I did not know that you were thinking of coming to Lowestoft," said Roger in a voice that was needlessly severe. But his mind at the present moment was severe, and he could not hide his mind. "I was not thinking of it. Mrs. Hurtle wished to get to the sea, and as she knew no one else here in England, I brought her. Mr. Montague and I have travelled so many miles together before now," she said, "that a few additional will not make much difference." "Do you stay long?" asked Roger in the same voice. "I go back probably on Monday," said Montague, "as I shall be here a whole week, and shall not speak a word to anyone after he has left me. He has consented to bestow his company on me for 2 days. Will you join us at dinner, Mr. Carberry, this evening?" "Thank you, Madam I have dined." "Then, Mr. Montague, I will leave you with your friend. My toilet, though it will be very slight, will take longer than yours. We dine in 20 minutes. I wish you could get your friend to join us." So saying, Mrs. Hurtle tripped back across the sand towards the hotel. "Is this wise?" demanded Roger in a voice that was almost sepulchral, as soon as the lady was out of hearing. "You may well ask that, Carberry. Nobody knows the folly of it so thoroughly as I do." "Then why do you do it? Do you mean to marry her?" "No, certainly not." "Is it honest then, or like a gentleman, that you should be with her in this way?" "Does she think that you intend to marry her?" "I have told her that I would not." "I have told her." Then he stopped. He was going on to declare that he had told her that he loved another woman, but he felt that he could hardly touch that matter in speaking to Roger Carberry. "What does she mean then? Has she no regard for her own character? I would explain it to you all, Carberry, if I could. But you would never have the patience to hear me. I am not naturally impatient. But this would drive you mad." I wrote to her assuring her that it must be all over. Then she came here and sent for me. Was I not bound to go to her? "Yes, to go to her and repeat what you had said in your letter." "I did do so. I went with that very purpose, and did repeat it." "Then you should have left her." "Ah, but you do not understand. She begged that I could not desert her in her loneliness. We have been so much together that I could not desert her. I certainly do not understand that, Paul. You have allowed yourself to be entrapped into a promise of marriage, and then, for reasons which we will not go into now but which we both thought to be adequate, you resolved to break your promise, thinking that you would be justified in doing so. But nothing can justify you in living with the lady afterwards on such terms as to induce her to suppose that your old promise holds good. She does not think so. She cannot think so. Then what must she be, to be here with you? And what must you be, to be here, in public, with such a one as she is? I don't know why I should trouble you or myself about it. People live now in a way that I don't comprehend. If this be your way of living, I have no right to complain. For God's sake, Carberry, do not speak in that way. It sounds as though you meant to throw me over. I should have said that you had thrown me over. You come down here to this hotel, where we are both known, with this lady whom you are not going to marry and I meet you, just by chance. Had I known it, of course I could have turned the other way. But coming on you by accident, as I did, how am I not to speak to you? And if I speak, what am I to say? Of course I think that the lady will succeed in marrying you. Never, and that such a marriage will be your destruction. Doubtless she is good-looking, yes, and clever. And you must remember that the manners of her country are not as the manners of this country. Then if I marry at all, said Roger, with all his prejudice expressed strongly in his voice, I trust I may not marry a lady of her country. She does not think that she is to marry you, and yet she comes down here and stays with you. Paul, I don't believe it. I believe you, but I don't believe her. She is here with you in order that she may marry you. She is cunning and strong. You are foolish and weak. Believing as I do that marriage with her would be destruction, I should tell her my mind, and leave her. Paul at the moment thought of the gentleman in Oregon, and of certain difficulties in leaving. That's what I should do. You must go in now, I suppose, and eat your dinner. I may come to the hall as I go back home? Certainly you may come if you please, said Roger. Then he bethought himself that his welcome had not been cordial. I mean that I shall be delighted to see you, he added, marching away along the Strand. Paul did go into the hotel, and did eat his dinner. In the meantime Roger Carberry marched far away along the Strand. In all that he had said to Montague he had spoken the truth, or that which appeared to him to be the truth. He had not been influenced for a moment by any reference to his own affairs. And yet he feared, he almost knew, that this man, who had promised to marry a strange American woman and who was at this very moment living in close intercourse with a woman after he had told her that he would not keep his promise, was the chief barrier between himself and the girl that he loved. As he had listened to John Crumb while John spoke of Ruby Ruggles, he had told himself that he and John Crumb were alike. With an honest, true, heartfelt desire they both panted for the companionship of a fellow creature whom each had chosen. And each was to be thwarted by the make-believe regard of unworthy youth and fatuous good looks. Crumb, by dogged perseverance and indifference to many things, would probably be successful at last. But what chance was there of success for him? Ruby, as soon as want or hardship told upon her, would return to the strong arm that could be trusted to provide her with plenty and comparative ease. But Hetty Carberry, if once her heart had passed from her own dominion into the possession of another, would never change her love. It was possible, no doubt, nay, how probable, that her heart was still vacillating. Roger thought that he knew that at any rate she had not as yet declared her love. If she were now to know, if she could now learn, of what nature was the love of this other man, if she could be instructed that he was living alone with a lady whom not long since he had promised to marry, if she could be made to understand this whole story of Mrs. Hurtle, would not that open her eyes? Would she not then see where she could trust her happiness, and where, by so trusting it, she would certainly be shipwrecked? Never, said Roger to himself, hitting at the stones on the beach with his stick. Never. Then he got his horse and rode back to Carberry Manor. Chapter 47 Mrs. Hurtle at Lowestoft. When Paul got down into the dining room, Mrs. Hurtle was already there, and the waiter was standing by the side of the table ready to take the cover off the soup. She was radiant with smiles and made herself especially pleasant during dinner, but Paul felt sure that everything was not well with her. Though she smiled, and talked and laughed, there was something forced in her manner. He almost knew that she was only waiting till the man should have left the room to speak in a different strain. And so it was. As soon as the last lingering dish had been removed, and when the door was finally shut behind the retreating waiter, she asked the question which no doubt had been on her mind since she had walked across the Strand to the hotel. Your friend was hardly civil, was he, Paul? Do you mean that he should have come in? I have no doubt it was true that he had dined. I am quite indifferent about his dinner, but there are two ways of declining as there are of accepting. I suppose he is on very intimate terms with you? Oh, yes. Then his want of courtesy was the more evidently intended for me. In point of fact he disapproves of me. Is not that it? To this question Montague did not feel himself called upon to make any immediate answer. I can well understand that it should be so. An intimate friend may like or dislike the friend of his friend, without offense. But unless there be strong reason he is bound to be civil to his friend's friend, when accident brings them together. You have told me that Mr. Carberry was your beau ideal of an English gentleman, so he is. Then why didn't he behave as such? And Mrs. Hurtle again smiled. Did not you yourself feel that you were rebuked for coming here with me, when he expressed surprise at your journey? Has he authority over you? Of course he has not. What authority could he have? Nay, I do not know. He may be your guardian. In this safe-going country younger men perhaps are not their own masters till they are past 30. I should have said that he was your guardian, and that he intended to rebuke you for being in bad company. I dare say he did after I had gone. This was so true that Montague did not know how to deny it. Nor was he sure that it would be well that he should deny it. The time must come, and why not now as well as at any future moment? He had to make her understand that he could not join his lot with her, chiefly indeed because his heart was elsewhere, a reason on which he could hardly insist because she could allege that she had a prior right to his heart, but also because her antecedents had been such as to cause all his friends to warn him against such a marriage. So he plucked up courage for the battle. It was nearly that, he said. There are many, and probably the greater portion of my readers will be among the number, who will declare to themselves that Paul Montague was a poor creature, in that he felt so great a repugnance to face this woman with the truth. His folly in falling at first under the battery of her charms will be forgiven him. His engagement, unwise as it was, and his subsequent determination to break his engagement, will be pardoned. Women, And perhaps some men also, will feel that it was natural that he should have been charmed, natural that he should have expressed his admiration in the form which unmarried ladies expect from unmarried men when any such expression is to be made at all. Natural also that he should endeavor to escape from the dilemma when he found the manifold dangers of the step which he had proposed to take. No woman, I think, be hard upon him because of his breach of faith to Mrs. Hurtle. But they will be very hard on him on the score of his cowardice, as, I think, unjustly. In social life we hardly stop to consider how much of that daring spirit which gives mastery comes from hardness of heart rather than from high purpose, or true courage. The man who succumbs to his wife, the mother who succumbs to her daughter, the master who succumbs to his servant, is as often brought to civility by a continual aversion to the giving of pain, by a softness which causes the fretfulness of others to be an agony to himself, as by any actual fear which the firmness of the imperious one may have produced. There is an inner softness, a thinness of the mind's skin, an incapability of seeing or even thinking of the troubles of others with equanimity, which produces a feeling akin to fear, but which is compatible not only with courage, but with absolute firmness of purpose, when the demand for firmness arises so strongly as to assert itself. With this man it was not really that. He feared the woman, or at least such fears did not prevail upon him to be silent, but he shrank from subjecting her to the blank misery of utter desertion. After what had passed between them he could hardly bring himself to tell her that he wanted her no further and to bid her go. But that was what he had to do. And for that his answer to her last question prepared the way. It was nearly that, he said. Mr. Carberry did take it upon himself to rebuke you for showing yourself on the sands at Lowestoft with such a one as I am? He knew of the letter which I wrote to you. You have canvassed me between you? Of course we have. Is that unnatural? Would you have had me be silent about you to the oldest and the best friend I have in the world? No, I would not have had you be silent to your oldest and best friend. I presume you would declare your purpose. But I should not have supposed you would have asked his leave. When I was traveling with you, I thought you were a man capable of managing your own actions. I had heard that in your country girls sometimes hold themselves at the disposal of their friends, but I did not dream that such could be the case with a man who had gone out into the world to make his fortune. Paul Montague did not like it. The punishment to be endured was being commenced. Of course you can say bitter things, he replied. Is it my nature to say bitter things? Have I usually said bitter things to you? When I have hung round your neck and have sworn that you should be my God upon earth, was that bitter? I am alone and I have to fight my own battles. A woman's weapon is her tongue. Say but one word to me, Paul, as you know how to say it, and there will be soon an end to that bitterness. What shall I care for Mr. Carberry, except to make him the cause of some innocent joke? If you will speak but that one word, and think what it is I am asking. Do you remember how urgent were once your own prayers to me, how you swore that your happiness could only be secured by one word of mine? Though I loved you, I doubted. There were considerations of money, which have now vanished. But I spoke it, because I loved you, and because I believed you. Give me that which you swore you had given before I made my gift to you. I cannot say that word. Do you mean that, after all, I am to be thrown off like an old glove? I have had many dealings with men and have found them to be fools, cruel, unworthy, and selfish. But I have met nothing like that. No man has ever dared to treat me like that. No man shall dare. I wrote to you, wrote to me, yes. And I was to take that as sufficient. No. I think but little of my life and have but little for which to live. But while I do live I will travel over the world's surface to face injustice and to expose it, before I will put up with it. You wrote to me. Heaven and earth, I can hardly control myself when I hear such impudence. She clenched her fist upon the knife that lay on the table as she looked at him, and raising it, dropped it again at a further distance. Wrote to me. Could any mere letter of your writing break the bond by which we were bound together? Had not the distance between us seemed to have made you safe, would you have dared to write that letter? The letter must be unwritten. It has already been contradicted by your conduct to me since I have been in this country. I am sorry to hear you say that. Am I not justified in saying it? I hope not. When I first saw you, I told you everything. If I have been wrong in attending to your wishes since, I regret it. This comes from your seeing your master for 2 minutes on the beach. You are acting now under his orders. No doubt he came with a purpose. Had you told him you were to be here, his coming was an accident. It was very opportune at any rate. Well, what have you to say to me? Or am I to understand that you suppose yourself to have said all that is required of you? Perhaps you would prefer that I should argue the matter out with your friend, Mr. Carberry. What has to be said, I believe I can say myself. Say it then. Or are you so ashamed of it that the words stick in your throat? There is some truth in that. I am ashamed of it. I must say that which will be painful, and which would not have been to be said, had I been fairly careful. Then he paused. Don't spare me, she said. I know what it all is as well as though it were already told. I know the lies with which they have crammed you at San Francisco. You have heard that up in Oregon I shot a man. That is no lie. I did. I brought him down dead at my feet. Then she paused, and rose from her chair, and looked at him. Do you wonder that that is a story that a woman should hesitate to tell? But not from shame. Do you suppose that the sight of that dying wretch does not haunt me? That I do not daily hear his drunken screech, and see him bound from the earth, and then fall in a heap just below my hand. But did they tell you also that it was thus alone that I could save myself, and that had I spared him, I must afterwards have destroyed myself? If I were wrong, why did they not try me for his murder? Why did the women flock around me and kiss the very hems of my garments? In this soft civilization of yours you know nothing of such necessity. A woman here is protected, unless it be from lies. It was not that only, he whispered. No, they told you other things, she continued, still standing over him. They told you of quarrels with my husband. I know the lies, and who made them, and why. Did I conceal from you the character of my former husband? Did I not tell you that he was a drunkard and a scoundrel? How should I not quarrel with such a one? Ah, Paul, you can hardly know what my life has been. They told me that you fought him. Sure, fought him. Yes, I was always fighting him. What are you to do but to fight cruelty, and fight falsehood, and fight fraud and treachery, when they come upon you and would overwhelm you but for fighting? You have not been fool enough to believe that fable about a duel? I did stand once, armed, and guarded my bedroom door from him, and told him that he should only enter it over my body. He went away to the tavern and I did not see him for a week afterwards. That was the duel. And they have told you that he is not dead. Yes, they have told me that. Who has seen him alive? I never said to you that I had seen him dead. How should I? There would be a certificate in the back of Texas 500 miles from Galveston. And what would it matter to you? I was divorced from him according to the law of the state of Kansas. Does not the law make a woman free here to marry again, and why not with us? I sued for a divorce on the score of cruelty and drunkenness. He made no appearance, and the court granted it me. Am I disgraced by that? I heard nothing of the divorce. I do not remember. When we were talking of these old days before, you did not care how short I was in telling my story. You wanted to hear little or nothing then of Caradoc Hurtle. Now you have become more particular. I told you that he was dead, as I believed myself, and do believe. Whether the other story was told or not I do not know. It was not told. Then it was your own fault, because you would not listen. And they have made you believe, I suppose, that I have failed in getting back my property. I have heard nothing about your property but what you yourself have said unasked. I have asked no question about your property. You are welcome. At last I have made it again my own. And now, sir, what else is there? I think I have been open with you. Is it because I protected myself from drunken violence that I am to be rejected? Am I to be cast aside because I saved my life while in the hands of a reprobate husband, and escaped from him by means provided by law, or because by my own energy I have secured my own property? If I am not to be condemned for these things, then say why am I condemned? She had at any rate saved him the trouble of telling the story, but in doing so had left him without a word to say. She had owned to shooting the man. Well, it certainly may be necessary that a woman should shoot a man, especially in Oregon. As to the duel with her husband, she had half denied and half confessed it. He presumed that she had been armed with a pistol when she refused Mr. Hurtle admittance into the nuptial chamber. As to the question of Hurtle's death, she had confessed that perhaps he was not dead. But then, as she had asked, why should not a divorce for the purpose in hand be considered as good as a death? He could not say that she had not washed herself clean, and yet, from the story as told by herself, what man would wish to marry her? She had seen so much of drunkenness, has become so handy with pistols, and had done so much of a man's work, that any ordinary man might well hesitate before he assumed to be her master. I do not condemn you, he replied. At any rate, Paul, do not lie, she answered. If you tell me that you will not be my husband, you do condemn me. Is it not so? I will not lie if I can help it. I did ask you to be my wife, well rather. How often before I consented, it matters little, at any rate, till you did consent. I have since satisfied myself that such a marriage would be miserable for both of us. You have, I have. Of course, You can speak of me as you please and think of me as you please. I can hardly defend myself, hardly, I think, but, with whatever result, I know that I shall now be acting for the best in declaring that I will not become your husband. You will not?" She was still standing, and stretched out her right hand as though again to grasp something. He also now rose from his chair. "If I speak with abruptness it is only to avoid a show of indecision. I will not. Oh, God! What have I done that it should be my lot to meet man after man false and cruel as this? You tell me to my face that I am to bear it. Who is the jade that has done it? Has she money or rank? Or is it that you are afraid to have by your side a woman who can speak for herself, and even act for herself if some action be necessary? Perhaps you think that I am old." He was looking at her intently as she spoke, and it did seem to him that many years had been added to her face. It was full of lines round the mouth, and the light play of drollery was gone, and the color was fixed and her eyes seemed to be deep in her head. "Speak, man, is it that you want a younger wife? You know it is not, no. How should anyone know anything from a liar? From what you tell me I know nothing. I have to gather what I can from your character. I see that you are a coward. It is that man that came to you, and who is your master, that has forced you to this. Between me and him you tremble, and are a thing to be pitied. As for knowing what you would be at, from anything that you would say, that is impossible. Once again I have come across a mean wretch. Oh, fool! That men should be so vile, and think themselves masters of the world. My last word to you is, that you are a liar. Now for the present you can go. 10 minutes since, had I had a weapon in my hand I should have shot another man. Paul Montague, as he looked round the room for his hat, could not but think that perhaps Mrs. Hurtle might have had some excuse. It seemed at any rate to be her custom to have a pistol with her, though luckily, for his comfort, she had left it in her bedroom on the present occasion. "I will say good-bye to you," he said, when he had found his hat. "Say no such thing. Tell me that you have triumphed and got rid of me. Pluck up your spirits, if you have any, and show me your joy. Tell me that an Englishman has dared to ill-treat an American woman. You would, were you not afraid to indulge yourself?" He was now standing in the doorway, and before he escaped she gave him an imperative command. "I shall not stay here now," she said. "I shall return on Monday. I must think of what you have said, and must resolve what I myself will do. I shall not bear this without seeking a means of punishing you for your treachery. I shall expect you to come to me on Monday." He closed the door as he answered her. "I do not see that it will serve any purpose. It is for me, sir, to judge of that. I suppose you are not so much a coward that you are afraid to come to me. If so, I shall come to you, and you may be assured that I shall not be too timid to show myself and to tell my story." He ended by saying that if she desired it he would wait upon her, but that he would not at present fix a day. On his return to town he would write to her. When he was gone she went to the door and listened a while. Then she closed it, and turning the lock, stood with her back against the door and with her hands clasped. After a few moments she ran forward, and falling on her knees, buried her face in her hands upon the table. Then she gave way to a flood of tears, and at last lay rolling upon the floor. Was this to be the end of it? Should she never know rest, never have one draught of cool water between her lips? Was there to be no end to the storms and turmoils and misery of her life? In almost all that she had said she had spoken the truth, though doubtless not all the truth, as which among us would in giving the story of his life? She had endured violence, and had been violent. She had been schemed against, and had schemed. She had fitted herself to the life which had befallen her. But in regard to money, she had been honest and she had been loving of heart. With her heart of hearts she had loved this young Englishman, and now, after all her scheming, all her daring, with all her charms, this was to be the end of it. Oh, what a journey would this be which she must now make back to her own country, all alone. But the strongest feeling which raged within her bosom was that of disappointed love. Full as had been the vials of wrath which she had poured forth over Montague's head, violent as had been the storm of abuse with which she had assailed him, there had been after all something counterfeited in her indignation. But her love was no counterfeit. At any moment if he would have returned to her and taken her in his arms, she would not only have forgiven him but have blessed him also for his kindness. She was in truth sick at heart of violence and rough living and unfeminine words. When driven by wrongs the old habit came back upon her. But if she could only escape the wrongs, if she could find some niche in the world which would be bearable to her, in which, free from harsh treatment, she could pour forth all the genuine kindness of her woman's nature, then, she thought she could put away violence and be gentle as a young girl. When she first met this Englishman and found that he took delight in being near her, She had ventured to hope that a haven would at last be open to her. But the reek of the gunpowder from that first pistol shot still clung to her. She now told herself again, as she had often told herself before, that it would have been better for her to have turned the muzzle against her own bosom. After receiving his letter she had run over on what she had told herself was a vain chance. Though angry enough when that letter first reached her, she had, with that force of character which marked her, declared to herself that such a resolution on his part was natural. In marrying her he must give up all his old allies, all his old haunts. The whole world must be changed to him. She knew enough of herself, and enough of English women, to be sure that when her past life should be known, as it would be known, she would be avoided in England. With all the little ridicule she was wont to exercise in speaking of the old country there was ever mixed, as is so often the case in the minds of American men and women, an almost envious admiration of English excellence. To have been allowed to forget the past and to live the life of an English lady would have been heaven to her. But she, who was sometimes scorned and sometimes feared in the eastern cities of her own country, whose name had become almost a proverb for violence out in the far west, how could she dare to hope that her lot should be so changed for her? She had reminded Paul that she had required to be asked often before she had consented to be his wife, but she did not tell him that hesitation had arisen from her own conviction of her own unfitness. But it had been so. Circumstances had made her what she was. Circumstances had been cruel to her. But she could not now alter them. Then gradually, as she came to believe in his love, as she lost herself in love for him, she told herself that she would be changed. She had, however, almost known that it could not be so. But this man had relatives, had business, had property in her own country. Though she could not be made happy in England, might not a prosperous life be opened for him in the far west? Then had risen the offer of the journey to Mexico, with much probability that work of no ordinary kind might detain him there for years. With what joy would she have accompanied him as his wife? For that at any rate she would have been fit. She was conscious, perhaps too conscious, of her own beauty. That at any rate, she felt, had not deserted her. She was hardly aware that time was touching it. And she knew herself to be clever, capable of causing happiness, and mirth and comfort. She had the qualities of a good comrade which are so much in a woman. She knew all this of herself. If he and she could be together in some country in which those stories of her past life would be matter of indifference, could she not make him happy? But what was she that a man should give up everything and go away and spend his days in some half-barbarous country for her alone? She knew it all and was hardly angry with him in that he had decided against her. But treated as she had been, she must play her game with such weapons as she possessed. It was consonant with her old character, it was consonant with her present plans that she should at any rate seem to be angry. Sitting there alone late into the night she made many plans. But the plan that seemed best to suit the present frame of her mind was the writing of a letter to Paul bidding him adieu, sending him her fondest love, and telling him that he was right. She did write the letter, but wrote it with a conviction that she would not have the strength to send it to him. The reader may judge with what feeling she wrote the following words: Dear Paul, you are right and I am wrong. Our marriage would not have been fitting. I do not blame you. I attracted you when we were together, but you have learned and have learned truly that you should not give up your life for such attractions. If I have been violent with you, forgive me. You will acknowledge that I have suffered. Always know that there is one woman who will love you better than anyone else. I think too that you will love me even when some other woman is by your side. God bless you, and make you happy. Write me the shortest word of adieu. Not to do so would make you think yourself heartless. But do not come to me, forever, W.H. This she wrote on a small slip of paper, and then having read it twice, she put it into her pocketbook. She told herself that she ought to send it, but told herself as plainly that she could not bring herself to do so. It was early in the morning before she went to bed, but she had admitted no one into the room after Montague had left her. Paul, when he escaped from her presence, roamed out onto the seashore, and then took himself to bed, having ordered a conveyance to take him to Carberry Manor early in the morning. At breakfast he presented himself to the squire. I have come earlier than you expected, he said. Yes, indeed, much earlier. Are you going back to Lowestoft? Then he told the whole story. Roger expressed his satisfaction, recalling however the pledge which he had given as to his return. Let her follow you, and bear it, he said. Of course you must suffer the effects of your own imprudence. On that evening Paul Montague returned to London by the mail train, being sure that he would thus avoid a meeting with Mrs. Hurtle in the railway carriage. Chapter 48. Ruby a prisoner. Ruby had run away from her lover in great dudgeon after the dance at the music hall, and had declared that she never wanted to see him again. But when reflection came with the morning, her misery was stronger than her wrath. What would life be to her now without her lover? When she escaped from her grandfather's house, she certainly had not intended to become nurse and assistant maid of all work at a London lodging house. The daily toil she could endure, and the hard life, as long as she was supported by the prospect of some coming delight. A dance with Felix at the music hall, though it were 3 days distant from her, would so occupy her mind that she could wash and dress all the children without complaint. Mrs. Pipkin was forced to own to herself that Ruby did earn her bread. But when she had parted with her lover almost on an understanding that they were never to meet again, things were very different with her. And perhaps she had been wrong. A gentleman like Sir Felix did not of course like to be told about marriage. If she gave him another chance, perhaps he would speak. At any rate, she could not live without another dance. And so she wrote him a letter. Ruby was glib enough with her pen, though what she wrote will hardly bear repeating. She underscored all her loves to him. She underscored the expression of her regret if she had vexed him. She did not want to hurry a gentleman. But she did want to have another dance at the music hall. Would he be there next Saturday? Sir Felix sent her a very short reply to say that he would be at the music hall on the Tuesday. As at this time he proposed to leave London on the Wednesday on his way to New York. He was proposing to devote his very last night to the companionship of Ruby Ruggles. Mrs. Pipkin had never interfered with her niece's letters. It is certainly a part of the new dispensation that young women shall send and receive letters without inspection. But since Roger Carberry's visit, Mrs. Pipkin had watched the postman, and had also watched her niece. For nearly a week Ruby said not a word of going out at night. She took the children for an airing in a broken perambulator, nearly as far as Holloway, with exemplary care, and washed up the cups and saucers as though her mind was intent upon them. But Mrs. Pipkin's mind was intent on obeying Mr. Carberry's behests. She had already hinted something as to which Ruby had made no answer. It was her purpose to tell her and to swear to her most solemnly, should she find her preparing herself to leave the house after 6 in the evening, that she should be kept out the whole night. Having a purpose equally clear in her own mind that she would break her oath should she be unsuccessful in her effort to keep Ruby at home. But on the Tuesday, when Ruby went up to her room to deck herself, a bright idea as to a better precaution struck Mrs. Pipkin's mind. Ruby had been careless, had left her lover's scrap of a note in an old pocket when she went out with the children, and Mrs. Pipkin knew all about it. It was 9 o'clock when Ruby went upstairs, and then Mrs. Pipkin locked both the front door and the area gate. Mrs. Hurtle had come home on the previous day. "You won't be wanting to go out tonight, will you, Mrs. Hurtle?" said Mrs. Pipkin, knocking at her lodger's door. Mrs. Hurtle declared her purpose of remaining at home all the evening. "If you should hear words between me and my niece, don't you mind, Ma'am. I hope there's nothing wrong, Mrs. Pipkin. She'll be wanting to go out, and I won't have it. It isn't right, is it, Ma'am? She's a good girl, but they've got such a way nowadays of doing just as they pleases, that one doesn't know what's going to come next." Mrs. Pipkin must have feared downright rebellion when she thus took her lodger into her confidence. Ruby came down in her silk frock, as she had done before, and made her usual little speech. "I'm just going to step out, Aunt, for a little time tonight. I've got the key, and I'll let myself in quite quiet." "Indeed, Ruby, you won't," said Mrs. Pipkin. "Won't what, Aunt?" "Won't let yourself in, if you go out. If you go out tonight you'll stay out. That's all about it. If you go out tonight you won't come back here anymore. I won't have it, and it isn't right that I should. You're going after that young man that they tell me is the greatest scamp in all England." "They tell you lies then, Aunt Pipkin. Very well. No girl is going out any more at night out of my house, so that's all about it. If you had told me you was going before, you needn't have gone up and bedizened yourself. For now it's all to take off again." Ruby could hardly believe it. She had expected some opposition, what she would have called a few words. She had never imagined that her aunt would threaten to keep her in the streets all night. It seemed to her that she had bought the privilege of amusing herself by hard work. Nor did she believe now that her aunt would be as hard as her threat. "I've a right to go if I like," she said. "That's as you think. You haven't a right to come back again, anyway." "Yes, I have. I've worked for you a deal harder than the girl downstairs, and I don't want no wages. I've a right to go out, and a right to come back, and go I shall. You'll be no better than you should be, if you do. Am I to work my very nails off, and push that perambulator about all day till my legs won't carry me, and then I ain't to go out, not once in a week? Not unless I know more about it, Ruby. I won't have you go and throw yourself into the gutter, not while you're with me. Who's throwing themselves into the gutter? I've thrown myself into no gutter. I know what I'm about. There's two of us that way, Ruby for I know what I'm about. I shall just go then. And Ruby walked off towards the door. You won't get out that way, anyway, for the door's locked and the area gate. You'd better be said, Ruby, and just take your things off. Poor Ruby for the moment was struck dumb with mortification. Mrs. Pipkin had given her credit for more outrageous perseverance than she possessed, and had feared that she would rattle at the front door, or attempt to climb over the area gate. She was a little afraid of Ruby, not feeling herself justified in holding absolute dominion over her as over a servant. And though she was now determined in her conduct, being fully resolved to surrender neither of the keys which she held in her pocket, still she feared that she might so far collapse as to fall away into tears, should Ruby be violent. But Ruby was crushed. Her lover would be there to meet her, and the appointment would be broken by her. Aunt Pipkin, she said, let me go just this once. No, Ruby it ain't proper. You don't know what you're a-doing of, Aunt, you don't. You'll ruin me, you will. Dear Aunt Pipkin, do. I'll never ask again, if you don't like. Mrs. Pipkin had not expected this, and was almost willing to yield. But Mr. Carberry had spoken so very plainly. It ain't the thing, Ruby, and I won't do it, and I'm to be a prisoner. What have I done to be a prisoner? I don't believe as you've any right to lock me up. I've a right to lock my own doors. Then I shall go away tomorrow. I can't help that, my dear. The door will be open tomorrow. If you choose to go out, then why not open it tonight? Where's the difference? But Mrs. Pipkin was stern, and Ruby, in a flood of tears, took herself up to her garret. Mrs. Pipkin knocked at Mrs. Hurtle's door again. She's gone to bed, she said. I'm glad to hear it. There wasn't any noise about it, was there? Not as I expected, Mrs. Hurtle, certainly. But she was put out a bit. Poor girl. I've been a girl too, and used to like a bit of outing as well as anyone, and a dance too, only it was always when mother knew. She ain't got a mother, poor dear. And as good as no father. And she's got it into her head that she's that pretty that a great gentleman will marry her. She is pretty, but what's beauty, Mrs. Hurtle? It's no more nor skin deep, as the scriptures tell us. And what did a grand gentleman see in Ruby to marry her? She says she'll leave tomorrow, and where will she go? Just nowhere. After this gentleman, and you know what that means. You're going to be married yourself, Mrs. Hurtle. We won't mind about that now, Mrs. Pipkin. And this'll be your second, and you know how these things are managed. No gentleman'll marry her because she runs after him. Girls as knows what they're about should let the gentleman run after them. That's my way of looking at it. Don't you think they should be equal in that respect? Anyways, the girls shouldn't let on as they are running after the gentleman. A gentleman goes here and he goes there, and he speaks up free, of course. In my time, girls used to do that. But then, maybe, I'm old-fashioned, added Mrs. Pipkin, thinking of the new dispensation. I suppose girls do speak for themselves more than they did formerly, a deal more, Mrs. Hurtle, quite different. You hear them talk of spooning with this fellow, and spooning with that fellow, and that before their very fathers and mothers. When I was young we used to do it, I suppose, only not like that. You did it on the sly. I think we got married quicker than they do, anyway. When the gentleman had to take more trouble they thought more about it. But if you wouldn't mind speaking to Ruby tomorrow, Mrs. Hurtle, she listened to you when she wouldn't mind a word I said to her. I don't want her to go away from this, out into the street, till she knows where she's to go to, decent. As for going to her young man, that's just walking the streets. Mrs. Hurtle promised that she would speak to Ruby, though when making the promise she could not but think of her unfitness for the task. She knew nothing of the country. She had not a single friend in it, but Paul Montague and she had run after him with as little discretion as Ruby Ruggles was showing in running after her lover. Who was she that she should take upon herself to give advice to any female? She had not sent her letter to Paul, but she still kept it in her pocketbook. At some moments she thought that she would send it, and at others she told herself that she would never surrender this last hope till every stone had been turned. It might still be possible to shame him into a marriage. She had returned from Lowestoft on the Monday, and had made some trivial excuse to Mrs. Pipkin in her mildest voice. The place had been windy, and too cold for her and she had not liked the hotel. Mrs. Pipkin was very glad to see her back again. Chapter 49 Sir Felix makes himself ready. Sir Felix, when he promised to meet Ruby at the music hall on the Tuesday, was under an engagement to start with Marie Melmotte for New York on the Thursday following. and to go down to Liverpool on the Wednesday. There was no reason, he thought, why he should not enjoy himself to the last, and he would say a parting word to poor little Ruby. The details of his journey were settled between him and Marie, no inconsiderable assistance from Didon, in the garden of Grosvenor Square, on the previous Sunday, where the lovers had again met during the hours of morning service. Sir Felix had been astonished at the completion of the preparations which had been made. "Mind you go by the 5 p.m. train," Marie said. "That will take you into Liverpool at 10:15. There's an hotel at the railway station. Didon has got our tickets under the names of Madame and Mademoiselle Racine. We are to have one cabin between us. You must get yours tomorrow. She has found out that there is plenty of room. I'll be all right. Gray, don't miss the train that afternoon. Somebody would be sure to suspect something if we were seen together in the same train. We leave at 7 a.m. I shan't go to bed all night, so as to be sure to be in time. Robert, he's the man, will start a little earlier in the cab with my heavy box." "What do you think is in it?" "Clothes," suggested Felix. "Yes. But what clothes? My wedding dresses. Think of that. What a job to get them and nobody to know anything about it except Didon and Madame Craik at the shop in Mount Street. They haven't come yet, but I shall be there whether they come or not. And I shall have all my jewels. I'm not going to leave them behind. They'll go off in our cab. We can get the things out behind the house into the mews. Then Didon and I follow in another cab. Nobody ever is up before near 9, and I don't think we shall be interrupted. If the servants were to hear, I don't think they'd tell. But if I was to be brought back again, I should only tell Papa that it was no good. He can't prevent me marrying. Won't your mother find out? She never looks after anything. I don't think she'd tell if she knew. Papa leads her such a life. Felix, I hope you won't be like that." And she looked up into his face, and thought that it would be impossible that he should be. "I'm all right," said Felix, feeling very uncomfortable at the time. This great effort of his life was drawing very near. There had been a pleasurable excitement in talking of running away with the great heiress of the day. Now that the deed had to be executed, and executed after so novel and stupendous a fashion, he almost wished that he had not undertaken it. It must have been much nicer when men ran away with their heiresses only as far as Gretna Green. And even Goldshiner with Lady Julia had nothing of a job in comparison with this which he was expected to perform. And then if they should be wrong about the girl's fortune. He almost repented. He did repent, but he had not the courage to recede. "How about money though?" he said hoarsely. "You have got some?" "I have just the £200 which your father paid me, and not a shilling more. I don't see why he should keep my money, and not let me have it back." "Look here," said Marie, and she put her hand into her pocket. "I told you I thought I could get some. There is a cheque for £250. I had money of my own enough for the tickets." "And whose is this?" said Felix, taking the bit of paper with much trepidation. "It is Papa's cheque. Mamma's gets ever so many of them to carry on the house and pay for things. But she gets so muddled about it that she doesn't know what she pays and what she doesn't." Felix looked at the cheque and saw that it was payable to house or bearer, and that it was signed by Augustus Melmotte. "If you take it to the bank you'll get the money," said Marie. "Or shall I send Didon, and give you the money on board the ship?" Felix thought over the matter very anxiously. If he did go on the journey he would much prefer to have the money in his own pocket. He liked the feeling of having money in his pocket. Perhaps if Didon were entrusted with a cheque she also would like the feeling. But then might it not be possible that if he presented the cheque himself he might be arrested for stealing Melmotte's money? "I think Didon had better get the money," he said, "and bring it to me tomorrow, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, to the club. If the money did not come he would not go down to Liverpool, nor would he be at the expense of his ticket for New York. You see," he said, "I'm so much in the city that they might know me at the bank." To this arrangement Marie assented and took back the cheque. "And then I'll come on board on Thursday morning," he said, "without looking for you." "Oh dear, yes, without looking for us. And don't know us even till we are out at sea. Won't it be fun when we shall be walking about on the deck and not speaking to one another? And, Felix, what do you think? Didon has found out that there is to be an American clergyman on board. I wonder whether he'd marry us." "Of course he will. Won't that be jolly? I wish it was all done. Then, directly it's done, and when we get to New York, we'll telegraph and write to Papa, and we'll be ever so penitent and good, won't we? Of course he'll make the best of it, but he's so savage, isn't he, when there's anything to get or just at the moment. But I don't think he minds afterwards. He's always for making the best of everything misfortunes and all. Things go wrong so often that if he was to go on thinking of them always they'd be too many for anybody. It'll be all right in a month's time. I wonder how Lord Nidderdale will look when he hears that we've gone off. I should so like to see him. He never can say that I've behaved bad to him. We were engaged, but it was he broke it. Do you know, Felix, that though we were engaged to be married, and everybody knew it, he never once kissed me. Felix at this moment almost wished that he had never done so. As to what the other man had done, he cared nothing at all. Then they parted with the understanding that they were not to see each other again till they met on board the boat. All arrangements were made. But Felix was determined that he would not stir in the matter unless Didon brought him the full sum of £250, and he almost thought, and indeed hoped, that she would not. Either she would be suspected at the bank and apprehended, or she would run off with the money on her own account when she got it, or the check would have been missed and the payment stopped. Some accident would occur, and then he would be able to recede from his undertaking. He would do nothing till after Monday afternoon. Should he tell his mother that he was going? His mother had clearly recommended him to run away with the girl, and must therefore approve of the measure. His mother would understand how great would be the expense of such a trip, and might perhaps add something to his stock of money. He determined that he could tell his mother that is, if Didon should bring him full change for the check. He walked into the bear garden exactly at 4 o'clock on the Monday, and there he found Didon standing in the hall. His heart sank within him as he saw her. Now must he certainly go to New York. She made him a little curtsy, and without a word handed him an envelope, soft and fat with rich enclosures. He bade her wait a moment, and going into a little waiting room counted the notes. The money was all the full sum of £250. He must certainly go to New York. "Cursed tout Enrakel?" said Didon in a whisper as he returned to the hall. Sir Felix nodded his head, and Didon took her departure. Yes. He must go now. He had Melmotte's money in his pocket, and was therefore bound to run away with Melmotte's daughter. It was a great trouble to him as he reflected that Melmotte had more of his money than he had of Melmotte's. And now how should he dispose of his time before he went? Gambling was too dangerous. Even he felt that. Where would he be were he to lose his ready money? He would dine that night at the club, and in the evening go up to his mother. On the Tuesday he would take his place for New York in the city, and would spend the evening with Ruby at the music hall. On the Wednesday, he would start for Liverpool, according to his instructions. He felt annoyed that he had been so fully instructed. But should the affair turn out well, nobody would know that. All the fellows would give him credit for the audacity with which he had carried off the heiress to America. At 10 o'clock he found his mother and Hetta in Welbeck Street. "What, Felix?" exclaimed Lady Carberry. "You're surprised, are you not?" Then he threw himself into a chair. "Mother," he said, "would you mind coming into the other room?" Lady Carberry of course went with him. "I've got something to tell you," he said. "Good news?" she asked, clasping her hands together. From his manner she thought that it was good news. Money had in some way come into his hands, or at any rate a prospect of money. "That's as may be," he said, and then he paused. "Don't keep me in suspense, Felix. The long and the short of it is that I'm going to take Marie off." "Oh, Felix, you said you thought it was the right thing to do, and therefore I'm going to do it. The worst of it is that one wants such a lot of money for this kind of thing, but when, immediately. I wouldn't tell you till I had arranged everything. I've had it in my mind for the last fortnight, and how is it to be? Oh, Felix, I hope it may succeed. It was your own idea, you know. We're going to where do you think? How can I think? Boulogne. You say that just because Goldschinner went there. That wouldn't have done it all for us. We're going to New York, to New York. But when will you be married? There will be a clergyman on board. It's all fixed. I wouldn't go without telling you. Oh, I wish you hadn't told me. Come now, that's kind. You don't mean to say it wasn't you that put me up to it. I've got to get my things ready. Of course, if you tell me that you are going on a journey, I will have your clothes got ready for you. When do you start? Wednesday afternoon, for New York. We must get some things ready-made. Oh, Felix, how will it be if he does not forgive her? He attempted to laugh. When I spoke of such a thing as possible, he had not sworn then that he would never give her a shilling. They always say that. You are going to risk it? I am going to take your advice. This was dreadful to the poor mother. There is money settled on her. Settled on whom? On Marie money which he can't get back again. How much? She doesn't know, but a great deal. Enough for them all to live upon if things went amiss with them. But that's only a form, Felix. That money can't be her own, to give to her husband. Melmotte will find that it is, unless he comes to terms. That's the pull we've got over him. Marie knows what she's about. She's a great deal sharper than anyone would take her to be. What can you do for me about money? Mother, I have none. Felix, I thought you'd be sure to help me, as you wanted me so much to do it. That's not true, Felix. I didn't want you to do it. Oh, I am so sorry that that word ever passed my mouth. I have no money. There isn't £20 at the bank altogether. They would let you overdraw for £50 or £60. I will not do it. I will not starve myself and Hetta. You had ever so much money only lately. I will get some things for you, and pay for them as I can if you cannot pay for them after your marriage but I have not money to give you. That's a blue lookout, said he, turning himself in his chair just when £60 or £70 might make a fellow for life. You could borrow it from your friend Brown. I will do no such thing, Felix. £50 or £60 would make very little difference in the expense of such a trip as this. I suppose you have some money? Yes, some. But I'm so short that any little thing would help me. Before the evening was over she absolutely did give him a cheque for £30 although she had spoken the truth in saying that she had not so much at her banker's. After this he went back to his club, although he himself understood the danger. He could not bear the idea of going to bed quietly at home at 10:30. He got into a cab, and was very soon up in the card room. He found nobody there, and went to the smoking room, where Dolly Longestaff and Miles Grendel were sitting silently together, with pipes in their mouths. Here's Carberry, said Dolly, waking suddenly into life. Now we can have a game at three-handed loo. Thank ye, not for me, said Sir Felix. I hate three-handed loo, dummy, suggested Dolly. I don't think I'll play tonight, old fellow. I hate three fellows sticking down together. Miles sat silent, smoking his pipe, conscious of the baronet's dislike to play with him. By the by, Grendel, look here. And Sir Felix in his most friendly tone whispered into his enemy's ear a petition that some of the IOUs might be converted into cash. Upon my word, I must ask you to wait till next week, said Miles. It's always waiting till next week with you, said Sir Felix, getting up and standing with his back to the fireplace. There were other men in the room, and this was said so that everyone should hear it. I wonder whether any fellow would buy these for 5 shillings in the pound? And he held up the scraps of paper in his hand. He had been drinking freely before he went up to Welbeck Street, and had taken a glass of brandy on re-entering the club. Don't let's have any of that kind of thing down here, said Dolly. If there is to be a row about cards, let it be in the card room. Of course, said Miles. I won't say a word about the matter down here. It isn't the proper thing. Come up into the card room, then, said Sir Felix, getting up from his chair. It seems to me that it makes no difference to you what room you're in. Come up, now, and Dolly Longestaff shall come and hear what you say. But Miles Grendel objected to this arrangement. He was not going up into the card room that night, as no one was going to play. He would be there tomorrow, and then if Sir Felix Carberry had anything to say, he could say it. How I do hate a row, said Dolly. One has to have rows with one's own people, but there ought not to be rows at a club. He likes a row, Carberry does, said Miles. I should like my money, if I could get it, said Sir Felix, walking out of the room. On the next day he went into the city, and changed his mother's cheque. This was done after a little hesitation. The money was given to him, but a gentleman from behind the desks begged him to remind Lady Carberry that she was overdrawing her account. Dear, said Sir Felix, as he pocketed the notes. I'm sure she was unaware of it. Then he paid for his passage from Liverpool to New York under the name of Walter Jones, and felt as he did so that the intrigue was becoming very deep. This was on Tuesday. He dined again at the club, alone, and in the evening went to the music hall. There he remained, from 10 till nearly 12, very angry at the non-appearance of Ruby Ruggles. As he smoked and drank in solitude, he almost made up his mind that he had intended to tell her of his departure for New York. Of course he would have done no such thing. But now, should she ever complain on that head, he would have his answer ready. He had devoted his last night in England to the purpose of telling her, and she had broken her appointment. Everything would now be her fault. Whatever might happen to her, she could not blame him. Having waited till he was sick of the music hall, for a music hall without ladies' society must be somewhat dull, he went back to his club. He was very cross, as brave as brandy could make him, and well inclined to expose Miles Grendel if he could find an opportunity. Up in the card room he found all the accustomed men, with the exception of Miles Grendel. Nidderdale, Brasler, Dolly, Paul Montague, and 1 or 2 others were there. There was, at any rate, comfort in the idea of playing without having to encounter the dead weight of Miles Grendel. Ready money was on the table, and there was none of the peculiar bear garden paper flying about. Indeed, the men at the bear garden had become sick of paper, and there had been formed a half-expressed resolution that the play should be somewhat lower, but the payments punctual. The IOUs had been nearly all converted into money, with the assistance of Herr Vossner, excepting those of Miles Grendel. The resolution mentioned did not refer back to Grendel's former indebtedness, but was intended to include a clause that he must in future pay ready money. Nidderdale had communicated to him the determination of the committee. Bygones are bygones, old fellow, but you really must stump up, you know, after this. Miles had declared that he would stump up. But on this occasion Miles was absent. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Sir Felix had lost over £100 in ready money. On the following night about 1 he had lost a further sum of £200. The reader will remember that he should at that time have been in the hotel at Liverpool. But Sir Felix, as he played on in the almost desperate hope of recovering the money which he so greatly needed, remembered how Fisker had played all night, and how he had gone off from the club to catch the early train for Liverpool, and how he had gone on to New York without delay. Chapter 50. The journey to Liverpool. Marie Melmotte, as she had promised, sat up all night, as did also the faithful Dieudonne. I think that to Marie the night was full of pleasure, or at any rate of pleasurable excitement. With her door locked, she packed and unpacked and repacked her treasures, having more than once laid out on the bed the dress in which she purposed to be married. She asked Dieudonne her opinion whether that American clergyman of whom they had heard would marry them on board, and whether in that event the dress would be fit for the occasion. Dieudonne thought that the man, if sufficiently paid, would marry them, and that the dress would not much signify. She scolded her young mistress very often during the night for what she called nonsense, but was true to her, and worked hard for her. They determined to go without food in the morning, so that no suspicion should be raised by the use of cups and plates. They could get refreshment at the railway station. At 6 they started. Robert went first with the big boxes, having his £10 already in his pocket, and Marie and Dieudonne with smaller luggage followed in a second cab. No one interfered with them and nothing went wrong. The very civil man at Euston Square gave them their tickets, and even attempted to speak to them in French. They had quite determined that not a word of English was to be spoken by Marie till the ship was out at sea. At the station they got some very bad tea and almost uneatable food, but Marie's restrained excitement was so great that food was almost unnecessary to her. They took their seats without any impediment, and then they were off. During a great part of the journey they were alone, and then Marie gabbled to Dieudonne about her hopes and her future career, and all the things she would do, how she had hated Lord Nidderdale, especially when, after she had been awed into accepting him, he had given her no token of love, par un baiser. Dieudonne suggested that such was the way with English lords. She herself had preferred Lord Nidderdale, but had been willing to join in the present plan, as she said, from devoted affection to Marie. Marie went on to say that Nidderdale was ugly, and that Sir Felix was as beautiful as the morning. "Bah!" exclaimed Dieudonne, who was really disgusted that such considerations should prevail. Dieudonne had learned in some indistinct way that Lord Nidderdale would be a marquis and would have a castle, whereas Sir Felix would never be more than Sir Felix, and, of his own, would never have anything at all. She had striven with her mistress, but her mistress liked to have a will of her own. Dieudonne no doubt had thought that New York, with £50 and other perquisites in hand, might offer her a new career. She had therefore yielded, but even now could hardly forbear from expressing disgust at the folly of her mistress. Marie bore it with imperturbable good humor. She was running away, and was running to a distant continent, and her lover would be with her. She gave Dieudonne to understand that she cared nothing for marquises. As they drew near to Liverpool, Dieudonne explained that they must still be very careful. It would not do for them to declare at once their destination on the platform, so that everyone about the station should know that they were going on board the packet for New York. They had time enough. They must leisurely look for the big boxes and other things, and need say nothing about the steam packet till they were in a cab. Marie's big box was directed simply Madame Racine, passenger to Liverpool. So also was directed a second box, nearly as big, which was Dieudonne's property. Dieudonne declared that her anxiety would not be over till she found the ship moving under her. Marie was sure that all their dangers were over, if only Sir Felix was safe on board. Poor Marie. Sir Felix was at this moment in Welbeck Street, striving to find temporary oblivion for his distressing situation and loss of money, and some alleviation for his racking temples, beneath the bedclothes. When the train ran into the station at Liverpool, the two women sat for a few moments quite quiet. They would not seek remark by any hurry or noise. The door was opened, and a well-mannered porter offered to take their luggage. Didon handed out the various packages, keeping however the jewel case in her own hands. She left the carriage first, and then Marie. But Marie had hardly put her foot on the platform, before a gentleman addressed her, touching his hat. "You, I think, are Miss Melmotte." Marie was struck dumb, but said nothing. Didon immediately became voluble in French. No, the young lady was not Miss Melmotte, the young lady was Mademoiselle Racine, her niece. She was Madame Racine. Melmotte. What was Melmotte? They knew nothing about Melmottes. Would the gentleman kindly allow them to pass on to their cab? But the gentleman would by no means kindly allow them to pass on to their cab. With the gentleman was another gentleman, who did not seem to be quite so much of a gentleman, and again, not far in the distance Didon quickly espied a policeman, who did not at present connect himself with the affair, but who seemed to have his time very much at command, and to be quite ready if he were wanted. Didon at once gave up the game, as regarded her mistress. "I am afraid I must persist in asserting that you are Miss Melmotte," said the gentleman, "and that this other person is your servant, Elise Didon." "You speak English, Miss Melmotte?" Marie declared that she spoke French. "And English too," said the gentleman. "I think you had better make up your minds to go back to London. I will accompany you." "Ah, Didon, que nous sommes perdus!" exclaimed Marie. Didon, plucking up her courage for the moment, asserted the legality of her own position and of that of her mistress. They had both a right to come to Liverpool. They had both a right to get into the cab with their luggage. Nobody had a right to stop them. They had done nothing against the laws. Why were they to be stopped in this way? What was it to anybody whether they called themselves Melmotte or Racine? The gentleman understood the French oratory, but did not commit himself to reply in the same language. "You had better trust yourself to me." "You had indeed," said the gentleman. "But why?" demanded Marie. Then the gentleman spoke in a very low voice. "A cheque has been changed which you took from your father's house. No doubt your father will pardon that when you are once with him. But in order that we may bring you back safely we can arrest you on the score of the cheque, if you force us to do so. We certainly shall not let you go on board. If you will travel back to London with me, you shall be subjected to no inconvenience which can be avoided." There was certainly no help to be found anywhere. It may be well doubted whether upon the whole the telegraph has not added more to the annoyances than to the comforts of life, and whether the gentlemen who spent all the public money without authority ought not to have been punished with special severity in that they had injured humanity, rather than pardoned because of the good they had produced. Who is benefited by telegrams? The newspapers are robbed of all their old interest, and the very soul of intrigue is destroyed. Poor Marie, when she heard her fate, would certainly have gladly hanged Mr. Scudamore. When the gentleman had made his speech, she offered no further opposition. Looking into Didon's face and bursting into tears, she sat down on one of the boxes. But Didon became very clamorous on her own behalf, and her clamor was successful. Who was going to stop her? What had she done? Why should not she go where she pleased? Did anybody mean to take her up for stealing anybody's money? If anybody did, that person had better look to himself. She knew the law. She would go where she pleased. So saying, she began to tug the rope of her box as though she intended to drag it by her own force out of the station. The gentleman looked at his telegram, looked at another document which he now held in his hand, ready prepared, should it be wanted. Elise Didon had been accused of nothing that brought her within the law. The gentleman in imperfect French suggested that Didon had better return with her mistress. But Didon clamored only the more. No, she would go to New York. She would go wherever she pleased, all the world over. Nobody should stop her. Then she addressed herself in what little English she could command to half a dozen cabmen who were standing round and enjoying the scene. They were to take her trunk at once. She had money and she could pay. She started off to the nearest cab, and no one stopped her. "But the box in her hand is mine," said Marie, not forgetting her trinkets in her misery. Didon surrendered the jewel case, and ensconced herself in the cab without a word of farewell, and her trunk was hoisted onto the roof. Then she was driven away out of the station, and out of our story. She had a first-class cabin all to herself as far as New York, but what may have been her fate after that it matters not to us to inquire. Poor Marie. We who know how recreant tonight Sir Felix had proved himself, were aware that had Miss Melmotte succeeded in getting on board the ship she would have passed an hour of miserable suspense, looking everywhere for her lover, and would then at last have been carried to New York without him. May congratulate her on her escape. And, indeed, we who know his character better than she did, may still hope in her behalf that she may be ultimately saved from so wretched a marriage. But to her present position was truly miserable. She would have to encounter an enraged father, and when should she see her lover again? Poor Felix. What would be his feelings when he should find himself on his way to New York without his love? But in one matter she made up her mind steadfastly. She would be true to him. They might chop her in pieces. Yes, she had said it before, and she would say it again. There was, however, doubt in her mind from time to time, whether one course might not be better even than constancy. If she could contrive to throw herself out of the carriage and to be killed, would not that be the best termination to her present disappointment? Would not that be the best punishment for her father? But how then would it be with poor Felix? After all, I don't know that he cares for me, she said to herself, thinking over it all. The gentleman was very kind to her, not treating her at all as though she were disgraced. As they got near town he ventured to give her a little advice. Put a good face on it, he said, and don't be cast down. Oh, I won't, she answered. I don't mean, your mother will be delighted to have you back again. I don't think that Mama cares. It's Papa. I'd do it again tomorrow if I had the chance. The gentleman looked at her, not having expected so much determination. I would. Why is a girl to be made to marry to please anyone but herself? I won't. And it's very mean saying that I stole the money. I always take what I want, and Papa never says anything about it. £250 is a large sum, Miss Melmotte. It is nothing in our house. It isn't about the money. It's because Papa wants me to marry another man and I won't. It was downright mean to send and have me taken up before all the people. You wouldn't have come back if he hadn't done that. Of course I wouldn't, said Marie. The gentleman had telegraphed up to Grosvenor Square while on the journey, and at Euston Square they were met by one of the Melmotte carriages. Marie was to be taken home in the carriage, and the box was to follow in a cab to follow at some interval so that Grosvenor Square might not be aware of what had taken place. Grosvenor Square, of course, very soon knew all about it. And are you to come? Marie asked, speaking to the gentleman. The gentleman replied that he had been requested to see Miss Melmotte home. All the people will wonder who you are, said Marie laughing. Then the gentleman thought that Miss Melmotte would be able to get through her troubles without much suffering. When she got home she was hurried up at once to her mother's room, and there she found her father, alone. This is your game, is it? Said he, looking down at her. Well, Papa yes. You made me do it, you fool you. You were going to New York, were you? To this she vouchsafed no reply. As if I hadn't found out all about it. Who was going with you? If you have found out all about it, you know, Papa. Of course I know but you don't know all about it, you little idiot. No doubt I'm a fool and an idiot. You always say so. Where do you suppose Sir Felix Scarberry is now? Then she opened her eyes and looked at him. An hour ago he was in bed at his mother's house in Welbeck Street. I don't believe it, Papa. You don't you? You'll find it true. If you had gone to New York, you'd have gone alone. If I'd known at first that he had stayed behind, I think I'd have let you go. I'm sure he didn't stay behind. If you contradict me, I'll box your ears, you jade. He is in London at this moment. What has become of the woman that went with you? She's gone on board the ship. And where is the money you took from your mother? Marie was silent. You got the check changed, Didon did. And has she got the money? No, Papa. Have you got it? No, Papa. Did you give it to Sir Felix Scarberry? Yes, Papa. Then I'll be hanged if I don't prosecute him for stealing it. Oh, Papa, don't do that pray don't do that. He didn't steal it. I only gave it him to take care of for us. He'll give it you back again. I shouldn't wonder if he lost it at cards, and therefore didn't go to Liverpool. Will you give me your word that you'll never attempt to marry him again if I don't prosecute him? Marie considered. Unless you do that I shall go to a magistrate at once. I don't believe you can do anything to him. He didn't steal it. I gave it to him. Will you promise me? No, Papa, I won't. What's the good of promising when I should only break it? Why can't you let me have the man I love? What's the good of all the money if people don't have what they like? All the money ! What do you know about the money? Look here, and he took her by the arm. I've been very good to you. You've had your share of everything that has been going carriages and horses, bracelets and brooches, silks and gloves, and everything else. He held her very hard and shook her as he spoke. Let me go, Papa, you hurt me. I never asked for such things. I don't care a straw about bracelets and brooches. What do you care for? Only for somebody to love me, said Marie, looking down. You'll soon have nobody to love you if you go on this fashion. You've had everything done for you, and if you don't do something for me in return, by gee, you shall have a hard time of it. If you weren't such a fool you'd believe me when I say that I know more than you do. You can't know better than me what'll make me happy. Do you think only of yourself? If you'll marry Lord Nidderdale you'll have a position in the world which nothing can take from you. Then I won't, said Marie firmly. Upon this he shook her till she cried, and calling for Madame Melmotte desired his wife not to let the girl for 1 minute out of her presence. The condition of Sir Felix was I think worse than that of the lady with whom he was to have run away. He had played at the Bear Garden till 4 in the morning and had then left the club, on the breaking up of the card table, intoxicated and almost penniless. During the last half hour he had made himself very unpleasant at the club, saying all manner of harsh things of Miles Grendel of whom, indeed, it was almost impossible to say things too hard, had they been said in a proper form and at a proper time. He declared that Grendel would not pay his debts, that he had cheated when playing Lucoma, as to which Sir Felix appealed to Dolly Longestaff, and he ended by asserting that Grendel ought to be turned out of the club. They had a desperate row. Dolly of course had said that he knew nothing about it, and Lord Grassland expressed an opinion that perhaps more than one person ought to be turned out. At 4 o'clock the party was broken up and Sir Felix wandered forth into the streets, with nothing more than the change of a £10 note in his pocket. All his luggage was lying in the hall of the club, and there he left it. There could hardly have been a more miserable wretch than Sir Felix wandering about the streets of London that night. Though he was nearly drunk, he was not drunk enough to forget the condition of his affairs. There is an intoxication that makes merry in the midst of affliction, and there is an intoxication that banishes affliction by producing oblivion. But again there is an intoxication which is conscious of itself though it makes the feet unsteady, and the voice thick, and the brain foolish, and which brings neither mirth nor oblivion. Sir Felix trying to make his way to Welbeck Street and losing it at every turn, feeling himself to be an object of ridicule to every wanderer, and of dangerous suspicion to every policeman, got no good at all out of his intoxication. What had he better do with himself? He fumbled in his pocket, and managed to get hold of his ticket for New York. Should he still make the journey? Then he thought of his luggage, and could not remember where it was. At last, as he steadied himself against a letter-post, he was able to call to mind that his portmanteaus were at the club. By this time he had wandered into Marylebone Lane, but did not in the least know where he was. But he made an attempt to get back to his club, and stumbled half down Bond Street. Then a policeman inquired into his purposes, and when he said that he lived in Welbeck Street, walked back with him as far as Oxford Street. Having once mentioned the place where he lived, he had not strength of will left to go back to his purpose of getting his luggage and starting for Liverpool. Between 6 and 7 he was knocking at the door in Welbeck Street. He had tried his latchkey, but had found it inefficient. As he was supposed to be at Liverpool, the door had in fact been locked. At last it was opened by Lady Carberry herself. He had fallen more than once, and was soiled with the gutter. Most of my readers will not probably know how a man looks when he comes home drunk at 6 in the morning, but they who have seen the thing will acknowledge that a sorrier sight cannot meet a mother's eye than that of a son in such a condition. "Oh, Felix!" she exclaimed. "It's all up," he said, stumbling in. "What has happened, Felix?" "Discovered, and BD, to it." The old chap stopped huge. Drunk as he was able to lie. At that moment the old chap was fast asleep in Grosvenor Square, altogether ignorant of the plot, and Marie, joyful with excitement, was getting into the cab in the Mews. Better go to bed. And so he stumbled upstairs by daylight, the wretched mother helping him. She took off his clothes for him and his boots, and having left him already asleep, she went down to her own room, a miserable woman,